Good morning, everyone. We're so glad you've joined us this morning. I'm John Doherty, Program Director for the Biomedical Visualization Graduate Program at UIC. On behalf of our students and faculty, it is my pleasure to welcome you to 100 Years of Biomedical Visualization, our virtual Centennial celebration event. We will begin with a few words from the Chancellor of the University of Illinois at Chicago, Dr. Michael Emeritus.
It's my pleasure to welcome all faculty, staff, students, alumni, and friends who are celebrating with us today and exploring the past, the present, and the future of our program. And I want to offer a special welcome to our alumni who have taken their knowledge and experience and put the College of Applied Health Sciences Biomedical Visualization program, better known to everyone as BVIS, at the top of the world stage. The BVIS program is the second oldest such program in the country and only one of 4 accredited graduate programs in North America. Blending art, computer science, and medicine, the BVIS program has above all served and continues to serve in developing the most effective means of translating and communicating complex medical issues and phenomena in a clear and easily understood language, both visual and engaging. BVIS is a relatively small program. It has 20 students admitted each year for the 2-year master's degree, but its reputation and influence extend far beyond its size. Our graduates, its graduates, can be found doing research at universities, at the CDC, at bioscience companies, law firms, hospitals, educational software companies, wherever there is a need to communicate clearly health information. From the program's beginning, when pen and ink were the tools of the time, it has led the field, incorporating advanced technologies, including photographs, and yes, photographs was an advanced technology at the time, 3D models and exhibits, motion pictures, and now, more recently, virtual reality. This legacy continues today, as students develop into highly skilled science visualization specialties in medical illustration, animation, interactive media, gaming, and virtual and augmented reality, pushing the boundaries even further into the future. Our alumni are national leaders in visual communication. One of the most prominent examples that I will brag about today is that of class of 2003 graduate Dan Higgins, who is with us today, who was part of the CDC team that created one of the most well-known medical illustrations in history, that of the COVID-19 virus. With the widely used visuals of the virus and countless GIFs and memes found throughout the news and the social media across the world, I don't think that there are many people left who have not seen the image of the COVID-19 virus that Dan and his colleague created. And it has also helped explain many aspects of the virus, including how it enters and attaches itself to cells. Dan Higgins and his colleague Elise Eckert had about a week to create the illustration that would become the face of the pandemic, working with a team that included epidemiologists, virologists, public health communication specialists, and web developers. And while Dan may be the only applied health science graduate to see his work published millions of times around the world, online and in print, or talk shows and network news, even on Saturday Night Live, all our BVIS alumni have had significant, if less visible, impact in their careers. So the reach of this program is tremendous. And I'm thrilled to recognize today 100 years of excellence and to congratulate the college and the program on this extraordinary milestone. I wish you a day of enlightening discussions and look forward to the many future accomplishments to come from our students, faculty, staff, and alumni as they keep innovating in ways that make a real difference in the world. Enjoy the day today.
Thank you, Chancellor Emeritus. It's really a pleasure to welcome everyone virtually to UIC's celebration marking 100 years of biomedical visualization. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all of our faculty, staff, students, alumni, donors, and friends who continue to represent and support one of the university's hallmark professional programs. As the oldest program in the country, And as the Chancellor noted, one of only 4 accredited programs in the entire nation, the College of Applied Health Sciences Biomedical Visualization Program may be small, but is definitely a mighty program and one that now marks 100 years of impact and leadership in the field. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, humanity has a deeper appreciation for the important role of clear health information, how it is presented, and ultimately how it impacts our daily lives. BVIS plays a foundational role in essentially every dimension of health and medicine. Can you imagine what our education, training, research, and care delivery may look like without any sort of visualization, communication, or aids? I certainly cannot. It's quite clear that our capacity to understand and discover is greatly enhanced by our ability to visually represent complex concepts, instructions, and both biological and physiologic functions. Drawing from a complex set of knowledge, BVIS integrates approaches from basic life sciences, medicine, assisted technology, visual learning, educational science, translational research, and artistic training. At URC, our BVIS experts additionally work to leverage our collective knowledge across disciplines as one of the nation's leading research universities, including a robust clinical and academic health enterprise. This allows for individuals to collaborate across design, medicine, computer science, engineering, and more. Indeed, UIC continues to look ahead and lead to even greater interdisciplinary work and forward-thinking advances in technology for the future of biomedical visualization. As the university's academic health enterprise, UI Health remains committed to the training of the future leaders in health and medicine. Much of this training comes in the form of real-world, hands-on experience where individuals are challenged to use novel and innovative approaches and tools to design visualizations to meet the needs in healthcare today. Indeed, the BVIS program is a remarkable example of how UIC delivers upon this promise to prepare individuals to enter their chosen fields with a confidence while benefiting the overall health of our patients in Illinois and beyond. In this sense, the work of our UIC BVIS community is twofold. It both provides our learners with competitive training and experience, and it advances our knowledge and comprehension of concepts in health and medicine for the benefit of our patients and communities that we serve. So looking ahead, we are certain that UIC will continue to deliver upon its mission to develop highly skilled science visualization specialists. In this sense, we will continue to make new advancements in the frontier of visualizations to meet the needs of our students and greater community for many years to come. Thank you once again for your time and commitment to the UIC BVIS program. Please enjoy your connections today, and I greatly appreciate your attention and time as we explore the next 100 years of biovisualization at UIC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Emeritus and Vice Chancellor Barish. Welcome to our first session of 4 speakers this morning. We will introduce some of how biomedical visualization got started, how our program has impacted education in our field, and how we have contributed to healthcare and medicine at UIC. I will begin this morning with Tom Jones and the early history of our program. It was here at the University of Illinois in 1921, after 7 years of planning, that Tom Jones established his School of Medical Illustration. He served as program director for 33 years and was here for a total of 48 years, spending well over 1/2 of his life on our campus. Here are some of his accomplishments. He's been called the father of modern biomedical communication. He promoted the importance of communicating medical knowledge through multisensory media as early as the 1920s. He pioneered the Chicago style of illustration. He established the second Office of Medical Illustration in the United States in 1914 and the second school in 1921. He also helped organize the Association of Medical Illustrators and served as its first president. Here are some of his titles. Thomas Smith Jones IV was born on October 31st, 1885, yes, Halloween, 136 years ago, in Chatham, Virginia, in a beautiful Georgian mansion built by his father in 1840. Unfortunately, the Civil War and the period of Reconstruction that followed brought hard times. And in 1895, Tom Jones' father died, leaving him the eldest son at 10 years of age. The mansion was subsequently sold and the family moved to Alexandria, Virginia. Tom was forced to leave school after completing the 7th grade to work in a drugstore and on a paper route to help support his mother, 2 younger brothers, and a sister. He worked hard and saved what he could. At the age of 17, he moved to Washington, D.C. to study at the Corcoran School of Art for 2 years, from 1902 to 1904. Money became tight, and he took a position as a telegraph operator in a railroad station in St. Louis. And that provided him money for a year of art training at the St. Louis School of Fine Arts. His artistic and scholastic work attracted the attention of A.C. Eckelsheimer, professor of anatomy at the St. Louis University School of Medicine. After they began working together, Dr. Eckelsheimer quickly asked Tom to become staff artist at the school, a position he held from 1905 to 1913. One of Tom's major accomplishments was illustrating A.C. Eckelsheimer and D.M. Shoemaker's cross-section anatomy. Jones was credited on the book's title page, Drawings by Tom Jones, Instructor in Drawing, St. Louis University, which indicates that he had probably informally taught illustration early in his career. In later editions of the book, he was credited with co-authorship. In 1911, Tom was awarded an honorary Bachelor of Fine Arts degree by St. Louis University. In 1909 and again in 1913, Tom went to Paris to study portrait and landscape painting as well as figure drawing at the Académie Colarossi. You can see one of his sketches that he did of the bridge there in Paris early in those days. In 1912, Tom married Mary Scott McDaniel, who he met in Kansas City when he was 26 years of age. And in 1913, Tom and Mary followed Dr. Eckelsheimer to Chicago, when Dr. Eckelsheimer was appointed dean and head of the Department of Anatomy at the University of Illinois College of Medicine. Tom Jones formed illustration studios within the Department of Medicine in the colleges of medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy. Tom Jones was a superb artist. He applied photo retouch watercolor pigment to very wet watercolor paper, yielding a glistening wet look, which he thought resembled tissue specimens. His line technique consisted of a wonderful combination of pattern marks and crosshatch techniques. Here's another example of his fine line technique, and as well as a holiday greeting card he created in 1922 in pen and ink. Interestingly, Tom never thought he was very good at pen and ink. It's superb, by the way. Here's one of his few watercolor illustrations, full color anatomy illustrations. We do hope that you will take the opportunity to view our virtual Tom Jones art gallery and see many more samples of his work. 100 years ago in 1921, Tom Jones established our medical illustration program in the colleges of medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy at UIC. By all accounts, he was a gentle, kind, and teacher. He was also an exceptional visual communicator. One of his former students commented, his aim in life was to make sure that you saw and immediately interpret the intended message. That thought process was behind everything he did and taught. In 1944, Tom wrote, "The good thing to remember is that an illustration has a job to do. When it leaves our hands, it must go to work. It's on its own, and the only thing that counts is how clearly and quickly it can tell its story or convey its particular message." Tom evidently enjoyed some fun with his students as well, as evidenced by these photos. In 1925, he was made head of the Department of Medical and Dental Illustration. Of medical illustration education, Tom said, "I have high hopes for modernization of our existing training methods, and that agreements will be reached on minimum standards, entrance requirements, and a type of curriculum designed to turn out men and women equipped to meet the responsibilities which modern conditions demand. This did eventually come to pass, as UIC helped lead the way to the establishment of entry-level competencies for graduate medical illustration programs. I believe our next speaker, Kathy Jung, will address this in more detail. Tom worked in close cooperation with several famous physicians, many of whom became his personal friends, and one was Arthur E. Hertzler. It was noted while other physicians were acquiring automobiles, Hertzler bought books and collected tumors. Hertzler's collection of tumors resulted in his first medical textbook and instigated a long friendship with Tom Jones. Here's one of Tom Jones' early wash illustrations from Hertzler's A Treatise on Tumors in 1912. Hertzler would take tumor specimens all the way from Kansas City to St. Louis for Jones to illustrate. During his career, Jones illustrated 11 books for Dr. Hertzler. Dr. Hertzler was also well known for a very famous book that he wrote, The Horse and Buggy Doctor. It was published in 1938. The book documents the changes that the doctor had seen take place in medicine during his career, and it sold over 200,000 copies within the first year. It was said that no one loved students of medicine, undergraduate and postgraduate, more than Hertzler did. Perhaps that's why he was so interested in Tom Jones and medical illustration. Visual material undoubtedly enhanced his communication with colleagues and students. Dr. Hertzler also helped foster the early development of medical illustration as a profession, and he presented a check to UIC for $75,000 to set up a fund to further the field of medical illustration. Without Dr. Hertzler's friendship with Tom Jones and his support of our program, it may not exist today. During World War I, the Department of Anatomy at UIC worked with the Departments of Army and Navy to publish the Manual of Surgical Anatomy. Tom Jones oversaw all of the illustration work and illustrated almost all of the figures for this book. During World War II, both the Pacific and European theaters of war had their departments of medical illustration, and Tom Jones contributed to this effort as well. Between 1945 and 52, 3 exhibits for the museum, the new Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, were designed under the direction of Tom Jones and then student Ruth Wakerlin. They were The Miracle of Growth in 1947, Cancer, the Story of a Wayward Cell in 1949, and Heart, the Mighty Muscle in 1952. Tom wrote that communication, as it is applied to the field of medicine, required many new materials, new techniques, and even new concepts of learning. The design and production of many of the multisensory media involved, as well as their method of use, should be a concern of the medical illustrator, Tom thought. Here's a larger-than-life vacuum-cast acrylic female torso of a woman with a baby inside her womb, depicting motherhood, which was a major attraction in the Miracle of Growth exhibit. The medical illustration department here was one of the first to work with plastics, which was evidently very groundbreaking at the time. Tom thought that the quality of transparency, which allowed underlying structures to be seen in relation to the surface, had unlimited possibilities. He said it amounted to almost a fourth dimension. In 1945, the Tom and Jerry short film Mouse Trouble won the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. That was state-of-the-art in animation in 1945. Interestingly, also in 1945, Tom Jones introduced the idea that motion picture animation should be a primary concern of the medical illustrators. It is the one unique medium that can reveal the hidden dynamics of normal growth and disease and the mysterious processes of life and change within the body, he said. I think he would be very proud of where we are today in terms of our students creating award-winning medical animation. Tom Jones established a legacy of cutting-edge technology that has been part of our program throughout its history. On July 10th, 1944, medical illustrator Muriel McClatchy from Massachusetts General Hospital visited Chicago and met with a group of medical illustrators at a luncheon arranged by Tom Jones. They met in Chicago again in 1845 as Tom Jones recognized the need for companionship, counsel, and inspiration, and felt that our profession lacked the direction, unity, and dignity which only an organization could give. The certification of incorporation for the Association of Medical Illustrators was filed by the Illinois Secretary of State on February 8, 1946. Lucille Casil-Innes, a former student of Jones and fellow charter member of the AMI, recalled of Tom Jones, "His tact and diplomacy, I think, were the ingredients that truly got the AMI started. When the initial group came to Chicago in 1945 to present their ideas and ask for his support, he accepted and assisted them. That was the real beginning. An idea without backing cannot fly. Those early meetings became very heated at times, and it was usually Tom's quiet words that calmed everyone and brought us back to the main issues." So, 75 years ago this month, about 40 members and guests were present, and the first AMI meeting was opened by President Tom Jones. He also served 2 terms on the Board of Governors. The influence of Tom Jones was far-reaching. During his life, he trained many students who became outstanding illustrators and several who aspired to leadership and directed academic programs themselves. For example, Hooker Goodwin, University of Illinois, he took over for Tom Jones in 1954 and remained here until 1976. Ruth Coleman Wakerlin, University of California, she had a program there from 1974 to 1988. And Emil Hospodar, University of Illinois, 1976 to 1980. Also, Nancy Graham-Joy, who illustrated Grant's Atlas of Anatomy, served as the second chair of University of Toronto's medical illustration program from 1962 to 1985, and was Tom's junior assistant from 1944 to 1946. From the very first AMI presidential address delivered by Tom Jones, he said, "Our organization is small, but it is made up of men and women who have pride in their profession. They realize their responsibility and have tried to build out of their experience of the past and the trends of the present an organization geared for the future. I think this applies not only to the AMI, but to our program as well." The legacy of Tom Jones provides a stable, timeless example of artistic and professional excellence for all of us. He was an artistic genius and a man ahead of his time. Biomedical Visualization is Tom Jones' program. It always has been, and it always will be his program. Thank you, Tom, for all you have given us. May we always strive to live up to the ideals and example of excellence you have set for us. Now, I'm pleased to welcome our next speaker, Kathleen Jung. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you, John. Now I will talk about the education of medical illustrators. In North America, medical illustration began in response to a need to quickly communicate and share the influx of new medical information being discovered. The education of medical illustrators began with Max Breudel, who was recruited from Germany to the Johns Hopkins and started the first university program of medical illustration there. Tom Jones was recruited to the UIC Department of Anatomy in a similar manner. And when that need to communicate new information continued, Jones started the second university program and the first state-sponsored school here at UIC in 1921. The curriculum of both programs and the ones that followed were similar. Students were accepted on an apprenticeship basis, and the director taught them the things they felt were necessary: anatomy, pathology, surgery, and later physiology, along with the appropriate illustration techniques. There were few exams given, but when the director decided that a student was ready, a position was found for them. Although the schools of medical illustration strove for the same goal of training future professionals in the field, they did so in different ways that reflected the vision and interests of each director. The UIC program has a long history of talented and committed directors who successfully navigated the program through history. I want to highlight how in their education, interests, and the curricular changes they made affected the direction of the program. Tom Jones founded the UIC program based on his lifelong focus of improving health science communication. Jones was characterized as an ultimate communicator and stressed the importance of getting the message across in whatever means possible. In 1944, Jones said, "A good thing to remember is that an illustration, whether it be a drawing or a photograph, has a job to do. When it leaves our hands, it must go to work. It's on its own, and the only thing that counts is how clearly and quickly it can tell its story or convey its particular message." One of the things that influenced the education going forward was the establishment of the AMI in 1945. An education committee was formed soon after to address the curricular needs of the programs teaching in medical illustration. After much discussion and debate, the document, Standards for Teaching in a Department of Medical Illustration, was approved. Jones was integrally involved in the formation as a charter member and as the first president of the AMI. 1945 saw curricular changes to the UIC program as well, including the transition of the apprenticeship to a certificate program. Upon completion, students in this two-year program now received a certificate in medical art. Beginning in 1948, the curriculum expanded to include the basic sciences of gross anatomy, embryology, histology, neuroanatomy, and pathology taken with the medical students and sitting for those same exams. Because of his long interest in multimedia, Jones introduced several new items to the curriculum, which were soon found to be very successful and adopted by many of the other programs. The first was exhibit design. To Jones, exhibit design had the highest teaching potential of any medium because it could combine into one unit written words, specimens, still pictures, motion pictures, diagrams, three-dimensional models, dynamic motion, and voice. Because of his expertise in this area, he was called upon to create several exhibits in the new Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. While preparing these exhibits, he arranged a joint program between the museum and the university to allow his students to gain valuable experience and credit for working on these exhibits as part of their curriculum. Jones, as an early supporter of all multimedia, was also intrigued by photography and a proponent of that medium as well, which led to the curricular addition of photography and then television in 1951. Jones was not only a curricular design visionary, but also a wonderful artist. He perfected a wet-on-wet wash technique using transparent photo retouch watercolors to produce the glistening effect of tissue specimens in continuous tone. This technique yielded results similar to the broidal carbon dust, but it was a bit more permanent and less delicate. This wash technique was the trademark of the UIC program graduates at that time. Tom Jones was a visionary, and many of his early ideas remain today as standards. Jones retired in 1954, and Hooker Goodwin became the second director. He and his assistant at the time, Emil Hospiter, were both interested in exhibit design and continued the work that Jones had begun. Goodwin was a graduate of the certificate program under Jones and had an interest in 3D models and facial reconstruction. Building on these interests, they assembled a team that included Drs. Przansky and Slaughter from the dental school, and they secured a Department of Health Education and Welfare grant to fund the very first maxillofacial prosthetics clinic at UIC. Under Goodwin's tenure, curricular changes included upgrading the 2-year certificate program to a 5-year 3+2 baccalaureate in medical art. In this program, students spent the first 3 years in Champaign-Urbana as pre-medical illustration majors in the Fine and Applied Arts College. After successful interviews and transcript grades, students were invited to the Medical Center in Chicago for the final 2 years, focusing on applied arts techniques and taking the basic science courses and exams at the medical college. Upon completion, a Bachelor of Science degree in medical art was given from the School of Allied Medical Sciences, or SAMS, in Chicago. When Hooker Goodwin retired in 1975, Emil Hospiter became the third director. Hospiter was also a product of the certificate program under Tom Jones and had been employed by the Department of Anatomy before joining Goodwin to teach in the department. Hospiter was quite fascinated by 3D materials and passed that enthusiasm on to his students. During his 4 years as director, Hospiter proved to be a very good administrator and visionary. Because he understood that the field was evolving, he expanded the curriculum beyond traditional medical art courses to now include instructional design, photography, exhibit design, television, and anatomical sculpture. But perhaps his most notable curricular addition was the introduction of a 6-week internship. He placed his students in various service departments around the state, allowing them a real-world experience. They often brought back ideas on how to improve the curriculum and share thoughts on the changes in the profession. Additionally, the internship often resulted in an opportunity for employment after graduation. Hospiter envisioned an expanded role for medical illustrators in the future and initiated the program's name change from medical art to biocommunication arts to provide the graduating students with wider employment opportunities. He also began preparing an expanded curriculum that would include additional courses that evolved into the master's program. In 1977, the 3+2 baccalaureate program, designed by Goodwin, was revised to a 2+2 year program to comply with a state directive. And in 1979, the SAM School became the College of Allied Health Professionals, with a focus on teaching and to serve as a service unit for the university. From 1976 to 1982, the medical illustration program participated in a regionalization initiative funded by a federal grant to provide various regions around the state comprehensive health care. Now there were 2 campuses granting the 2+2 baccalaureate, one in Champaign-Urbana and one in Chicago. The Champaign-Urbana satellite program was headed by Mark Eppinger, who had previously been an assistant to Hospiter. As a graduate of the Georgia Master's Program, he brought a different perspective to the curriculum. Eppinger had a solid background in curriculum design, evaluation, and competency-based education, and helped to implement course objectives and evaluations to the program. The satellite program offered 3 tracks: visual communication systems, medical illustration practice, and communication message design. Alice Katz was appointed the 4th director in 1980 when Hospiter retired. Katz was a product of the 3+2 baccalaureate program established by Goodwin before receiving her master's in education and eventually her PhD, and brought her expertise as an educator and interest in prosthetics to the program. During this time, the AMI had mandated all medical illustration programs be taught at a post-baccalaureate level. One of Katz's major accomplishments during her tenure was to help transition the then baccalaureate program in medical art to the Masters of Associated Medical Sciences, or the MAMS, to comply with this requirement. Because of her expertise and interest in competency-based education, Katz also worked closely with the ARCME Committee and CAHEP to develop the essential standards for accreditation in medical illustration. Katz also developed an interest in facial prosthetics because of her close work with Hospiter and Dr. Przansky, the director of the Craniofacial Anomalies Clinic. In 1981, Katz designed and taught an elective course in maxillofacial prosthetic fabrication to the students, and the following year, it became a required course. Eventually, a prosthetics internship was established for those wishing to pursue that specialized career. Technology was changing the landscape for communication. In 1986, the dean established a task force to evaluate various allied health disciplines. In response to the rapid influx of technology and informatics, the dean decided that the field of biocommunication arts needed to change its focus from a teaching and service unit to one of research. His expectation was that all allied health programs follow the direction of medicine by focusing on research and securing outside research grant money. In response to the dean's request, Bob Parshall, an associate professor within the department, conceptualized the Project Da Vinci, which involved digitizing a statistically precise standard man. This idea appealed to the dean, but required finding funds and personnel to proceed. In response, Katz hired Louis Sadler, who was a big supporter of new technology, as an associate professor. When Katz's tenure ended, Louis Sadler was named the 5th director in 1988. As a graduate of the undergraduate and master's program at Michigan, and with his technology expertise, Sadler brought many new ideas and yet another perspective to this program. He strongly believed that all future jobs would require this knowledge of new technology and utilize 3D applications and animation. The curricular changes he made reflected this belief, as they now offered 3 tracks for the second-year students: illustration and design, computer visualization, which included graphics, animation, and computer-assisted instructional design, and prosthetics, 3-dimensional models, and simulators. That year, Sadler was awarded an AT&T grant of more than $1 million to support research into simulating facial growth in children stemming from the Project Da Vinci. The resulting software was then used in search of missing children and was recognized by President Bush as one of the 1,000 points of life in 1991. The Museum of American History at the Smithsonian also recognized this research with the first ever award for heroic use of information technology. Between 1988 and 1991, the research resulted in approximately $4 million in support to the department. Sadler grew the Da Vinci team into a multidisciplinary group of medical artists, surgeons, anatomists, psychologists, computer scientists, and engineers, and said of the new expanded Da Vinci team, "This is where the centuries-old art of medical illustration meets the latest in computer visualization technology." By 1989, with the focus turning to research, the service component of the department ended, and its name changed from Biocommunication Arts to Biomedical Visualization. This has been just a small glimpse into the lives of those early directors. These directors, as well as the ones that followed, Scott Barrows and John Dougherty, have allowed this program to not only evolve and survive, but to continue to innovate and influence the future of the profession. The message that Tom Jones so aptly stated has not changed, but the methods continue to evolve, and the teams responsible for communicating medical information have expanded. Today, medical illustrators are also visualizers and are integral participants in the currently unfolding research. All of this would not have been made possible without the vision and tenacity of these early directors. Now it's my pleasure to present Dr. Leah Leibowitz.
Thank you, Kathy, for that wonderful talk. My name is Leah Leibowitz, and I'm the Associate Program Director for the Biomedical Visualization Graduate Program at UIC. I'm excited to share with you a glimpse into the BVIS curriculum, and I will be focusing on the current curriculum and updates that have been made in the last 10 years. As you have already heard in the previous talks, innovative technology and constantly pushing the boundaries to best prepare our students for our expansive field has been part of our core identity since the beginning. As the field of medical illustration continues to grow and evolve, our curriculum must evolve and become adaptable as well. In 2013, our curriculum was ready for a revision that would allow students to be competitive in new media markets while not compromising on the science and visualization training they received. This revision started with a foundational shift in the way we organized our classes to meet competencies. In 2013, we established 5 core curriculum domains, which include biomedical science, visual learning and design, visualization techniques, professional practices, and research. Within each of these domains, students take required and selective courses. Before this change, students had no required courses in visual learning or design. Taking required courses in the core domains ensures our curriculum can be more tailored to each student without compromising on any important foundational skills. In addition to their required courses, students are also required to take a minimum of 10 selective hours in those 5 areas. This allows them the opportunity to specialize in other areas such as neuroanatomy, interactive visualization, animation, illustration, and more. A selective course works as an elective, with the only difference being that students are choosing courses from a selected list specific to our BVIS curriculum, as opposed to from across the entire university. In addition to creating those new domains, we also developed numerous new and exciting courses within those areas as well. I will not be able to touch on all of those courses that were created and revised, but I would like to highlight a few of them. The first I would like to discuss is the BVIS 500 Biomedical Visualization Techniques course. As the field of medical illustration encompasses topics such as animation, 3D modeling, gaming, interactive and mobile media, illustration, augmented and virtual reality, and more, our curriculum needed a course that would give students a preview of different avenues within the field that they could explore and pursue during their graduate study and also in their professional lives. This course provides students an introduction to those different methods and techniques for biomedical visualization right at the start of the program. Another course that was established is BVIS 560, Molecular Pharmacology for Biomedical Visualization. This course provides students with a strong foundation in molecular pharmacology and advanced research and visual communication skills to solve scientific communication problems for audiences such as scientists, investors, and business and medical professionals. Students can take this course as one of their required science courses. I would also like to discuss BVIS 505, Visual Learning and Visual Thinking 1. This course provides students with a foundation in visual thinking and learning as applies to life science, healthcare, and medicine. This course covers topics including learning and memory, analysis of various audiences, their learning styles, health literacy, visual literacy, and solving visual problems, and the application of information organization, all for visual learning. While many new courses were created, additional existing courses were also revised. One example of this is BVIS 502, Clinical Sciences. This course was revised to provide students with experiences in various clinical settings and specialties under supervision of UIC residents and attending physicians. Students are now able to complete rotations through various medical specialties and departments at the UIC hospital. At this time, we also revised the prerequisites for admission into the program. A chemistry course and 2 additional science courses were added as prerequisites to increase knowledge in biomedical science. In addition, and in an effort to encourage applications from more science majors with good visualization skills and other highly qualified non-art majors, art courses were deleted in favor of demonstrated ability in the art portfolio. The changes that were made helped to elevate the science knowledge base of our applicants and accommodate additional highly qualified non-art majors. The curriculum changes that we made allowed for flexibility, but as we continued to assess student performance and needs, we noticed that students were struggling with choosing areas of specialization because of the many selective courses and technologies that are offered in the curriculum. While our academic advisors did their best to help make these decisions easier for our students, students still struggled in choosing their selective courses. This is because our selective courses introduce students to a variety of unfamiliar and novel technologies. Students desired at a minimum to take the introductory courses and a few specialization areas before choosing what to pursue for the remainder of the program. Another concern that emerged is the timing of the interactive courses in the overall curriculum. Students were waiting until their second year to take interactive and immersive media courses, which included augmented and virtual reality. The interactive classes came too late in the curriculum, which was detrimental since many of the research projects students participated in required knowledge of how to develop and design interactive programs. Waiting until the second year of the program to learn material was too late to apply this acquired knowledge to research, since students began writing and reading to prepare for their research proposals in the first spring semester. With increased trends in research projects that require visual solutions in the form of interactive applications, and an increased demand in employment opportunities for interactive and immersive media developers, this needed to be addressed. Therefore, in 2019, we added a semester with the 2-year program now starting with the summer semester to offer 2 full years of coursework. We reshifted some of the courses to better support students. This reshift has helped students to take a wide variety of courses in their first year to help them define an area of specialization and gain the experience with interactive technologies. Now the curriculum can be spread out more, and students have more time to decide what they like to pursue. This reshift included developing new required and selective courses, while also moving and revising current required and selective courses as well. All of the changes were made to prepare students to be successful professionals upon graduation. Some of the new required courses that were developed include BVIS 508, Pathophysiology for Biomedical Visualization, and BVIS 501, Professional Practices for Biomedical Visualization. The new pathophysiology course replaced a pathophysiology course that was offered to the entire department. This allowed us to create a course more specific to the needs of the biomedical visualization students. The new professional practices course pulled some content from the already existing business course to provide students with early exposure to certain topics such as license agreement and copyright law at the beginning of the program. New selective courses were also created at this time to meet additional trends in technology and new media. Some examples of these courses include BVIS 539, Immersive Interactive Visualization, and BVIS 551, 3D Printing with Data Segmentation for Medicine. The Immersive Interactive Visualization course expanded the existing interactive visualization course sequence and provides students with an understanding of immersive media such as augmented and virtual reality. The new 3D printing and data segmentation course is open to our students, as well as students in radiology department and others in the College of Medicine. And it provides students with an introduction to 3D printing and digital segmentation and modeling of medical imaging data as applied to biomedical visualization and medicine. The curriculum and instruction have been upgraded to the highest standards to prepare students for the modern market of medical illustration. This improved curriculum structure has set us up to be ready for continued updates as the field innovates and grows. Our enhanced curriculum is providing a solid foundation in preparing students for successful careers in medical and scientific communication that are embedded in resources such as the internet and advanced 3D graphics. A diversified pool of students is benefiting each year, and each class of graduating students is taking the excellent skills they have gained through our programs into the workplace to create their own careers. The Biomedical Visualization Graduate Program at UIC is poised and ready to continue providing excellent modern instruction in biomedical visualization techniques. Thank you for listening, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Pravin Patel, Professor and Chief of the Division of Plastic, Reconstructive, and Cosmetic Surgery at UIC. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pravin Patel. I'm Professor of Surgery, and I'm Chief of the Division of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery at the University of Illinois. There's been a long relationship between the artist and the surgeon, and it begins in the operating theater. I'm honored that a surgeon can say a few words in celebrating the centenary of the artist at the University of Illinois. In 1921, there were 3 seemingly unrelated events that occurred, 2 of which were in Chicago. The first, of course, is the founding of a School of Medical Illustration at the University of Illinois by Thomas Smith Jones a century ago. The second seemingly unrelated event was in August when Drs. Brophy, Moorhead, and Dunning met at the Chicago Athletic Club to organize the first association in North America of specialists in what would come to be called plastic surgery. 1921 was the birth of the Association of Plastic Surgeons, the same year that Thomas Jones founded the School of Illustration. What is even more remarkable is that Drs. Brophy and Moorhead and Thomas Jones were all 3 at the University of Illinois, and their paths must have crossed. There's another event in 1921 that does have an important bearing. The official treaty was signed by the United States under Warren Harding's administration, formally signifying the ending of the First World War. The Great War ended years before. Every year, we remember that the guns of the First World War ceased firing at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November in 1918. We imagine that the universal relief at the carnage of war was finally coming to an end. But for the surgeons, the war lingered on, and in America, there were over 200,000 wounded that needed to be cared for. So in the same year that the Great War ended, the Secretary of War published a compact manual of surgical anatomy for the Army and Navy. This was an important reference manual for surgeons. You'll find many of these same illustrations reproduced over and over again in many of today's surgical textbooks. This manual was created by the anatomists led by Eckelsheimer and by the surgeons led by Lieutenant Colonel Seelig at the University of Illinois. In the preface to the manual, you'll find these lines. Since the work is solely for the use of the United States Army and Navy, and it's primarily for the present emergency, no text has been introduced. In other words, the manual is simply a picture book. To create pictures, you needed a third team that would closely work with the anatomists and the surgeons, and that was critical. It was a group of artists which were led by Thomas Jones. Without the artists, there'd be no illustrations, no manuals. It is the illustrations that make the manual concise and practical to the surgeon. However, on the other side of the Atlantic, the tolls for the British were much higher. Surgeons generally agree that the specialty plastic and reconstructive surgery in its modern form dates from the First World War and began in England, where there were over 60,000 facial injuries. Queen's Hospital at Sidcup was transformed into a specialty hospital, the first of its kind, dedicated to facial injuries. Over 11,000 operations were performed by some 5,000 servicemen between 1917 and 1925. It was these 11,000 operations that created the specialty of plastic surgery that was officially recognized in America in 1921 in Chicago, the same year that Thomas Jones founded the School of Medical Illustration at the University of Illinois. This is Henry Tonks at the Queen's Hospital. On the wall behind him is his portfolio from the war. Henry Tonks, at the age of 16, embarked on a career in medicine. In 1888, passed his examination and became a member of the Royal College of Surgeons. That very same year, he also decided to take evening art classes at the New English Art Club, and then he would go on to teach art classes at the Slade School of Fine Art in London. When World War I broke out, he found his surgical skills inadequate. In a letter he wrote, "I am no use as a doctor, but fortunate for us, Tonks took art classes and recorded the surgery at Sidcup. I'm doing a number of pastel heads of wounded soldiers who had had their faces knocked about. A very good surgeon, called Gillies, who's also nearly a champion golf player, is undertaking what is known as plastic surgery necessary. It is a chamber of horrors, but I'm quite content to draw them as is excellent practice for me." This is Sir Harold Gillies, the surgeon that Tonks referred to, a remarkable surgeon who at Queen's Hospital honed his skill as a surgeon to create a specialty today called plastic surgery. While Gillies was honing his skill as a surgeon, Tonks worked closely with Gillies, honing his skill as an artist, as a medical illustrator. The line drawings in Gillies' classic text are by Tonks. Gillies knew the value of working with Tonks, for Gillies was a keen amateur artist himself. Gillies had taken drawing lessons by correspondence, and he recognized the value of working with artists and residents, especially in the operating room. This is Tonks' pastel of a portrait of a wounded soldier, Private Deeks. The before and after are remarkably recorded by Tonks. How did Gillies transform the Private Deeks? We would have Tonks to thank for. These simple sketches reveal the magic of Gillies' artistry as a surgeon, and Tonks' ability to reveal the magic by distilling the essentials of the procedure. A series of photographs would never tell the story as succinctly and with clarity as these line sketches. So I'm blessed as a surgeon to be at the University of Illinois, where the operating rooms are filled not only with surgical residents and medical students, but talented artists from BVIS, where they can capture the impossible at the sleight of hand of the surgeon. Today, if you were to walk down the halls of BVIS, the second floor where artists hang out, you would see this wonderful sketch on the wall. Two things strike me as a surgeon. The first is the artist shows the impossible. The observer in the operating room would never know what the surgeon's hand is manipulating beneath the cloth of skin if it wasn't for the artist's ability to reveal it magically by making the skin transparent. The second is its simplicity in its use of vocabulary. With only a limited vocabulary, anyone can read the story of the arterectomy. It's a universal language that even non-surgeons could easily grasp. John Doherty poses this important question. Can you imagine what science or medical communication would be like with no images, just text? Well, John, yes, I can imagine what it's like without pictures. Because as a medical student, I slept through columns and pages of dense text. A book without pictures can be quite challenging to follow. It's like traveling with only a set of directions and not the pictorial map to help you guide you from going from point A to point B. Then when I was a surgical resident in training at the Mayo Clinic, the attending surgeon would ask me the inevitable question, what is this? I would then conjure up not the dense text, which would be useless, but it would be Netter's image, and then to try to lay it on the operative field like a transparency. Like Henry Tonks, Netter was an artist and a surgeon. He studied at the National Academy of Design and at the Art Students League. Years after working as a commercial artist, he attended New York University Medical School, interned at Bellevue Hospital, and then joined Mount Sinai Hospital Surgical Service. So he knew firsthand what it was like to read a book of anatomy and then to try to visualize it. Even more as a surgeon in training, the value of illustrations not as static images, but dynamic instructional illustrations for residents in training and surgeons. Both Thomas Jones and Frank Netter understood that art had the ability to communicate beyond the medical profession. Art could translate the complex language of the doctor to the patient in a vocabulary that they would understand. So how do we communicate with our patients? How would we communicate if our patients were children and their parents? A typical discussion goes something like this during consultation. Remember when we fixed Melanie's hole in her lip and her palate? Well, it's time that we should get around to fixing the hole in the gum. We're going to borrow a small piece of bone from her hip and transplant it to her gum to support her teeth. Dad says outright, great. When can we get it done? As long as it doesn't interfere with her soccer practice. The mom is thinking quietly to herself, the lip looks great. He did a great repair. I'm not going to allow him to take the lip apart just to put some bone in her mouth for her teeth. And Melanie, at 9, she is thinking, no, I don't remember the surgery, and I don't want any surgery. I don't have a hole. I don't want any bone. In the end, I walk out of the consultation, leaving a wake of emotional disasters, leaving the details of surgery to their horrified imagination. Personally, the TV was the biggest advance in communication. English is my second language, and the way I learned the language was watching those Saturday morning cartoons. At our house, neither of my parents spoke English very well. My tutor was the TV set. It was through the animations that I could associate the vocabulary to the visual. As the world goes from 2D to 3D, so have cartoons. You can express ideas, concepts, and animation that you cannot in any other way. Think of how conceptually amazing the Pixar movie Inside Out was. Only animation could capture what was going on inside the head of an 11-year-old. Walt Disney understood the power of the animation. Animation can explain whatever the mind of man can conceive. It offers a medium of storytelling which can bring pleasure and information to people of all ages everywhere in the world. With that, I would like to introduce 4 extremely talented artists at BVIS who produced for all of us, our parents and our children, 4 beautiful cartoons to express what surgeons could not convey to a 9-year-old child with a cleft and our parents. I watched as a surgeon how these 4 gifted BVIS students took an idea, developed a storyboard, and see it come alive. Each of these artists had to pretend what it was like to be a child with a cleft. Eva May showed parents how a surgeon could repair a cleft lip. Samantha Bond showed parents and children why we need to fix the hole in the roof of the mouth to help the children to speak and how we did it as surgeons. Samantha Olsen's animation made it less scary for children, how we used a special tiny camera to snake through the nose to see how the palate worked to help the children to speak better. And Melanie showed the real 9-year-old Melanie how and why we need to fix the hole in the gum with bone without taking apart the repaired cleft lip that her mother was so pleased with. I recently published this surgical text. It's the illustrations by talented artists who witnessed what they saw in the operating room that tell the real story of each chapter. All children remember best the illustrations in their books. After all, Lewis Carroll said it best, and what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures? In the last lines of my dedication, I wrote, "Finally, to my grade school teacher who told me I will never be a good reader, she was right. I like picture books better, and so I became a plastic surgeon. When we are gone as surgeons and our patients leave this world, our artistry of the flesh will leave no trace. But for the artists, their art will always endure and teach the generations of surgeons who will follow us. So thank you for this honor on the centenary of the artist at the University of Illinois. Congratulations, BVIS, on the 100th. Surgeons will always need artists."
Quickly, before we go to break, I did want to announce something very exciting. A generous anonymous donor will provide a 3-to-1 match for every gift from an individual to any BVIS fund, up to $6,500. So a $100 gift generates an additional $300 of benefit for the BVIS program, for a total of $400, for example. A donor has also agreed to donate $10 for every current College of Applied Health Sciences student, faculty, or staff member who makes a donation of any size during the BVIS Centennial campaign, up to $1,000. This means if you give $5, our donor's contribution will add $10, giving $15 to BVIS. If you've been planning to donate, now's the time. Thank all of you in advance for your generous support of our graduate program. Welcome to the next section of our program. 3 of our speakers will discuss some of the various contributions and the impact of our program on science, medicine, and research. It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Allison Doubleday. Accompanying Allison today is Nancy Norman.
Thank you, John, and congratulations and thank you to the UIC Biomedical Visualization Program. It's an honor to be here and to celebrate the centennial of this phenomenal program. I'm Allison Doubleday, and today, along with my colleague in the UIC College of Dentistry, Nancy Norman, we'd like to spend a few minutes discussing the importance of visualization for learning about human anatomy. Nancy will start us off by exploring the history of some important visual learning objects and how these influenced anatomical study. And then I'll mention some ways in which the use of visualization for learning anatomy is changing, as highlighted by recent projects that have come out of the UIC Biomedical Visualization Program. We'll begin by providing you with the definition of a learning object that we'll use during our discussion today. In general, we'll consider a learning object as a proxy for the real thing. So it allows the learner to encounter an object without experiencing it in the real world. And this is useful to both educators and learners. This narrowing of focus also implies that there's a wider context in which that learning object exists or can be situated. While there's an overlapping function of learning objects as both teaching tools and learning aids, we're going to focus here on the value of visual learning objects for the learner's experience. So we can think of a learning object as something that assists the learner in understanding the nature of the thing that they are studying. Now, learning objects can take many forms, but here we're going to consider the importance of visual aids and visualizations specifically. And we'll consider them as being essential learning objects for understanding and exploring the anatomy of the human body. So you might ask yourself, why visualize for learning anatomy? And there are many reasons we might do this. We might want to provide opportunities to examine the human body to learners who don't have the opportunity to study from the real thing. So institutions that don't have access to cadaver donation programs may need to rely on visual aids, or students may wish to support their learning with visual aids when they're outside of the lab. We may need to rely on visualizations to examine and understand the structures of tissues or interactions among cells, and this helps us access the inaccessible. We may want to clarify physiological processes or developmental processes that inform anatomical structure. And then finally, we may wish to mitigate risk and allow learners to practice using anatomical landmarks for clinical procedures in a safe environment before application to patient care. As early as 1937, in the text Visualizing the Curriculum, Charles Hoban, who was a professor of communications at University of Pennsylvania, provided these here as primary purposes for visualization and education. Visual aids provide concrete visual experience for the purpose of introducing, building up, enriching, or clarifying abstract concepts, developing desirable attitudes, and stimulating further activity on the part of the learner. And these all hold true when we talk about visualization for learning anatomy. Now, it might be valuable to go back and look at how learning objects were used historically to understand the human body and how these visualizations reflected and influenced anatomy education over time. And then we can talk about some of the changes that are happening in anatomy education today. And so now I'll turn it over to Nancy to talk a little bit about these historical ways that we viewed the body.
Thanks, Allison. I'd like to offer some of my thoughts on the learning objects that have proven useful on the journey to the present. Looking back, we can see collaborative efforts of artists and anatomists that proved to be quite remarkable and influential to the next generation of learner. But where to begin? How about at the beginning? This cave drawing shows a human capacity for biological illustration. It is prehistoric. Visual representation clearly is not something that's new. But note the arrows on the drawing. Does it show biological understanding about where to aim your spear? Is it the intention of the artist to send a message to the spirit world asking for good fortune in the hunt? Or is it perhaps instructions to the novice hunter? So many questions and very few answers when we talk about prehistory. Today, in hindsight, we have come to understand that visual representation results from complex interactions of artists and anatomists, their intentions, their knowledge, values, technology, and more. The quote I have here highlights that fact. Looking back into prehistory can be dicey, but as we move forward in time, there is more evidence to guide our understanding. The Golden Age of the Greeks produced some amazing thinking about the world and about the act of thinking itself. Aristotle's keen powers of observation earned him the title of father of comparative anatomy. He kept learning and pushed the boundaries of understanding the natural world well into his own old age. His work often referred to visuals, but they have been lost in history. And another note about Aristotle is in his anatomy, his dissections were not on humans. But unlike mainland Greece, dissection was permitted in Alexandria, Egypt. And the subsequent learnings of Herophilus and Erasistratus and their successors were available to all who studied there. Galen was one of many physicians to continue his education at Alexandria. His anatomical writings were many, including one called On the Bones and a work entitled An Anatomical Procedure. As far as we know, none of these were illustrated, but Galen learned by studying the skeletons of Alexandria, and he even assembled one for his own use. His work influenced academic understanding for 1,500 years. Now that's a long-lasting influence. One reason for Galen's popularity, it was the only game in town. The West had fallen into the Dark Ages. The library at Alexandria was burned during war, and much written scholarship was lost, and dissection became a thing of the past. But there was light at the end of the Dark Ages tunnel. Mondino was able to restore anatomy as a legitimate academic pursuit. His student, Guido da Vigevano, that's a tough one to say, started a new trend by creating an illustrated anatomical textbook. These images are examples of the surviving plates. One shows a medical procedure of trepanation, and the other, of course, is the spinal cord. Now, Leonardo da Vinci was a man of many talents. He was an avid learner and pursued anatomy with zeal. He combined in a single drawing the experience gained from many dissections. He innovated new ways of representation. His genius in the pursuit of anatomical representation is a wonder to behold. He and other Renaissance artists paved the way for the next generation of anatomists and artists who took biomedical visualization to the next level. And that level started with Andreas Vesalius. He was the right person at the right time. Surgeon, anatomist, and teacher. He was skilled in dissection and wanted to right the wrongs of Galen's works. Vesalius marks the beginning of the end of Galen's anatomy. His book entitled On the Fabric of the Human Body, published in 1545, was illustrated by a very competent artist, John van Kelkar. If you think back a couple of slides ago when I was talking about Alexandria, there was a photograph of a skeleton. That skeleton was assembled by Vesalius in 1543 and is the oldest anatomical preparation in existence. It currently resides at the University of Basel in Switzerland. Now, Vesalius also provided anatomical fugitive sheets. Those were poster-size renderings of human anatomy that served as instructional aids for medical students and even anatomists and artists as well. Now, I've forgotten to add this quote, so let me read this. It's from Paper Bodies by Carlino. The use of images in anatomy came for Vesalius, as for the authors of Fugitive Sheets, from an acknowledgement of the limited capability of language to describe facts that were derived, above all, from the act of seeing. Now, a little bit of a sidebar to the history of anatomical visualization is a nod actually to John Amos Comenius. He was an educational theorist and teacher, an educator who's credited with creating the first illustrated book for children. He championed the use of illustration in general education. Shown here is his book, which is often cited as a revolutionary accomplishment, but it's also criticized for the poor quality of anatomical illustration. But Comenius's advocacy for and use of images and models in education is often cited as an important starting point for the visual literacy movement in the 20th century. Back in the world of biomedical visualizations, we come to wax. Wax is a medium often used by sculptors like Michelangelo to sketch out their ideas. But wax anatomical models are incredibly realistic representations. They were used to represent normal anatomy and reached their heights in the 18th century in Tuscany, Bologna, and Florence, Italy, and elsewhere in Europe. Wax moulages, on the other hand, depicted pathological conditions and were used to document pathology, but also aided medical students in learning to recognize the visible signs of disease. In modern times, technology and innovation have worked hand in hand. Medical photography was replaced the moulage. 3D representation took new meaning when medical photography met the stereoscope, which is pictured here. The images viewed through the stereoscope would pale in comparison to the interactive 3D graphics that came of age later in the century and into the 21st century. So what does the future hold? The future history and her stories of biomedical visualization is waiting to be written. With changes in technology and refined technique, it is up to our imagination to see what the future will hold. Now, back to you, Allison.
Thanks, Nancy. Currently, there's not a lack of resources for visualization of anatomy, but rather an abundance of technology. And sometimes there's so much available that as an educator, it's really hard to know what to select and what educational purpose each resource serves. In educating healthcare professionals, the content of an anatomical visualization often takes center stage. And many of the resources that we use now are so realistic and similar visually to the structures that they represent, we can also forget that they're still approximations. And in many ways, they don't represent the wide range of normal variation that exists in the human body. It could be argued, however, that currently there's a goal for visualizing the human body in a new way. And rather than simply acting as a proxy for all human anatomy or for some sort of generalized human anatomy, much of the available resources for visualizing human anatomy now highlight variation or allow for an integrated approach to understanding how systems of the body work together. And so we can wonder if perhaps we're going back to an age of really looking at the person in front of us and seeing anatomy as a reflection of the individual. And we might even argue that this is a reflection of changes towards personalized patient care that are happening clinically. New means for visualization allow us to easily consider an anatomical case study from many occupational perspectives, for example, or to examine disease processes as part of a holistic understanding of the anatomy and physiology in the context of an individual person, along with their lifestyle, their behaviors, their actions, their activities. In recent years, biomedical visualization has also been able to depict and communicate health disparities and to situate the physical manifestations of an individual's health within a sociocultural context. Now, in addition to changing thinking around what is visualized so we can make choices about the type of content that we include, there may be a corresponding change in thinking about how that anatomical visual information is visualized, beyond just a consideration of format or medium. And in particular, there's an increased focus on the relationship between the learner and the visualization, and a consideration of the learning needs of those that are using the resources. And this centers the emphasis of the visualization on the interaction of the learner with the content, and helps us transcend the idea of the content existing separate from its relationship with those that encounter it. We can reflect once more on this idea that visualization can not only act as a proxy for something in nature, but that it can serve purposes for the learner. And I've been very privileged to work with several biomedical visualization students on projects that have addressed these goals and have really considered how anatomical visualization can support learning of anatomy in many of the ways that Hoban noted so many years ago. Specifically, UIC biomedical visualization projects have taken on the task of creating anatomical visualizations that apply important concepts in learning theory. For example, situating anatomical learning within curricular and institutional contexts. So many of these projects have considered decreased class time for disciplines like anatomy. And this reflects evolving curricula that shape the way that we view anatomical structure and the way that anatomy fits in with clinical learning. So specific requirements of accrediting bodies and early clinical application of biomedical knowledge as an important emphasis for health profession students have really influenced what we do with curricula, and this in turn is reflected in many of these projects that have come out of the biomedical visualization program at UIC. UIC BVIS students are developing learner-centered resources that emphasize the application of adult learning principles and factor in things like learner autonomy, highlighting the relevance of anatomy for professional work, and addressing the importance of a learner being able to access prior knowledge and experience even as they create the anatomical visualization or encounter anatomical information. In digital visualizations, many of these projects also incorporate research on the value of self-assessment for learning by considering how and when a learner might be able to demonstrate the effectiveness of the visualization for attainment of learning goals in anatomy. UIC projects have also aimed to understand the learning needs of specific groups of learners, whether these learners are medical students attempting to master terminology for anatomy in a foreign language, or if they're health profession students who are struggling to integrate complex embryological processes into a single timeline. All of these groups of learners have had specific needs that have been addressed by projects coming out of the UIC Biomedical Visualization program. UIC biomedical visualization projects have also encouraged us to consider learner emotion and attitude and the impact that these have on learning. They've done this by appreciating the impact of factors such as novelty, discovery, and surprise on the learning experience, and then trying to replicate these in anatomical visualizations. Others have considered how the mindset of the learner can build resilience and self-efficacy, and have used visualization as a way to facilitate a growth mindset while encountering new anatomical content. Throughout history, anatomical visualization has played an important role as a bridge to the natural world and to the procedures and processes of clinical practice. As those who create anatomical visualizations make choices about what content to depict and choices about the purpose and functions of that content, visualization also serves as a bridge between teacher and learner, expert and novice, and allows for the co-creation of the learning environment. Thank you so much for all of the work that the Biomedical Visualization program at UIC has done, and for the role that you've played in building that bridge. And now it's my pleasure to present Dr. Paul Serino.
Yeah, thank you, Allison and Nancy. I'm going to give you a presentation on visualizing in deep time. I'm a paleontologist. I try to travel back in time and conjure up the past. And visualizing is very much a part of that. But I'm going to do it in an interesting way. I'm going to really look at visualizing from an evolutionary point of view as well, how we came to be able to do this, okay, and where we're at today. So fossils conjure the past. We imagine these things, and imagination is really central to our visualization. And if we imagine the task at hand, it's to go
here because it's got the greatest slice
out into a place like Niger.
The greatest expanse, the greatest desert, the greatest hunting ground for dinosaurs and, in fact, ancient humans.
You're going to find a landscape that's today's landscape, but trying to...
It's like being on another planet.
Go back in time.
The landscapes stretch for hundreds of miles.
These are the places you find fossils.
People that live in these dunes.
And it involves interacting with people that live in those areas, but eventually you find fossils that are difficult to interpret. Our current interpretation of fossils is only some 200 years old. We didn't know what they were. And these kinds of fossils, like dinosaurs, are quite complicated. They often are pulled apart, crushed, moved. Sometimes you need 4 or 5 of the same animal to really understand what it is. Sometimes these animals are not alive today, so we don't have really good analogs. So it's taken a while to understand not only the animals themselves, but where they sit in time. And visualization is every bit a part of that. You got to put this animal together. Here's an example. We have found a dinosaur that fortunately was largely together, but there were some missing bones in red. We had most of it. We have visualized it here in a 2-dimensional drawing, surrounded by 3-dimensional bones that were scanned, and in this case, cast and molded so that the light on them would just give a gray tone. And we can look at the scan in the upper corner, we can look inside the fossils, we can look at outside the fossils, and now we can draw them as an E. We can assemble them physically and in fact digitally. How did that happen? How do we get to this point where we can go back and visualize something that in this case is 200 million years old? That's the skull rotating around. We have scanned it, a CT scan, which has been surfaced. In the bottom, you'll see a CT scan is nothing more than an elaborated X-ray. I've got an X-ray of my hand. I'm communicating bone to bone with this fossil that I found from the earliest days of dinosaurs. And so that's the aspects of visualization. And that is the oldest of our techniques because it uses the mechanical equipment in our brain and our eyes. And that goes back 40 million years as to when we began to invent the ways we visualize things. Much more recently, we have visualized things with words. And those words led to a digital revolution, which has changed the way not only how we present words, but how we visualize. And that's the revolution I'll talk about that allows me to do those things. So if we start first with visualization, we are talking about 25 million years ago, the primate visual system. Of course, we had eyes long before that, but the primate visual system is especially adept at 3 dimensions, color, and all sorts of other things. And that goes back 25 million years ago. 50,000 years ago, one primate, humans, decided to make graphical visualizations of the world. It's only 50,000 years old. We find the earliest depictions of I'm here on a cave wall and the animals that were living around humans, some of them now extinct. We know how this operates. It's very complex and it involves most of our brain. And so this precedes written language. It precedes anything digital. This is where it began with our visual system trying to interpret the world around us. And of course, we go through the historical drawings. Now, I started out as an artist, not inconsequentially, drawn to the fossil record because it requires visualization. These are my own copies of drawings that were made in the 16th century by the early anatomists I was trying to copy. And then on the right, a skeleton. I'm practicing how light reflects across the skeleton. Sometimes I'd see a skeleton inside a model. I was attracted to bones, I would say. And then I was attracted to that cave art. Some of our original artists were not trying to depict the actual world. They were trying to go beyond. They were looking for symbols, and my art began to resemble cave paintings with humans as subjects. I was trying to get to the essence of humans, as some of them were too, not just graphically, but also eventually in sculptural form. They would carve, and so did I. But I eventually was drawn to fossils, and my job is essentially the same. It's to depict these things accurately in this case, but in some manner that doesn't exist in reality. This is a reconstruction of the essence, the perfection of an ancient little mammal, for example, or a complex idea that I can graphically depict on the right. It gives us some idea that 1,000 words would not adequately explain. Or perhaps the cover of a magazine that would capture the magnitude of a discovery on a continent by positioning the discovery next to our own human skull. The beauty of putting something together that stands 32 feet tall, but was once part of multiple specimens deeply buried in rock in the middle of the Sahara. A giant crocodile. We're imagining what the body would look like, but we can actually put that body together over time. Now, language and writing, is a much more recent invention. Spoken language, perhaps 1 million years ago, but writing only 5,000, 4,600 years old, the earliest. These were receipts, okay? And eventually, the receipts became more complicated. They became historical records, and those historical records were put together in libraries. And the oldest library, some 2,000 years old, was an early casualty of history, a fire. But this record, who would have thought that recording initial marks as receipts would lead to language in books and libraries, and ultimately digitization. So we still have libraries with us today, but we know that knowledge now has been digitized, and so has visualization. And so this is the digital revolution, which is 50 years old only, that we could represent words and, in fact, images with zeros and ones and put that together in 3 dimensions. So it's a revolution which is unfolding at an incredibly rapid pace, has affected virtually every aspect of our lives, and in fact, all of our scientific work. So we take fossils to the hospital for visualization. This is a human fossil that was the first to be scanned on this beautiful new 256 sensor X-ray machine that can give us CT scans of the inside of its body. And then we can actually reconstruct it, put the flesh on the bone if we want digitally. There are methods not only for humans, but for more ancient creatures that involve plugs or clay right on top of casts of the bones. This is an example of Sarcosuchus, a 40-foot crocodile. But we have digital methods now for reconstructing human faces where we used to use clay. This animal, for example, was reconstructed by the standard cast and mold technique and then put together. But for working with the skull and putting flesh on the bone, we had to look inside. The bones were extremely fragile. We had to scan them, print them in this case, then go inside the brain to figure out the posture of the skull. So this is a digital rendering of a cast of this strange-looking dinosaur from Niger. And this is its brain. Okay, so we visualized the inside of its brain case, duplicated where it was missing from one side to the other, got the ear region out of solid bone, and with that we were able to figure out the posture of the dinosaur. This is another dinosaur, Spinosaurus, one of the last that we have reconstructed. It's 50 feet long. Okay, this is a standard artist rendering of it. But we, in fact, scanned every bone so that we could print. These are printed bones. And once you have scanned and printed the bones, you can put those scanned copies, those digital versions, into a skeleton. You can carve the skull, the complete skull. You can machine it. You can put the skeleton together. And then you can put skin on it digitally, as we did here. You're looking at a scene from the National Geographic video, a camera going over the actual physical skeleton, which was produced from digitized bones of the fossils, and then adding skin on the surface, literally, and then animating it. This is the digital revolution. We're going places, and of course, it's going to continue into a virtual reality in the near future. Okay, so this is where we at. It's affected every field, but it's affected especially fields like mine that require visualization of the deep past. And so that's where I've teamed up with master's students at the University of Illinois to work on fossils, where I have visualized various parts of their bones, but we need perhaps animations. That's a raptor. This is the giant 6-foot skull of Sarcosuchus, the super croc. And so here's a student who's animated how the jaws close. You can't do this with the actual fossil, which weighs hundreds of pounds. And quite frankly, you can't even do it with a cast. We want to see how the jaws and the teeth articulate while we're inside the skull. And this is the project that allowed us to see how the jaw hinge works and travel into the mouth of this animal with its jaws shut.
As seen from these new perspectives, the alignment and spacing of the upper and lower teeth during jaw closing is visualized.
The teeth actually don't interact very much. It's a puncture-crushing animal, and it was beautifully visualized. How about this animal? This is another crocodile from 110 million years ago. We call it dog croc because it's trying hard to be a dog, but it's still a crocodile. And how would it move? We use footage of the unusual Australian freshy crocodile, which you can convince to gallop, as a model. So we have to do some high-speed footage of this animal galloping towards water. It's a fairly big crocodile. And we would move from that to a model of how the fossil would work. We could map those new bones and the flesh model onto that living animal. Similarly here, 100-million-year-old fossil, tiny little rodent-sized mammal, and getting that mammal to walk and test ideas. Our ideas on the left, a drawing by an expert is on the right, and we tried to mechanically show that that was simply not possible to do with the bones. How about moving from a dig site of bones to putting those bones together? In other words, visualizing the animal in the ground. How do you get to the skeleton? We're working on a digital program now that will take you from the ground up to the skeleton and allow you to identify the bones behind the story so that researchers can understand exactly what you did in this very complex process of taking multiple animals and putting them together to visualize the creature. Humans, I've also excavated and was very lucky to find this enormous human site. These are closer to home. This is my species. Reconstructing them has been particularly fulfilling when you find incredible grave sites that date back to the pre-Egyptians. So this is about a 7,000-year-old burial of 2 children and a woman. How to visualize this, how to bring it out of the ground in a way that everyone can understand is remarkable. CT scanning the specimens, reconstructing them, understanding what the endocast would look like from humans that are 10,000 years on the left to 5,000 years old at this site. Very different brain shapes. This was a beautiful job of making the skull disappear and seeing the endocast, the space for the brain on the inside and its different shape, and bring the skull back. Reconstruct the teeth of of this individual. Reconstructing humans, again, can be done now completely digitally. The plug method, based on what you think the genetic profile of that individual would be like, and eventually putting muscles, it can all be examined digitally, rotated for differences of opinion. You can eventually put the flesh on the bone and bring a human back to digital reality. You can even incorporate wounds, like above the left eye there. So this is the world we're living in now, where we can actually do these kinds of things. Here's a burial. It's very complicated. It had a turtle shell, you can see on the bottom, but it was so complicated, it was really difficult to figure out how this human was buried, what happened to this human after it was probably buried in an animal sack. But you can actually digitally unfold the burial. And we actually developed a method for calculating its stature. You can see literally what happened from the time this human died, after it was wrapped up and fossilized. This is a 7,000-year-old human. And this was the oldest human, a 10,000-year-old human, wrapped up and probably bound. It could fit in a 10-inch. We wanted to find out how tall this 10-inch tube, how tall this individual was, and calculated him at 6'2". He's 2 meters tall. This was beautiful work. You have to scan the fossil. It takes hours. Segment each bone if you want them to move independently, and then animate them. And this was done on watching and filming a human get up from as close to this position as possible, how the bones would move, but then to do that with the skeleton that's 10,000 years old. And then calculate its stature from its feet all the way up to the top of its cranium. Never been done before, but all these things are possible. And so, I'd like to conclude there by saying that visualization is something basic to primates. It started in a primate way 25 million years ago. Our eyes are on the front of our head. Our brain is devoted to this task. We are particularly perceptive of the world. And that has allowed us and has encouraged us to make drawings and depictions of the world. That's what visualization is. We're trying to depict something in our mind in the world that was put into words, started out as receipts, ultimately was put into words. And only recently have we been digitizing these techniques, which has opened up a whole new vista, important to science, important to the public. Thank you very much for your time, and it's a pleasure to present Dr. Isabel Romero-Calvo to the presentations.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Dr. Serino, for your beautiful presentation. And it's my turn. I got invited to our 100-year anniversary to talk about my experience throughout BVIS. And you will think, well, that's easy, right? Because you talk about all your memories and all the wonderful experience, and all of you will relate to what I am saying, because we all go through a very similar common path. It has been one of the most challenging presentations to put together, because I think that BVIS influenced me a lot, not only professionally, but also personally. So this is the Pandora's box. Let's see what comes out from here. I wanted to start the presentation thinking about something that has been a common theme throughout my life, and I can share with you as a story. So looking back, I realized that the dandelion seed, the symbol of a dandelion seed, has been some kind of representations of many of my life adventures, personally and professionally. So I thought about telling you a story, the story of a dandelion seed. So everything started like any story, a very, very long time ago. Everything started in Granada, Spain, where I am from. And so I think that this is the first and last time that I'm going to share these photos. Everything started here. When I was a child, I always tried to look for connections with art. And the first photo of me when I was, I don't know, 6 or 7 is dancing. In fact, dance has been a really strong influence in my life. At some point, I actually have to choose between doing a PhD or being a professional dancer. So that was one of the first connections with art. The next one, sorry, John, for showing this, is my first approach to illustration. I won the mascot design of school, and imagine how the rest of the design were if that was the winner. But anyways, this was the beginning of a very long story, so let's keep going. As part of my education, science has been always a super strong pillar. So I decided to go for a PhD, and so I, of course, had to show you photos of people that you don't know, but really have a strong influence in my life. I have a wonderful team in the lab where I did my PhD, and I also had to show something that will make no sense probably to any of you. But here on the right side, on the right corner, we have an oozing chamber. It's this kind of equipment that made me spend almost 80% of my PhD time measuring ion transport in IBD. Something really random, but it deserves a photo here. And so the last one is, again, another strong connection with art, even throughout my PhD, because I remember taking pictures of many random things, and this photo has many years. I remember organizing the Eppendorf rack in color, organizing them in cool and warm colors, or just mixing them up, and instead of doing experiments, which is what I should be doing at that time. But it was I always have a wonderful PhD mentors that support all my craziness. And talking about that, I couldn't let this opportunity go. Sorry, Evelyn, close your eyes. This is my first scientific poster, and so this is an open book. I am showing you something horrible, but I thought it was worth it to mention it, because I don't know if you remember our last keynote from the AMI. Robin Baxter, she talked about her first scientific poster designed with colors and glitter, and I totally relate to her. I wanted to do something that mixed art and science. I just didn't know how to do it, and this is what came out. So worth mentioning it here. And talking about more of the approach, or more of the intentions of mixing art and science, I had to share something that I am aware of all the problems that it has, but I am still happy that it became true. My PhD mentors they actually let me do almost anything I wanted to, and I tried to design a cover for my PhD thesis that was something different from the letter side in black and white. I really wanted to do something different, and watercolors that we are not going to mention all the problems that they have. Compositions, did I use papyrus font? Yes, I did. I am sorry about that. But at that point, it was the best I could do. And so, like any dandelion seed, the journey needed to keep going. And so, the dandelion ended up flying away and landing in Chicago. So I went to Chicago for my postdoc, and I spent quite a few years working at the University of Chicago, first as a postdoc and then as a researcher. I changed field, and then I ended up working on pancreatic cancer. And throughout this time, I kept playing with watercolors in my little free time. It wasn't that much. And collecting all the beautiful cover designs that I found around. And so the journey kept going until the day that I found UIC. So I remember I was actually going to pay my electric bill or something like that. I had to do it in person, and I was walking through the UIC campus, and I saw something like the beautiful poster that we have for our 100 years anniversary celebration. So some kind of poster was in the street printed. And I looked at it, and that was the moment. All of you had this moment at some point. So that was my moment. I finally found, the dandelion found others. He found seeds on their own. So I I got in touch with John. I remember emailing him and thinking, well, I may be able to take a couple of classes to improve my visualization skills. And John was like, you need to take this serious. So he invited me to one of the final presentations, and that was it. I thought, this is my place. The dandelion found the place where it could grow. And so I have to say, this is not an advertising talk, but I couldn't let it go without mentioning the Vitruvian Studio, David and Melinda. I learned so much with them during the year that I was preparing my portfolio, because basically I had no art training at all. And so it was fascinating, and it was just the beginning of many hours learning about colors and illustrations and compositions and depth, and it was great. So here is the most difficult slide from the entire presentation. How do you summarize your student experience in one page? It's almost impossible. I end up collecting like 50 pictures and then removing them. And so this is just a summary. This is just a quick visual summary of that I try to look for something that you can relate to. So all of us, or many of us, have something similar to this skeleton that we modeled on our first day. This is my one of the first pictures that I have as a student. This is the class of 2019 that I started with, not the class that I graduated with, because it took me 3 years to go through the BVIS program, because I was working in the lab at the beginning for the first 2 years at the same time that I was taking classes. And so anyway, I ended up meeting a lot of people during my time. This is actually a picture of one of the AMI conferences with the class that I graduated. My first cover published, I look at it now and I'm like, oh my God, how I could do that, and those colors. But anyways, I was super excited. It was the first time that I was able to publish a cover. Or all the time that we spent in the International Surgical Museum in Chicago. That was always fun. And so I had to show this. Again, this is one of the most difficult talk that I have ever prepared, because it's really personal. But you know that people say that if you grab a dandelion seed and you make a wish and you blow it, the wish will become true. So this is the only time in my life where actually I found the only dandelion seed that works, and I used it, and I got married in Chicago as a student. So that was fantastic. And I defend like everybody. And so I ended up graduating in 2019 with this fantastic group of people. Every single person in this photo deserves a full talk. And I'm sure that you all feel like that about your graduation class. So I'm so happy to be part of this picture. And I needed an extra picture of graduation time, because as a Spanish person, you will only understand this if you're Spanish. Sorry again. But it was all worth it. All the graduation event was worth it for the cap. I just wanted to get my picture with the cap. You know, I hate seeing pictures of myself. It's not fun. But I needed to share this one. I'm so happy that I was able to get my pro picture with an American cap. That's pretty fancy for a Spanish one. So, promise this is the last graduation picture, but I thought I love this picture. It's just so much fun. And I thought this is my moment to acknowledge someone in this picture, John. I couldn't let this talk, of course. It's 100 years of celebration, and one of the main leaders for many years in our program is John, and I wanted to use this opportunity to thank you, John, for inspiring me from the first day I met you, from making me feel that I could always improve, that there is always a next step to reach, and from make me love watercolors even more. Thank you for everything. All right, before I keep getting emotional, there are more moments like this. So new adventures, 2019, after graduation, right after, I opened my scientific communication business, Morphology, which is still ongoing, and it's a wonderful experience, because, you know, every client is different, and all of you that are self-employed knows how it can be challenging and rewarding at the same time. So I'm so happy with my business, and one of the major contributors to this, besides everything I learned with everyone at BVIS, is the AMI, the Association of Medical Illustrators. I could mention many people, but Peg Gertie has been a fantastic support from day zero. Anytime that I run into a problem, I know that I can just call her and chat, and she has always the magic answer. So thank you, Peg, for all your help. At the same time, after graduation and after opening my own business, I got hired as a part-time faculty at BVIS. So switching perspective, imagine that you have been a student and the next day you are the one teaching. At the beginning, I was teaching people that were classmates, so that's pretty weird. But everybody make it work really well. And I have to say that as a faculty in BVIS, I for sure learn much more than what I teach. The experience working with every single student is just great. It multiplies everything. And I'm super thankful for that opportunity. And of course, I couldn't let this moment go. I have been able to meet Leia and Sam from a student perspective, from a faculty perspective, but the most rewarding part has been getting to know them personally. Our faculty is a group of amazing people, and Leia and Sam have helped me from day one, and they have been a strong support always, and they still are, even 7,000 kilometers away. So thank you both for being just so wonderful. And this is the last one, I promise, but I mean, how I'm gonna forget my dear friend, Evelyn. Evelyn and I have worked together for a long time, first as a student and then as a faculty. I have been co-teaching with her molecular pharmacology, and I have to say that I am extremely lucky for being able to work side by side with one of the smartest women that I have ever met in my life. Super creative, and it has been great to not only share professional careers, but our love for sewing and painting, and have such a wonderful friend. Thank you, Evelyn. Thanks for everything. And so, well, we're talking about the dandelion and how, you think that when a dandelion lands on the right place, it grew, it became a big plant, and it gets established. And no, that's not the reality. It happens that from the States, I am back in Europe. I am right now in Heidelberg, in Germany. So after a long trip, I landed and I started my job at EMBL, at the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, which as a scientist, it was always a very strong reference. So imagine the impact of working here, not as a scientist, but as the first scientific illustrator of this institution. It's an honor, and it's a challenge every day. And so I just wanted, the picture also, I wanted to record this with the beautiful green background, because it's as it looks in the picture. It's a paradise in the middle of the forest. So I have always loved nature, but this really reinforced that passion. It's a high-paced job, so you get to lose a little bit of the perfectionism that we have always been trained to push, but it has been really fun so far. Just a few examples of what's my life these days. And well, I am still not away and not disconnected. I will always be connected to BVIS, but right now I'm teaching our super fun undergrad class in scientific visualization. So this is one of my connections with BVIS, even though it will never end. It's a really strong part of my life. So to be continued, the dandelion has no idea where life is gonna go or where the wind is gonna take her. But no matter what, I know that BVIS will always be my home base. I know that all of you feel probably something pretty similar. So that's it. I hope you have fun. I really have fun putting this together. I guess right now we are running into 45 minutes break. So stretch your legs and eat something.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back from lunch to the Centennial celebration of the Biomedical Visualization Graduate Program. Please welcome the Dean of the College of Applied Health Sciences, Bo Fernhall.
Good afternoon. My name is Bo Fernhall, and I'm the proud Dean of the UIC College of Applied Health Sciences, home college to the Department of Biomedical and Health Information Sciences, and the program in Biomedical Visualization, affectionately known as BVIS. Thank you for joining us this very special event to celebrate BVIS, a leading innovator at the intersection of art, life science, medicine, and technology for 100 years. This monumental milestone required the vision and dedication of countless individuals, past and present, including those of you here today. Thank you. Over the past 100 years, so much have changed, and yet so much remains the same. Throughout it all, BVIS has been guided by its mission to educate outstanding medical illustrators and transform science communication. Today, more than ever, it's important we address system-wide issues that have real-life implications for individuals. Knowledge is critical, but it's not everything. We need empathy, connection, and understanding to see the whole person, not just a patient or a client. The program in Biomedical Visualization at UIC, which is devoted to literally seeing and understanding, is especially good at this. BVIS students combine a love for art, science, and storytelling to educate the world about health and disease, using their talents to help reduce health inequities. The enduring legacy of the program's 100-year history is reflected in the recent gift of sculptures and illustrations by BVIS alumni Charlotte Sinclair Holt, who was one of the first biomedical artists to work with plastic carvings and who developed the technique here at UIC, and in the Biomedical Visualization Diversity and Inclusion Scholarship Fund, one of the first scholarship funds of its kind, recently established to increase diversity among the program's student body and, in turn, the discipline. You can help shape the next 100 years of biomedical visualization by making a donation to the program today. Thank you again for joining us as we celebrate this significant milestone. Here's to 100 more years of transforming healthcare practice and social systems through art and science. Now, please welcome Callium Pasopathy, the newly appointed professor and head of the Department of Biomedical and Health Information Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Fernhall. Good afternoon. I've been in this role as department head for just a few weeks. However, I've known about the biomedical visualization program even prior to my joining UIC, especially the legacy of the program in the biomedical sciences area. During my graduate education a few decades ago, well, let's not get into how many, let's just say several years ago, I had a course on visualization. The course completely changed my perspective and left a lasting impression. To the extent that in my office, I now have a framed work of the French author Charles-Joseph Minard, portraying Napoleon's march towards Moscow, which was published back in 1869. Of course, we know from history that it was a failed Russian campaign where an army of more than 400,000 soldiers during their advance was down to a mere 10,000 during their retreat back from Moscow, back to Paris. Now, what is impressive in that, Minard's work captures several dimensions of data on a two-dimensional sheet of paper. He includes the size of the army, distance traveled, temperature, latitude and longitude, direction of travel, and the location on specific dates. Ever since, it's been a purposeful effort in all of my research and translational work, as well as my advising to students, to focus on not just what we do, but how it is perceived. the information portrayal, and the perception that people have of what we are trying to portray or communicate. And that's why it's so very important in all of our activities in the biomedical and health information sciences. Now, as we live the digital revolution, our BVIS programs have much to offer to the changing times that we are living in. I'm honored to be part of the legacy and the Centennial celebration and wish you a wonderful rest of the day of programs.
And thank you to BVIS for having me here today. Congratulations on 100 years. It is an honor to be a member of BVIS and to be a part of this celebration. My name is Karen, and I use the pronouns she and her, and I'd like to use this time today to talk about the impact of medical illustration. Now, my path to service as a medical illustrator has taken me down some winding roads, and today I find myself in my 8th year as a medical illustrator at the Journal of the American Medical Association, or JAMA, and even more extraordinary to me, this is my 13th year of teaching in BVIS. When I was interviewing for medical illustration graduate school, I was asked the classic interview question by the legend herself, Renice Crosby, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And I actually answered teaching graduate school. So I am so grateful to BVIS for opening their doors to me and giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. I know it's cliche, but it's true. I learned so much more from my students than they could ever learn from me, although I hope they still learn a lot. And I'm truly honored to have taught at this point about 250 students so far on their path to service as medical illustrators. But I'm going to lead off with this quote today. It was the eve of the pandemic, and we were starting to get an influx of literature submitted to JAMA. The first papers on COVID had already arrived out of China, and we're starting to think that this is going to be a big deal. And I was scared, yet grateful, and becoming aware of the responsibility that lay ahead for those of us in medical research and publication. I received an email from Dr. Howard Bachner, who was then JAMA's editor-in-chief, reminding me of our role as science communicators. It is rewarding to influence, impact, and help folks around the world. And that's what we do as medical illustrators. We have the potential to influence, to impact, and to help everyone, from the medical student to the attending physician to the very patients themselves. Medical illustration is simply visual science communication. I think we as a field, by and large, underestimate the impact of our work. Without images, media and education would fall flat. Back in March of 2014, science communicator and illustrator Glendon Mello, then a writer for Scientific American, asked the question, can you imagine what science communication would be like without images? Now, JAMA is a weekly peer-reviewed publication with the highest circulation of any medical journal in the world. The editorial graphics department at JAMA that I manage is responsible for the creation of all medical illustration, all editorial illustration, scientific illustration, editorial tables and algorithms, theme issue covers, and JAMA patient pages, primarily for JAMA, but also the specialty journals of the JAMA network, every single week. But what would JAMA look like without the impact of our figures? Visuals are a major component of any communication. And sometimes with language barriers or communication disorders, they may be our only form of communication. And through communication comes learning. Research has shown that about 65% of the general population are visual learners that learn and remember best through visual communication. When it comes to learning about science and health and medicine and health policy, that's all biomedical visualization. We are the primary mode of science communication. Now, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a doctor, but I just liked art too much. This is me at about 3, clearly illustrating some sort of facial or eye anatomy. When I found out about medical illustration, it was such a light bulb moment. I can teach the doctors, I can teach the public about health and medicine, and hopefully someday I can even teach the ins and outs of medical illustration to people who want to be medical illustrators. And that's where I find myself today, making an impact through visual science communication at both BVIS and working with this extraordinary team of medical illustrators at JAMA, Andy Riccido, Lohitha Kethu, and Nick Reback, all of us seen here in our offices in downtown Chicago pre-COVID. And in my experience so far as a medical illustrator, the pandemic has been a remarkable time to have an impact. I really like data, so first I'm going to show you the numbers on just how wild of a year 2020 was in terms of how many people were working to research and develop treatments for COVID, how quickly we were working, and how much research was being published. So I'll point out that in a typical year, we have between 10,000 and 11,000 major manuscripts submitted to JAMA. In 2020, we reached that 10,000 mark in May. You'll see that in 2020, we received over 21,000 major manuscripts submitted to JAMA. We were able to accept just 5.8% of them for publication. I'll next point out that in a typical year, we have a little over 100 million visits to our website, which is still a huge number. But in 2020, we almost doubled that with 187 million visits to the website and 68 million PDF downloads of published articles. And in 2020, we also pushed to publish more papers online first. This gets them out to the media and public much more quickly than waiting for print publication. So in 2019, the median time from acceptance to publication was 25 days. In 2020, that was nearly halved to just 13 days between acceptance and publication. And that means we have 13 days to edit the copy, to create all figures and have them approved and prepared for publication. So besides this drastic increase in manuscript submissions and sped up workflow, COVID has had a great impact on just how we work. We first heard whispers about the virus in early January 2020, and JAMA started receiving manuscripts shortly after. The first JAMA research paper with imaging of COVID patients was published online on February 7th of 2020 with a figure that I put together, seen here. What was incredibly new and interesting was how little was known at first and how we were all witness to science as it was happening. Very quickly, we began to develop infographics and patient pages based on early data and educated guesses as to how the virus might be transmitted. So here you'll see an infographic that I authored based on data out of an early hotspot, which was Italy, which was tracking about 11 days ahead of US spread at the time. So this is trying to make sense of which part of the population is getting sick and how sick they're getting and who is dying. Early patient pages on masking were developed before we even knew that asymptomatic transmission was possible. So this indicates that masks only needed to be worn by sick patients and their caregivers at home or in a medical setting. As guidelines changed, we updated and published figures as quickly as we could. The turnaround time for these figures was typically 24 to 48 hours, and weekends just did not exist. Andy and I turned into on-call illustrators available for all of the COVID-19 content so that it could be published ASAP. And Nick and Lohitha had the added burden of taking on all the figures Andy and I would normally do. Another example of the rapidly changing knowledge base in that early on, it was believed that the primary mode of viral transmission was through surfaces. So this patient page focuses on disinfecting objects and surfaces and groceries, while later patient page focuses on viral transmission via droplets in the air. And as you may know, it was just earlier this year that the CDC finally acknowledged that surface transmission is highly unlikely. As treatments and vaccines have been developed and tested and approved for use, we've created new content as visual explainers for a patient audience. So there in the center bottom is a patient page figure on the monoclonal antibody treatments, and on the right, a patient page figure on the viral vector vaccine, which is the technology utilized in the AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. We've also illustrated important figures for clinical review articles on COVID-19 treatment and pathology. The image on the left was developed yet again over a weekend and was published in April 2020 and highlights where the current treatments that were under investigation at the time interrupt the viral life cycle. This is, as far as I know, the first published depiction of the SARS-CoV-2 life cycle. And interestingly, only one of these drug therapies is still being used regularly for patients hospitalized with COVID-19, and that's remdesivir. And even that now has conflicting data on just how well it works. And that just goes to show how much our knowledge has shifted on how to treat patients who are very sick with COVID. On the right is an illustration that Andy created to show the pathophysiology of early and late stage COVID-19 as it was understood last summer. And published earlier this year is this illustration by Lohitha about COVID-19's effects on the brain. We realized long ago that this disease is not limited to the lungs, and as researchers and physicians begin to unravel the impact the virus has on the entire body, they begin to understand how to better treat patients affected by COVID across the spectrum of disease. This is very important as we learn more about what's now known as long COVID, with symptoms that last months, if not years. We've also had the opportunity to develop editorial illustration about the impact on healthcare workers, the rise of variants of concern, and how variants impact vaccination efforts. And finally, we created 3 COVID covers in 2020. The first, a huge thank you to healthcare heroes and frontline workers. Next, to focus on research about corticosteroids in the treatment of COVID. And a sobering look at the shocking number of deaths in the US due to the pandemic compared to other mass casualty events in the US, including the 1918 flu pandemic and various wars. And all of this was done under very strange circumstances. While this was our office before, this is my office now. We all started working from home back in March of 2020 for what was initially to be 2 weeks, and we are now not likely to return to the office full time until February of 2022 at the earliest. I think I've always gotten that our jobs are important, that biomedical visualization directly impacts the dissemination of scientific information to all audiences. But working through a rapidly evolving health crisis impacting everyone in the world and spotting our work in a variety of media as seen here, and being actively valued by my employer and the community has really driven home for me. And once again, it's been an honor to be a part of it all. I'm going to shift gears here a bit because earlier this year, the hard work we were doing hit a wall, and the impact was not what we intended. It's really important to me that I address and acknowledge a situation many of you may be aware of. In late February this year, just 8 months ago, JAMA published a deeply offensive podcast and social media posting developed by one of our own deputy editors. The podcast, titled Structural Racism for Doctors, was hosted by 2 white men who are not experts on structural racism and claimed, among other things, that structural racism is not real, racism is an offensive word, and that no physician is racist. These statements are simply not true. The tweet was deleted and the podcast taken down, and apologies were made, but not before being seen and heard by millions and rightfully causing immense anger and pain and being covered extensively in both medical and mainstream media. In the wake of this, my department and others immediately banded together and refused to work with the deputy editor responsible for the statements. The deputy editor resigned, and our editor-in-chief, Howard Bachner, stepped down to make way for fresh leadership. The AMA has since convened a search committee led by Dr. Otis Brawley of Johns Hopkins, composed of 18 members, thankfully with diversity in gender, race, age, ethnicity, sexual orientation, expertise, and geography to identify, screen, and eventually hire a new editor-in-chief, and I quote, capable of leading the JAMA network into a new era. But as an employee, as a member of this incredible team that publishes a journal every single week, this has been an excruciating time. There's no handbook for what to do when your bosses make statements so offensive that they are publicly denounced in the New York Times. I thought we were all working together to influence, impact, and help folks around the world. And instead, JAMA inflicted incredible pain by declaring these statements as truths and publishing them as canon. Because structural racism is real in medicine and throughout our society, It causes harm and directly impacts the health and well-being and the very lives of patients and healthcare workers of color, especially in America, those who identify as Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, and Asian. Racism exists throughout the history of medical publishing, medical research, medical education and institutions, and the American Medical Association itself. As just one example, early in the 20th century, the AMA charged Abraham Flexner, a prominent white male educator who was not a physician or a medical educator, to assess the state of medical education. The now infamous Flexner Report provided criteria that resulted in the closure of all but 2 Black medical schools. It recommended that Black physicians should only treat Black patients, and they should be trained in hygiene rather than surgery, as they serve to protect whites from common diseases. The effects of shutting out most Black doctors from the US healthcare system are still felt today, over 100 years later, when only 5% of active US physicians identify as Black, compared to 14% of the US general population, according to the 2020 US Census. The JAMA tweet and podcast were incredibly harmful. I read the comments, I read all the postings, I read all of the commentary, even from other journals that provided harsh truths of the current state of medical publication. Both editorial and publication teams of JAMA came together on multiple occasions to meet virtually and just listen. We listened to folks talk about the harm, the shame, the anger, and how the heck we move on from this. But I also acknowledge that I am a privileged white woman who can't fully understand the depth of the pain. I do know that I can learn, I can read, I can grow, I can listen, and I can use my voice and pass the mic and show others, like you and my students, that we have ample opportunities to create an impact to heal. Throughout this painful experience, and even prior to it, the medical illustrators at JAMA have fully committed to being part of the change. The actions of the senior staff at JAMA do not represent the efforts that our department has made to embrace diversity, encourage discussion, and acknowledge our privileges. Because bias exists even within medical illustration. According to the 2018 Association of Medical Illustrators Pulse of the Profession survey, 85% of survey respondents identify as white versus 57.8% of the US population, according to the 2020 census. It's trickier to assess global population because race is the social construct, and different nations use different classification terms that vary widely. But multiple estimates I found speculate that just 16% of the global population, or 1 in 6 people, identify as white. You'll notice that's the inverse of medical illustrators. The classic anatomy textbooks still used today by millions of students are filled with illustrations of idealized white bodies as the epitome of health, a result of centuries of colonization, white-centric ideals, and structural racism. Here you see the top images from a Google image search for human surface anatomy, entirely composed of young, fit, white bodies. It's only been in very recent years that our profession has acknowledged this and pushed for better representation. And yes, representation matters. I ask that all of you, whether you're a professional or a student about to begin your professional career, remember that we are the primary mode of science communication, and you get to choose how you depict human figures in your illustrations. And it's not just about skin color. The idea of intersectionality examines the multitude of ways that each person identifies: ability, ethnicity, race, age, body size, sex, gender identity, religion, and so much more. And we can all do better to be more inclusive of all of these identities. Ornithologist and noted science communicator Karina Newsom says, science communicators are on the front lines of trust building. To build that trust, science communication must be approached with an intersectional lens, meaning we have to operate with the understanding that people's identities and experiences inform their perception of, their trust in, and their interaction with science and science professionals. Now, every single employee of the American Medical Association has this language in their job description: embed equity. Each employee's job, salary, raises, and their ability to move up within the AMA are all dependent on our efforts to advance health, racial, gender, and social equities. And that all starts with building trust and effective communication. And that can't be done without approaching what we do through an intersectional lens. Now, I give a lot of presentations, and in a talk earlier this year, I gave a much more brief synopsis of the situation at JAMA. And I received a message from an attendee that it is not professional or appropriate to discuss intersectionality and structural racism in a talk about medical illustration. But without representation across identities and experiences, how can we expect biomedical visualization to realize its full potential? How can we expect doctors and patients and medical students to trust the information presented in our graphics? Our biomedical visualizations will have greater impact if we approach them through an intersectional lens. If the people in our career field represent a full range of the human experience, and if we fully support medical illustrators of all identities and experiences throughout their education and professional careers, we must all embed equity. It is my firm belief that it is not until we fully embrace this concept that we will reach our maximum impact. Approaching biomedical visualization through an intersectional lens will allow us to reach more people and possibly lead towards greater equity in healthcare and understanding. Now, I started this presentation with a quote from the former editor-in-chief of JAMA, reminding me of our purpose. It is rewarding to influence, impact, and help folks around the world. But I didn't include the end of the quote. It is even more meaningful to help the folks we work with every day. We know that our impact as medical illustrators and science communicators is widespread, and we have great potential to affect real change in health literacy and health equity and empower patients and healthcare professionals alike. But sometimes our service is personal, and I do want to clarify that I have full permission to share this story. This is me and my mom. Less than a month after my daughter took this photo of us with her brand new Polaroid, on Christmas Eve of 2019, my mom went to the hospital experiencing shortness of breath and chest pain and all the classic symptoms of a heart attack. Except all the testing showed she wasn't having a heart attack. A heart cath showed minor blockage in her left anterior descending coronary artery. The doctors thought maybe that was explaining her symptoms. So they put in a stent and she was home the next day for Christmas, which should have been the end of the story. Unfortunately, her chest pain continued, and the stent wasn't helping. She couldn't even walk down the hall without running out of breath. Before she could get back in for a scheduled repeat heart cath less than a month later, she ended up back in the hospital. And these are some of the texts sent between me and my parents around that time. But all of the testing and an angiogram continued to show that her heart was fine and her coronary arteries were clear. Her doctors were baffled and they couldn't find a reason to keep her in the hospital. But I had a weird hunch. About a month before she was hospitalized, JAMA had published a pair of papers on coronary microvascular dysfunction, a JAMA Insights article for physicians there on the left, and an accompanying patient page for patient audiences on the right. Now, coronary microvascular dysfunction is an underdiagnosed, often overlooked disorder that typically occurs in women. Damage to the small vessels and capillaries that branch off of the coronary arteries disrupt the blood supply to the heart. So rather than a more obvious blockage in a coronary artery, patients with CMD have damage to or blockages in the coronary microvasculature in the heart muscle. That causes symptoms of chest pain, shortness of breath, and exercise intolerance. Now, treatment of coronary microvascular dysfunction can control pain and breathing difficulties. It lowers the chance of worsening symptoms, and it prevents future heart attacks and heart failure. But first, you have to be diagnosed. Now, standard testing for patients who have symptoms of ischemia looks for clogged coronary arteries. According to Wei et al., the authors of the JAMA Insights article, 2/3 of women who present with these symptoms have no evidence of obstructive coronary disease on angiographic evaluation. They're told their heart is fine, and they're sent home from the hospital. These women are 10 times more likely to develop heart failure. And 8% of these women with ischemia who have an inconclusive angiogram nonetheless die from a cardiovascular cause within 10 years. This JAMA Insights article, Coronary Microvascular Dysfunction Causing Cardiac Ischemia in Women, for the first time recommends and provides a new protocol algorithm for physicians to diagnose coronary microvascular dysfunction. An algorithm that was designed, organized, and edited by me. Just a few weeks before my mom started experiencing symptoms of coronary microvascular dysfunction, I worked with the world's leading expert on coronary microvascular dysfunction to develop and write the protocol to diagnose coronary microvascular dysfunction. I sent the literature to my mom's doctor and pleaded with him to not send her home. And he used my figure to diagnose and treat my mother for coronary microvascular dysfunction. The simple-looking figure that others may write off as unimportant design for a non-major paper about an overlooked pathology, it had a part in saving my mother's life. My mom is doing great, her heart is doing great, and now that we're vaccinated, my kids and I were finally able to hug both my parents after almost a year and a half apart. And yes, she tells everyone that my job saved her life. This reply was to an email that I sent thanking the editors and authors for publishing this research and for giving me the opportunity to serve our community through visual communication. We may not all have a direct opportunity to save a loved one's life, but everyone we impact is someone who works with people and lives with people and means something to someone. Everything that we create has the potential to affect the life of a real person across identities and experiences and those who love them. Thank you again for having me here today, and congratulations, BVIS. It's now my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Nika Ford.
Thanks so much, Karen, for your presentation. Hi, I'm Nika Ford, and I'm pleased to present to you on the unique contributions of medical illustrators and academia. I'm an academic medical illustrator at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York. I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, and I graduated from the BVIS program in 2017. I work with a creative team called the Instructional Technology Group within the Academics, Informatics, and Technology Department at the Icahn School of Medicine. We are a small team of medical illustrators and instructional technologists. The bulk of my job consists of collaborating with physicians and research scientists to create medical illustrations for journal publications, presentations, and patient education materials. In conjunction, I also work with professional staff and faculty to determine ways in which they can enhance their learning content by creating medical and scientific visualizations for course materials. I also like taking pictures under giant inflatable organs. 10 years ago, if you'd asked me where I saw my future self, I wouldn't have said at a medical school producing illustrations for physicians every day. So how did I get here? I'm going to tell a story that I hope will shine a light on the importance of medical illustration in an academic setting, not just in its practicality, but also in the vital perspectives that medical illustrators can bring to a medical school. I'm also going to discuss how BVIS prepared me for the work that I currently do. Like most medical illustrators, before they became medical illustrators, I found myself in the middle of two seemingly antithetical interests and feeling very much like a misfit in my undergrad days. I loved science and was always interested in how the human body worked, but as an art major, I wasn't too excited about any of the standard career paths that I'd been exposed to. At that time, I had no idea that I could actually have the best of both worlds. When I started the program at BVIS, I was thrilled at the prospect of taking such a wide array of courses, everything from visual learning and thinking to advanced interactivity. But what really stood out to me was the idea that I could evolve from being an artist with a traditional skill set into a specialist with the knowledge and skills to create, for example, interactive applications for virtual reality or medical animations in only 2 years. It almost sounded too good to be true. Well, it wasn't. Now not only do I create didactic illustrations, but I also get to create 3D models for class lectures and course materials. And I also get to experiment with ways that new technology can be implemented into the classroom. Students in medical school have many opportunities to enrich their education. One of these ways is through carrying out a scholarly year project. Usually this is a research project that one or more students work collaboratively on under the guidance of a faculty member within the specialty of medicine that they're interested in. I worked with 2 scholarly year students last year who were researching the effectiveness of virtual reality as compared to a textbook for teaching anatomy of the trigeminal nerve. I developed a VR experience in Unity for this study and worked closely with the students to cross-correlate the learning content. Due to the pandemic, carrying out the study didn't go how we originally planned, but after lots of problem solving and logistical adjustments, we were able to run it with 10 student participants, and the results were presented virtually at the North American Skull-Base Society. I knew that working in an academic setting would be ideal for me because it involves cross-disciplinary thinking and a collaborative work culture. The main focus of the instructional technology group is developing innovative pedagogy. Collaboratively, we develop didactic strategies and promote teaching and learning. We do this by creating case-based learning modules, massive open online courses, commonly known as MOOCs, and our instructional technologists support the learning management system, Blackboard, Capture System, and Echo 360. Being able to collaborate with faculty to determine ways that they can enhance their content and tailoring visualizations to specific learning goals in course materials is one of the most distinctive things about this kind of job. Most course lecture material consists of dated PowerPoint slides and visuals that have been repeatedly used for years. Data materials definitely don't help make learning complex anatomy any easier or fun for that matter. These are some of the models our team made that are being used in augmented reality and in class lectures. When students get to use visualization tools that are curated to their learning objectives, it enhances their learning experience and preparedness for quizzes and exams. I mainly work with professors who teach the Introductory to Anatomy course to first-year medical students and create 3D models for their lectures. Here is an image of an instructor going over the trigeminal nerve model I made over Zoom after classes were converted to being online due to the pandemic. Not only does the work we do improve learning outcomes, but we also get to control the narrative and include more diversity and visual medical education materials by replacing outdated imagery with mostly white male representations of anatomy with illustrations that include multicultural representation that is current and inclusive of all body types. Now, I've talked a lot about the impact of visualization in the classroom, but let's go beyond that. Medical illustrators can bring a unique perspective, skill set that involves the student experience as a whole. One of the things I admired about the BVIS program is that it encourages self-directed learning and self-exploration. For a student to have autonomy over their learning experience, I believe fosters a willingness to take initiative and incentivizes leadership, and that's exactly what it did for me. The next 2 topics I'm going to discuss are about the leadership roles I've had the opportunity to take on. Within the Department of Medical Education at the Icahn School of Medicine, there is a program called the Academy for Medicine and Humanities, which provides opportunities for didactic learning and independent scholarship in medical arts and humanities. The courses provided are electives and strongly encouraged for first and second year medical students. Jill Gregory and I collaborated with faculty in the Academy of Medicine to offer a 6-week elective drawing course in the spring of 2019, and again in the early spring of 2020. We had the idea to create this course because we knew that we had a unique skill set to offer. And from our daily work creating medical illustrations for clinicians, we saw how essential drawing skills could be to students when it came to explaining the things to their patients or drafting up figures for research articles. The objectives of the course were to sharpen perception through observational drawing, develop drawing skills to communicate medical concepts, and just relax and have fun. We designed the course curriculum and assignments from scratch and alternated days giving in-class lectures. This was a great opportunity for me to draw on the fundamentals of traditional art that I learned in undergrad and to exercise taking initiative and trusting in the vision I had for teaching these particular art skills to medical students. Another self-directed initiative was a one-time painting class that I taught to students organized by the Sinai Arts Committee. The Sinai Arts Committee is a student-run group dedicated to offering outlets of creative expression and entertainment to students. At the end of the fall semester of 2019, right after students finished their major exams, I offered a paint and sip class for them to paint a fun nature-themed painting and enjoy each other's company and just relax. During this time, students feel burnt out and tired from all the work and exams from the semester. This paint class offered an experience to utilize more of their creative side, release inhibitions, and just creative work of art for themselves or for a loved one. Now I'm going to shift gears a little bit and discuss a specific opportunity BVIS provided that at the time I had no idea would prepare me for the leadership role I'm currently in now. BVIS has a student-run organization called the Student Association of Medical Artists, also known as SAMA. SAMA serves to organize social events, fundraisers, enhance professional development, and create opportunities for networking exposure for BVIS students. When I attended the program, I served as the activities chair for SAMA in 2016. One of the largest events that SAMA holds is a student-run art show. And that year in particular, we were faced with an unexpected predicament as the venue that was previously held for the show closed down. As the activities chair, I assumed responsibility for locating and reserving a new exhibition space, procuring funding for associated gallery costs and reception costs, and organizing and curating the show. The show was a success, and due to its downtown Chicago location, the BVIS program got lots of exposure. So when I joined the Instructional Technology Group 3 years ago, I also joined the SciViz NYC Organizing Committee. SciViz NYC, which was founded by Jill Gregory in 2017, is an annual science visualization conference in New York, hosted and sponsored by the Academic Informatics and Technology Department at the Icahn School of Medicine and supported by Scientific American. The conference is a one-day event that features speakers who are passionate about visualizing the scientific world and pushing the boundaries of art and science. As one of the 4 organizing committee members, SciViz NYC, we invited speakers, curated the program, found sponsors, built the SciViz website, promoted the event on social media, and handled all logistics involved with securing the venue and setting up the event. In 2019, we had 140 attendees. And last year, SciViz was held virtually over Zoom, where over 300 people tuned in. I know for a fact that I wouldn't have had the skills to be as efficient with the organization and planning of such a large event as this if it weren't for the leadership experience that I had with SAMA. Lastly, I want to touch on something I'm really passionate about. I mentioned earlier that the team that I work with makes sure that we include inclusive visualizations in the work that we do. That is keeping in mind diversity in race, gender, age, and body type when creating visuals for publications or course content. Equitable medical visualization has a positive impact on the way that medical students learn and can ultimately lead to them having more informed and culturally competent interactions with patients when they become medical professionals, just from having been exposed to a diversity of body types in their coursework and clinical training. In the Association of Medical Illustrators, the Diversity Committee conducts outreach to inner city schools to reach underrepresented youth and bring awareness to this field as a career option. When it comes to increasing diversity within this profession, outreach is crucial to making concerted change. Early career exposure is the key to getting involved, especially in a profession such as this that requires so much barriers to entry and preparation for entry. In this picture, I was presenting about medical illustration to the illustration major students at UNC. At the Icahn School of Medicine, we have appointments with a couple of youth groups each year who bring students in to learn about this career. And one of the groups is Hostess Community College, participating in a summer research seminar. They come to learn about career options at research institutions. The other group is St. Olaf's University in Minnesota, in which students take J-term, come visit New York to learn about various careers in art in New York City. I'm glad that even as part of my job, I get to reach youth in this way and expose them to this career and broaden their horizons with what's possible. I say all this to say that medical visualization is an essential aspect to how medical education is taught. Working with a collaborative team at an academic research institution has expanded the way that I view education and has made me a better visual communicator. It has also brought a distinctive aspect to medical school curriculum, one focused on creative and innovative approaches to teaching and learning that centers the student. The BVIS program does a lot more than equip budding medical illustrators with the technical skills they need to currently accurately visualize science. It also involves students into professionals who go out into the world and have an opportunity to make an impact, not just with the visualizations that educate and train medical professionals and impact patient health, but also truly inspire people to get them to see past their own limitations and envision greater for themselves. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to present Dan Higgins.
Okay, thank you, Nika. I first wanted to start off by saying how honored I am to be presenting at this Centennial celebration. Faculty within the BVIS department inspired and helped me prepare for my chosen career, and I will be forever grateful for their dedication to this program. I work for the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and a lot of the work we do involves emergency response. Here's a photo of the CDC's Emergency Operations Center at the EOC, or called the EOC. When the EOC gets a call to assist the public health emergency, they respond rapidly with highly trained experts and state-of-the-art equipment. They coordinate resources and information, and they help form the right messages that will go out to the public. Within the EOC, the Joint Information Center, better known as the JIC, develops emergency health messages and are timely, accurate, and consistent. The JIC notifies our team of medical illustrators to produce fact sheets, flip books, social media posts, billboards, brochures, or anything that involves public health messaging. Starting with the H5N1 outbreak in 2003 to the current COVID pandemic, our small team of medical illustrators have played a major role in the emergency response effort of the CDC. In determining the style of artwork in any public health emergency, we have to make sure that the audience sees themselves in the artwork. Therefore, reference materials of the intended audience is very important. During West Africa's Ebola outbreak, we gathered reference photos from deployed staff to not only help us with features of the people, but also to show us the culture and their surroundings from region to region. We got to see their houses, their clothes, their utensils they use for cooking, how they traveled, and various day-to-day activities. Ebola would spread so rapidly that healthcare workers, like the ones on the left, would go door to door to check on individuals who may be sick. Sometimes they would approach homes and discover that everyone in the house had already perished. The people were obviously scared, and some of the local people were convinced that their organs would be stolen or that there would be experiments performed on them when they entered the white tents that you see on the right. Many were skeptical and afraid of the Western medical teams. And when the audience is afraid, sick, or suspicious, learning and retaining new information can be difficult. So we knew that we had to match the illustration style that they were used to seeing in hopes that they would trust the message. We gathered references of signage like these to get acquainted with what they were used to seeing in West Africa. The posters in that region were very colorful, with red being the health alert color. They weren't shy about showing very graphic images, as you see in these symptom illustrations. They liked the hand-drawn look, and they used the cartoon style in almost all of their posters. So a major part of our role was to help convince the people to enter these safe community care centers, shown in the poster we produced here on the right. And it was vital for their recovery to go to these centers. We did this by using higher saturated colors, clean, simple backgrounds, and by emphasizing the positive subject matter, like the fact that you can see family and friends from a distance. Your family has access to cell phones to check on your condition, and you are served food, and drink. The client wanted an accurate depiction of the center, yet simple and straightforward. So I chose this isometric look just to give that simplicity. This piece was used to show the staff where the red zones and the green zones were. The red zone is where patients are located while being treated, where the burn pits are, and where the staff will always be in full PPE or personal protective equipment. The green or clean zone is where the staff work and rest, and where the staff put on their PPE. Here's another piece that was produced to explain what to do if your loved one passes away from Ebola. Again, notice the hand-drawn and cartoonish style. However, we were instructed not to go too cartoonish because the JIC feared that it would be too playful. So we had to find a happy middle ground. And these, notice the graphic symptom illustrations in these two pieces that we created. Many people in the community are not literate. So notice that these images we produce in the fact sheet can almost stand alone without text. So the message can be easily interpreted. This is a large poster created for travelers departing from Sierra Leone Airport. We use the same hand-drawn line and same bright color palette. We kept it simple and light so that the information can be clear from a distance. Even though the airport icons are popular here in the US, this type of artwork would not translate well to the audience. Again, they are more familiar with the hand-drawn, the literal approach. If the artwork had a vector or computer-generated look, the piece would not be trusted and the message would be lost. How images reach the target audience can also influence the style. Here you see community health educators sharing a fact sheet and flipbook to a small group in West Africa. Since people are several feet away, the style had to be clean with simple figures to avoid any visual confusion. Here are some of the illustrations that were used in flipbooks and posters and fact sheets. Here is an example of some of the work that we created for the Zika response in 2013. Since Zika affected newborns, we had to target adults of childbearing years. In Samoa, they wanted a more cartoonish Samoan chief, as seen here on this billboard. However, for the Puerto Rican piece on the right, the JIC wanted to be more serious and have a softer tone. The volume of work can also plays a role in the style of the artwork. The style of both Ebola and COVID were quicker to render than other custom illustrations. But since COVID was primarily social media and the messages have been changing so many times during the outbreak, the volume of work was much greater. Therefore, the style really had to be very quick for our small team to handle the workload. Now on to COVID-19. We were called upon to create a beauty shot, some sort of identity, or even a mugshot for the novel coronavirus, something that could represent this unknown public enemy. There was very little information about at the time that the virus first came into the picture. But as soon as the full genome posted, as seen here, and we got confirmation from the CDC scientists, we had to work fast. We started out with a PDB file in Chimera, optimized it in ZBrush, and put it all together in 3ds Max. Once the structure was built, we needed to work on the look and feel. We needed to invoke an emotional response to help people grasp the gravity of the situation. In the early part of the pandemic, our mission was to draw people to the CDC website to find further information. Therefore, we needed to capture the viewer's attention quickly with a bold and engaging image. To achieve this, we relied on a few principles of design. We had to reduce the amount of detail to only show what was necessary. We used depth of field and realistic texture for a sense of belief. The lighting we chose was used to create a sense of drama and help elicit an emotional response. We used color to help convey the serious tone. We used red as the health alert color, and the other protein colors complemented it. The gray viral envelope also helped to make the proteins pop, especially the S protein, which is the identifying feature. Finally, we got an approval from the CDC scientists and the JIC to make sure everyone agreed on the science and the aesthetic. Here are just a few of the deliverables that we produced. We had 3D prints, the CDC homepage web banner, and we also produced a vector image. While we were working on the virus, some of the designers on staff began putting together the branding guide. The guidance included colors, fonts and templates, and the illustration style, which our team created. Each of the styles, the grayscale style, the cartoon style, and the outline or moderate style were used in different ways. The grayscale style was primarily just two colors, with gray being the most dominant. The focus color, in this case, orange, made it easy for the audience to follow the story. The rendering style is a little bit more detailed, and since the gray adds a more serious feel, it tends to lend itself to the more serious messages. But it also took a long time to render. Here's one of the animations that we produced using this style, and you can tell that there is more detail involved. I'm going to just fast forward just to show you everything that was involved in the style. So these took quite a while to put together. The cartoon style is easy to produce, and it took little time to put together. After hundreds of projects, the JIC grew tired of the cartoon look and feel, and we felt we needed a third, less playful style that we could produce fast due to the high volume of work. So I was tasked to develop the new style and to instruct the team and some of the graphic designers on how to produce the style. I used this piece as a benchmark to creating the style. It was the first poster created during the pandemic. As you can tell by there's no mask used in the artwork. This piece we found was too playful and parts were too cartoonish. And as I stated, we wanted the third option to be a little bit more serious. For example, we wanted the characters and objects to be more accurate to their form, but still be stylistic. Also, as the pandemic continued, we noticed people were printing this version and making copies of it, some in black and white, some in color, and then they were making copies of that. So the images started to drop out, and the messages soon were hard to read. So I took all that under consideration and began developing the moderate style. The figures are built with simple shapes, soft rounded corners, which make it easy on the eye and helps the text and overall message to stand out. Notice there are no facial features. I chose this approach to help focus more on mask wearing. But let's just say the social media comments were not supportive of this. Conspiracy theorists of faceless drones started to emerge. So I added some simple facial features. I choose colors with at least 20% difference in brightness to help differentiate them, to help differentiate the main shapes. This will increase the contrast and avoid shapes emerging once they are printed and copied. To check the contrast, I instructed the team to convert to grayscale to see if the image holds up. Also, I added a white outline around the most important figures. I also made sure that to use the newly developed color palette that the designers put together. I chose her skin tone by selecting one of the secondary colors and decreasing the brightness about 25% and increasing the saturation by 10%. I also instructed the staff to create different shades of the same color for added detail. This can be done by using the color picker in Adobe Illustrator. The highlights were created by just sampling the primary color and increasing the brightness 20%. For the shadows, simply increase the saturation by 10% and decreasing the brightness by 10%. While instructing the graphic designers on the style, they raised questions like, can't we just apply a filter in Photoshop to simplify a stock photography or a stock photo? Filters tend to overcomplicate the artwork, and they create too many anchor points. And in my opinion, they never look the way you want them to. To simplify the image, I recommend zooming out from the sketch or the photo before creating the vector lines. This makes it easier to avoid unnecessary detail. Also, click and drag out the handles as you create the shapes to make the outlines flow as smooth as possible. It's quick and easy. I also made a point to leave out details in the hair and also limit the folds in the fabric. Again, here's a slide that shows some of the minimal detail. And here's a sample of the moderate style used in social media that went across 3 platforms. Here are several illustrations used on multiple social platforms. And then here's an animation just showing the multiple illustrations. Thank you so much for listening to the presentation. Next up, it is my pleasure to present Dorothy Fatumbi.
Thank you so much, Dan. That was an amazing presentation. Well, hello, everybody. I am super excited to be celebrating 100 years of BVIS with you. As you know, my name is Dorothy Fatumbi, and I am a proud BVIS alum. I graduated from UIC's Biomedical Visualization program in 2014, and I currently work for a unit called HMX within the Office of External Education at Harvard Medical School. So there I create 2D medical animations and illustrations for HMX's online courses. I'm part of a multidisciplinary team of experts who specialize in the science of learning, curriculum and assessment, and of course, biomedical visualization. I'm going to share a little bit about what the work I create, who it's for, how it impacts them, and then I also want to share a little bit about how BVIS has impacted me in my career trajectory. So as part of a team, I create visualizations that help to explain pretty difficult concepts in key areas of medicine. And the areas that my team specializes in are biochemistry, genetics, physiology, immunology, and pharmacology. And the visuals that my team creates illuminate not only the foundational science in these areas, but also the advanced topics that are honestly changing medicine as we know. So I'll give you an example of one of those advanced topics. And I'll pull from our recent pharmacology course, which focused on drug delivery and some of the cutting edge methods in development right now. And so, I mean, for maybe like 100 years or so now, painful injections have been the primary way for people to receive insulin. And oral administration was not really viable because insulin is a protein hormone, and our body is fantastic at breaking down protein. That's an important part of digestion, but not very helpful for drug delivery in this case. And so if insulin was ingested just by itself in the body, it would break down and unfortunately be inactivated before it could even reach the bloodstream. So we're back to those injections, which I mentioned, can be painful and don't exactly help the cause for drug adherence at all. And so one thing that researchers considered is that while our skin is very sensitive to touch and pain, our stomach lining doesn't have that same sensitivity. And so researchers have actually created a pill that injects insulin directly into the stomach lining. And let me explain how that works. So it is a self-orienting pill that has a needle inside of it. And that needle itself is actually composed mostly of insulin. And so you ingest the pill, and the mechanics of it are such that it is a weighted pill that always orients itself so the needle is facing down towards the stomach wall. And so what happens is an individual ingests the pill, it lands on the stomach wall, and the insulin needle that's inside of it is actually attached to a spring. And that spring is encased in sugar glass. And sugar glass is very sensitive and very easily broken down by water or liquids. And so you have this pill, you have the needle, it's facing downwards onto the stomach lining, and through osmosis, water filters up into this pill, breaks down the sugar glass surrounding the spring. The spring is released, and the insulin needle injects directly into the stomach lining, delivering that critical drug to the individual. Now, that whole process is a much less painful way than receiving insulin through manual injections. And as medical illustrators, I mean, I get to learn about these unbelievable things. You know, I get to research them and interact with clinicians and content experts, and then get to visualize the unseen with really thoughtful instructional visualizations. And so my team actually has an animation showing that entire process. And I have to say, I feel that in many ways that animation is more accessible than maybe reading through a 15-page research paper about the topic. And so we get to bring this research and we get to bring this science to life and make it accessible to more people. And while I just shared an example about drug delivery, we've also covered other emerging topics such as cancer genomics, immuno-oncology, genetic sequencing. I mean, what does that look like? You know, we visualize that process of actually having genes undergo sequencing, what that looks like and how it works. Things, you know, oftentimes will go into a big machine and then you just kind of get the results at the end. Well, we get to learn about and dig deep into what happens inside that machine when we get to visualize the unseen so that people really have an end-to-end understanding of the process. And I'd say that's kind of the beauty of biomedical visualization. And I dare say that we also get to stir up a little bit more natural wonder for the sciences and, you know, help people to sort of get wowed by what's going on under the hood. And so we have all this information that we're bringing to life and we're sharing. And who is it for? Well, it's for our learners. It's for the individuals who learn from our courses and the visualizations that we create. And those learners come from a myriad of backgrounds. We have pre-healthcare professionals, high school students, medical students, graduate students, researchers, industry professionals, and also medical professionals. And they're coming to us to learn. And as someone who specializes in biomedical visualization, to know that I get to contribute to the knowledge of today's healthcare professionals, to researchers that are on the front lines, and to decision makers in medicine, and also to the knowledge of those who are just entering the field and want to contribute, that's just such a genuine honor to get to be a part of. And so let me actually share the impact of what some of our work has had on and what it has meant for our learners. And you can find this information and so much more on the HMX website. If you were to type in HMX in Harvard, it will definitely come up. I'm going to share some feedback from a pre-healthcare professional who's gone through our courses, from a medical professional, and then also from a medical student. And I'll actually read this directly from our website. So from pre-healthcare professional. And so imagine this is somebody who is entering medicine, is going to use these skills and this knowledge to take care of people. This person said, it was like they took you from zero all the way to a level where you felt like you grasped it and understood it. Another pre-healthcare professional shared, it's hard to visualize all the things going on a microscopic scale, and HMX made that very clear. And then here we have feedback from a medical professional, someone who is a medical geneticist, and she said, It was amazing the way that all the animations were conducted and how they show concepts in a very basic and nice way. I mean, that's amazing feedback. And then I'll share one more snippet from a medical student who took our courses. And she said, it really made a lot of things come together that I didn't have the time to think about or understand at the beginning of medical school. I mean, to be able to have that kind of impact is so meaningful. And this is just a small sampling of the feedback that learners give us. And it's just truly, truly rewarding to know that the visualizations that my team creates are contributing to these results. And so I've shared now a little bit about what I do, who it's for, and a little bit of how it's impacted them. I want to take a moment and share how UIC has actually impacted me and contributed to where I am right now. So firstly, the teaching and the training, I will have to say that those gave me a solid foundation to be able to thrive and to be able to continue growing in this field post-graduation. And not only was the training invaluable, but the culture was as well. The culture that I had the opportunity to learn in engaged me to grow and to step into leadership roles and to be confident in what I had to bring. And there was just such a salient sense of being heard and being seen that it just gave me the space to feel as though I could, dare greatly and think of new ideas for how I could contribute as Dorothy. And I'll give you a really early example of that. The summer before starting at UIC, I received a student welcome packet, which was just this fantastic, thorough Word document with all the pertinent and helpful information that one could want to know when you're getting started in a new space. And so I soaked up that document and, got super excited and started my classes that fall. Well, in my first few semesters, I learned about graphic design, and I gotta tell you, my mind was basically blown. I mean, I've drawn since I was a kid, but having come from a biology background and learning that you could actually rearrange information on the page in a way that enhances comprehension and guides the viewer's eye. I mean, that was just such a completely new concept to me. And it kind of felt like magic, to be honest. And so, I'm learning about all these new things. My mind is churning with all this newfound knowledge. And I thought, oh my gosh, wouldn't it be cool if I redesigned the welcome packet? All of my peers have been making inspiringly beautiful work. What if we got to showcase that while organizing the information in a beautiful kind of UIC branded way? And so I pitched the idea to John Doherty, and he said, go for it. And he just trusted that I had something of value to bring to the table. And I got to tell you, that trust did wonders for me all throughout my time at UIC. And it also inspired me to give others that same gift whenever I found myself in opportunities or in places of leadership. At UIC, I didn't really feel like there were things where, people thought this was a silly idea, but rather things were just opportunities. They were just opportunities to innovate and to do and to take responsibility. And those experiences, I have to say, really planted a seed in me to go out and fill needs and to get involved and to bring my best self to the places that I found myself in. And so as of now, I am a professional member of the Association of Medical Illustrators. I currently co-chair the newsletter committee, and I also help to moderate and organize webinars for the online learning committee. And then on top of that, I also am a board member for the Vesalius Trust Scholarship Foundation and a governor for the AMI Board of Governors. And that kind of sounds like a lot, but really there are things that built up over time. And I have to say that it really all started with the freedom and space to take initiative at BVIS, to try and to fail and to try again, and to feel actually invited to invest in and to shape the space around me. I will be forever grateful for that. And so the last thing I'll touch on is how UIC impacted my interests. And during my time at UIC, I got to learn about Frank Armitage, and that really, really impacted the work that I do now and how I pursue growth in my skills. It was probably the first time that I heard about somebody who was outside of our field. He was someone from Disney, and he was able to contribute all the beautiful storytelling and rendering style of Disney to anatomical landscapes. And I had just not ever seen that before. And it made me think to myself, gosh, where else could there be cross-pollination? Where else can I find opportunities to pull from different fields or things that are related and add more to what I'm doing? And so I'm interested in cinematography and VFX and motion graphics. I find myself wanting to know, what are the things that make a popular film so interesting and engaging? And how can I put that in my medical animations? Or, what is it about a great illustration that engages viewers and invites them to keep looking? And how can I apply that to my medical illustrations? And so I just have to say that UIC has really impacted my outlook on learning in the field, and it has impacted my career trajectory as well, and helped me, and just really helped to shape me to be the person that I've become. And I'm so honored to be a BVIS alum, and just beyond thrilled to have gotten a chance to take part in celebrating 100 years of BVIS. I look forward to upholding the BVIS program's legacy of innovation, excellence, and authenticity. And I just thank you all so much for your time. Up next, we have an exciting panel discussion by BVIS Alumni-Founded companies.
Hi, everyone. I want to welcome you to the live panel on BVIS grads who have founded companies. And it's an incredible honor to moderate this panel. And eventually live in extraordinary pandemic time. Imagine how like visual visualization. So is alignment, medical science and medicine, and they absolutely need our visualization skills. And I think we've learned that in this pandemic times more than anything else. And I think our profession continues to grow stronger. And in my years of teaching at BVIS since 1998, it's ever more clear that our graduates have contributed enormously to this dynamic growth and leadership. So let's get started. What we're going to do is each of our panel members will have present an informal introduction to their company. And I have several questions that I think touch on key challenges in developing a business in several unique areas of our profession. And then we really look forward to hearing from your specific questions, which you can type into the chat box after we have the questions that I'm going to ask the panelists. So I think we'll give a start for Annie Campbell, who's going to introduce her company.
Hi there, my name is Annie Campbell, and I am one of the company directors and co-founders of Now Medical Studios. So we are a small team of medical illustrators and animators. That's myself and my co-founder, Emily Holden. We joined forces with our company because we are very passionate medical illustrators and we love what we do. Next slide, please. Our team is made up of 4 full-time members of staff. We've experienced a lot of growth in the past couple of years, especially during the lockdown. And to me, I feel like our team are just made up of unicorns that can do a little bit of everything and anything. But they're very, very talented people, medical illustrators, animators, and designers, and they have very unique backgrounds, but they all come together with some kind of master's degree in medical illustration. Next slide, please. So what we do is that we specialize in, well, you know, what we all do, medical graphics, but we have a multidisciplinary approach. Next slide, please. And so we have a lot of different service offerings. They kind of include, you know, brochure designs, digital print materials, but they're all built on this foundation of good layout design, instructional information, and a solid grasp of art fundamentals. And really, our bread and butter is creating branded graphics. So that's what clients come to us, and we have a mixture of large and small clients that can trust us to kind of create visual libraries and illustration systems for them. Next slide, please. And one of the ways that we can give back to our community is through Learn Medical Art, is kind of like an educational channel that Emily and I founded. We do this just because we know where younger artists have been before, and any kind of advice that we can offer, we try and do this in our Learn Medical Art channel. So be sure to follow that to check out our podcast, YouTube, and so on and so forth. But that's enough about me. I'm going to hand this back over to you, Christine.
Thank you so much, Annie. And next, I'd like to introduce Scott Dixon, who is a graduate of BVIS in 2006 and is with Swarm. And I'll let him introduce his company.
Thank you, Christine. I'm the medical animation art director for Swarm Interactive. We're the publishers of Biomedical, and that's our platform for supplying a variety of patient education services. This isn't the official term that we use, but I like to think of it as the Netflix of patient education. I'm not a founder of the company, but I did join about in the midpoint of their history and played a key role in changing some things. I'll get to that in just a moment. But the company was founded in 1998. So if we think back to the status of the internet at that point in time, most things were text and static graphics. And the founders of the company were actually from the newspaper industry, and they were pioneers in online multimedia at the time. So they were doing some really new things at the time, and they essentially staked out some of our turf that we should have been taking care of. They came in and won clients over in orthopedics to start off. And one thing led to another, and they started protecting their IP. And instead of selling their services, they kept their videos and essentially leased them out and started creating a library of patient education videos. In 2000, they adopted Flash. And in 2005, they had developed their own custom player, which was running Flash in the core of it. And the library had grown to 100 animations. In 2010, they built in support for iPhone, iPad, mobile devices. So you can see how things are evolving over time. They evolved with it. And in that 5-year period from 2005 to 2010, they grew to 600 titles from 100. In 2012, I arrived with the task of incorporating 3D animation and HD video production. If you think back to that era, Adobe had essentially, or I should say Apple had killed off Flash at that point, correct? So they were no longer supporting Flash, and we were converting everything over to HTML5 and going with just that format and JavaScript for delivering our content at that point. Flash forward to 2020, we're working to help patients understand the COVID pandemic. We produced about a dozen videos explaining the virus and vaccines, offered them up for free to use. We added a pediatric video, new libraries for geriatrics and neurology, and the library hit 1,800 videos. And if I'm not incorrect, I believe we crossed 2,000 videos this year. If we go to the next slide, we can just look at a quick screen grab of what our library looks like. And again, this is just a screen grab. So we have an extensive library that keeps going on down the page, but each of those categories have 50 to hundreds of videos that we've produced. Thankfully, I'm not involved in all of them. Some of those are just B-roll video footage to our own custom scripts. But then in special cases, I come and I do the 3D work, more the heavy lifting, and also our team. We have a team of 3 people now, including myself, that's producing animation for our videos. And if we can go on to the next slide, I'll be quiet at this point and just show you one of our promotional clips, kind of better explain what our product looks like in its current form.
By giving you full control over what appears on your television. With VMcast, it's easy to create custom waiting room loops that educate, entertain, and even market your services to your patients. VMcast saves you money by taking advantage of your existing television and off-the-shelf hardware. Forget expensive media players and setup fees. We recommend you get a $40 Amazon Fire TV stick. Simply plug it into your TV, download our free VMcast app, and you're ready to go. With the hardware out of the way, let's take a look at making your own broadcast loops. VMcast's browser-based software allows you to create and edit loops from anywhere, so you always have control over your waiting room TV. Creating a loop is easy. To start, add as many videos as you like. Your subscription includes videos from our award-winning library and more than 100 free health videos from our content partners. Then add text slides. They're a quick and easy way to add announcements and other practice-specific information to your loop. Image slides are great for combining text and photos together. Display your office hours, introduce caregivers, and of course, promote your services. Last and most powerful are your own videos, streamed directly from your YouTube channel or your web server. It's as simple as cut and paste. If you have your own videos, put them to work in your waiting room. Once all your content is in place, drag items to set the playback order. That's all there is to it. Your loop is ready to VM cast onto your waiting room TV. Videos play full screen. Or you might want to add your local weather report, or a news feed from your favorite website, or custom messages. Even use VMcast's promo feature to promote your products and services, spotlight staff, and more. With VMcast, there are no contracts, no pharmaceutical ads, no expensive hardware fees, no setup fees, and no hidden costs. And you can cancel at any time for any reason. So take control of your waiting room TV. Sign up for VMcast today.
So I'd also like to introduce Michael Howranack. I think the fun part is in a panel like this is to have such different and diverse markets and understanding. And Michael has created Amicus, which is a medical legal visualization company in Richmond, Virginia. You're mute. Oh my God.
That, guys. Thanks, Christine, for introducing me. I'm going to try to make this brief because I know we want to get into the panel discussions. I'm going to just give you a little brief introduction about the company that I founded with my wife, who's a Georgia graduate from the Georgia program, Asha Kays. After graduate school at UIC, I did an internship for Siphon Associates, which introduced me to medical legal, and then I got recruited by MetaVisuals here in Richmond, which is how I ended up in Richmond. I worked there for about 5 years doing medical legal with them, and then decided to branch off on my own with Asha to start our own medical legal company, which we founded in 2005. From there, we had our first hire, our first full-time employee in 2006. And then today we're up to 4 in-house illustrators, 2 animators, 6 contractors. We have 3 managers that are acting as consultants to bring in jobs and write proposals. And then we have 1 intern. We do an internship. So every semester we have an intern from a local program here that's a feeder school into the graduate programs. Next slide, please. So the services that we provide, we primarily do medical legal illustrations and animations and graphic design. It's mostly for personal injury and medical malpractice. We also do animations and 3D models. We do trial support, where we actually go into the courtroom, set up equipment, and run our presentations and basically any audio visuals that the court needs. And then we also do trial support, where we help with the planning of the case and consulting with different ways to approach the case and different visuals that can be used. And then as a sort of a side to our business, since we create a lot of illustrations, we also make them available for educational use. So we've partnered with some online resources where people learn various topics. Some of the fun ones are that we work with nurses emergency room training, so that a lot of the illustrations we do show personal injury and things that go wrong during surgery. So a lot of those illustrations are good illustrations to use for people who are training, like in the emergency room. Next slide, please. These are just a few samples of what we do. We do a lot of illustrations, so these are just a few of the samples. We do a lot of illustrations of broken bones and injuries. Next slide. We also do a lot of surgical illustrations. And then next slide. We do some animations. It's not the main part of our business, but we do animations. Animations are a little tricky to get into the courtrooms. But we do enjoy doing them. Here's just a short sample, and we don't have to watch the whole thing, but I just want to give you a little bit of a sample if it's playing. They're not very fancy animations. They're somewhat basic, but that has a lot to do with what can be admitted into court and what can't be. The difficult thing with animations is there's a lot of speculation. You know what happened at point A and point B, and everything that you animate in between is somewhat speculative, so they're a little bit more challenging to work with. So it's kind of real basic stuff. We can skip to the next slide. And these are some of the educational slides then that we've partnered with other companies where they might be educating anything from anatomy to procedures. And then the next slide, please. To give you an idea, we've created over 8,000 of these exhibits. We are working very hard just to let you know, like the amount. I think that's one of the hardest things about this business is just the amount of work that you're expected to do and the tight turnarounds. And then the next slide, please. This is just sort of from a business standpoint to kind of give you an idea. 2005, when we first started, we did about 10 cases. And these are cases, so we do about 4 exhibits on average for a case. And you can see over the years how we've grown. We're doing 400 to 500 cases now a year, which is about 1,600 exhibits that we're illustrating in a year. So kind of gives you an idea of the amount of volume that we're handling. So that's kind of just a quick overview of our company. I'll leave it, any questions and so forth for the discussion.
Terrific. Thank you, Michael. And I will say, Michael just taught our medical legal class this summer, and I know did a fabulous job because everybody just loved it. Our last presenter is Mike Moran, who graduated in 2009, and I'm going to let him introduce his animation company.
Thanks, Christine. It's an honor to be here at this event today, and happy to be on this panel with everyone. So I'm the co-founder of Newt Studios, and we produce mostly 3D medical animation. You can go to the next slide, please. So that's me on the left, and my co-founder, Alexei Kashpersky, on the right. We founded Newt Studios in 2017, so a little over 4.5 years ago. And we share a lot of the same responsibilities, but generally, I'm more the scientific vision, and Alexei brings a lot of the 3D powerhouse and creative vision to the team. And you move on to the next slide. So just to give a brief background on our kind of natural history, here's a red eft. If you're from the Northeast, or I guess probably anywhere on the East Coast, you might have seen this creature growing up or still see it. Anyways, next slide, please. So we do ask, why new, where does that come from? And we probably went through 100 different names back in the beginning, and finally landed on, we wanted something scientific and memorable, but not too complex. And we both had a fascination with newts, lizards, salamanders, still do. So it just kind of fit. And this is, I guess, one of the fun parts of having a company is, getting to design your identity and how you look and how you want to present yourself. So that's just a little bit of our design work from the beginning on the right. And we'll get probably into more of that on the panel. Next slide, please. So we have a team of illustrators, animators, visual effects artists, combination of full-time and contract roles depending on the projects. Sometimes we can get hit with a bunch of projects at once. Sometimes it can be quiet. So right now our combination of contract and full-time is working well for us. And we, the team has pretty diverse background, which I think helps in terms of, making the best product for our clients and audience. So we have medical, film, broadcast, and commercial, a combination of that in our backgrounds. Yeah, and there's also one iguana on the team. That's Alexei's iguana. If you want to go over to Dragon and me on Instagram, it'll be a good time. And you can go to the next slide, please. So just a brief overview of our capabilities and what, we service the life science and pharma companies, biotech, commercial platforms sometimes. We produce a mix of different animations and visuals and sometimes looping animations. It can generally be mechanism of action for an innovative novel therapeutic. We could be doing mechanism of disease animation for education purposes, sometimes device across different specialties. And we have done some AR and VR and hope to continue doing more of that as that tech evolves and we get to explore as that moves forward. Next slide, please. And then just some of like the target channels, a lot of it is a combination. I would say digital is digital first in a way. On the left, this was a heartofinflammation.com website. We produced the 3D visuals for this, talking about pericarditis and the role of IL-1. On the right is a photo from a conference we presented an animation and visuals for. So the audience can be a combination of healthcare professionals, patients, investors, if we're working with a biotech company, and then sometimes commercial. Next slide, please. And this is a BVIS event, so I had to include some Frank Armitage. So love this quote, and this kind of guides our vision on as a company and through our projects. We feel honored to be able to show the human body at different levels, and there's a wonder that goes along and a beauty of it, as well as we're trying to communicate principles. So we want to be true to the science and the visual beauty of what's inside of us. And I'll just give a quick visual overview of some of our inner workings. Next slide, please. So here's a small intestine scene, which if you're a medical animator, hopefully you had the joy of working on one of these scenes. And next slide. These are basal epithelial cells, and part of an animation where we're showing a pox virus invading and causing rapid hyperplasia. Next slide, please. This is one of our kind of protein styles. We were working with a biotech company on their recombinant protein technology, and they kind of converting proteins using computational processes to find the best material binding version. So we have to show a combination of, how do you show computation and these organic forms together. Next slide. Yeah, so that's a brief overview of us. Thanks for being here, and looking forward to the panel.
Thank you so much, Michael. So I think I'm going to unpack some questions And kind of one of the things that I think every student has thought about in the business class for the last 7 years that I've taught it is how do you start, your own business? Because most students, majority of students actually take a full-time position once they've graduated from school. So one of the first questions I think for anybody is, what was the prime motivating factor in starting your own company? And I think I'll leave it to anybody to jump in. I don't know, Annie, maybe you
I can start first. Yeah, sure. I worked with Mike in my first job. We both started at the same company in New York when we graduated from UIC, which is really nice. It's nice to work in a studio environment. And there I kind of worked in different positions throughout the company. And I think one of the great things about working for companies is that you can really observe and learn from everyone, your VP, your managers, people from different departments. And I think that's where I kind of absorbed a lot of like, what is the business of medical illustration working in that first job. A couple of years later, I moved back to Scotland and I noticed that there was a giant gap in the services here, which, if anyone's an international student studying in the States and then moving back to their home countries, you might notice the same as well. And then trying to find positions as a medical illustrator, companies who maybe appreciate the skills that we can offer, it's very rare and few in between. So I think that's when I started to think about maybe I can become a freelancer, and I started to work as freelance artist part-time on evenings and weekends. It's that side hustle mentality, and it was very tiring, but rewarding at the same time because it helped me stay connected with my peers in the US as well as grow connections around the world via social media and all this kind of things, all this kind of stuff. After a while, I think moving from full-time position to full-time position from different companies, still working as a medical illustrator, I started to think, okay, I'm going to make that leap. I'm going to start planning my exit plan towards becoming a full-time freelance medical illustrator. And for me, that it just happened. I just took the leap, but it was years of building up a client list to the point where, okay, I think I can take this leap now. To be honest with you, when I first started full-time freelancing, I thought I was going to be a company of one for a very, very long time. But it was a very nice, good year financially for me. And also the work just kept coming. And so if you're doing something, I guess if you're doing something that you find right, a niche within a niche, if you can say within our field, it's already a niche, then keep going at it. And then that's where I talked to my accountant, and he kind of gave me a slap on the hand and said, you should really be a company, and put me towards that path. And then that's where I hired first employee, merged with Emily, then we started to grow more, and then it kind of blossomed from there. But yeah, it kind of fast tracked, but hey, there's always have some sort of plan. But I'd love to hear what other people, what their journeys are.
I know. I think it's a common journey that starts with working full time and then having courage, which is I think one of the biggest factors. So another question is, what drives the passion that you have in managing or growing a business? And I think I really want Michael Havernack to answer this, because I think that Michael, you have grown a business, and I'm so glad you showed the data that explained the cases that you're actually managing right now. And you have grown your company tremendously over the last years. So what drives that?
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I would say when I teach the med legal class, I always recommend that people, when they leave school, I always recommend that they go work at a place before trying to do like freelance or trying to start your own business. I think it's very challenging to start your own business. I think you have invaluable things that you learn when you work at a company. You're going to struggle with trying to find clients. You're going to try to, I think you're going to struggle trying to figure out how to set up the company. A lot of the problems that companies deal with, if you work with them for a while, you see all these problems and you can find the solutions. So I think there's a lot of value to working for a company before you try to start your own business. I think you need to have a plan and you're going to have to figure out how you're going to get clients and how you're going to execute the work that you're going to execute. And then for us, when we started our company, I think one of the big motivators was that we felt like we can provide a better product or a better service than what was out there at that time. And that's sort of what allowed us to make that jump to start our own company. We felt like the companies that we had worked for had certain things that they weren't really meeting as far as what the clients needed. And that really helped us when we started the company to obtain more clients, because we had something that we could provide to them, a service that they weren't getting somewhere else. So I think if you are thinking about starting your own business, that's something to think about, is what can you offer for your clients that they might not be able to get somewhere else. So I think you have to have some skills and talent and products. I think it's difficult to start a business if you don't have a good idea of what you bring to the table, what you can offer for your clients. And then honestly, for us, a lot of the motivating factor was just survival, really. When you jump off and you start your own business, and then it becomes, you don't have a paycheck anymore. You have to figure out how you're going to generate money each month. You have to plan ahead for the slow months, and you have to plan ahead for the difficult clients. At some point, it just becomes survival, and you're just working as hard as you can. We've always tried to do the best job that we can to provide the best services, the best products, and we haven't even had to market very much. It's just word of mouth. People talk about us and recommend us to other people, and that's been sort of our road to success and how we've been able to grow things. So I think knowing what you bring to the field as far as your talents and your services, and knowing what your clients need and connecting on that level kind of gets you halfway down the road, and then it's just really hard work to build everything up.
Yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on that one?
I wanted to add, I totally agree with what Michael just said. Your local government or your council have a lot of great free resources for small business startups. Definitely check those out. If you're not familiar with things like finance, legal stuff, there's definitely resources out there locally in your state, in your country, or you can even check online. I know for Scotland and the UK, we have things like Business Gateway, which helps people who've never written a business plan write business plans. What's a cash flow template? What are all these things that you need to start knowing if you're going to start your own business, not just a studio, but even as a freelancer. And you'll just take that leap with that much more confidence, knowing how to go about things.
So I have a question for Mike. How do you describe your clients? And I think one of the things that I learned, especially in animation, working in pre-production, was clients can be very difficult sometimes. And I think how do you handle the difficult clients?
Mike Moran?
Yeah, Mike. Yes, please.
You got it. Good question. And yeah, I think we have diverse clients, which is awesome. We love having, say a creative agency we get along with really well, and almost becomes a collaboration and a partnership rather than, client service provider, that kind of feeling. But then on the other hand, you do have those relationships where they just want the product as fast as cheap, and they don't see you as a creative partner in this. They just see you as a means to an end. So luckily we haven't had too many of those, but you go through that, especially starting out. You kind of, your first few years, you're hungry and happy to take on projects. So you can't always pick and choose, and you see the benefits of it. Maybe, okay, I know this isn't the best client, but they may help build our portfolio. But then I guess, one example is we had a client, we loved the work, we didn't love the client. It was, and we negotiated pretty hard to be able to show that work in our portfolio, and it just wasn't going to happen in the end. So after, I think, over a year of working with them, we just came to an impasse, and they were kind of dangling this exciting project in front of us, like, oh, we love your work, we love you, we want to keep going, and our one condition was, all right, well, we want to be treated more as a partner and be able to show this in our portfolio, and give proper credit, of course, and it just, for whatever reason, wasn't going to happen. So we had to part ways, and it wasn't easy necessarily, but we needed to respect ourselves, our work, and also spend energy on clients we wanted to give that 100% and know we're going to be respected and appreciated. So
great. So I have a question for Scott Dixon. What challenges have you had in growing the number of employees and hiring graduates at Swarm?
We're a pretty conservative growth company. We have our original founders of 3. Our main producer is 4. That's about half the company right there, about 9 or 10 people now. So as our subscriber base increases, once we have the additional revenue to support a position, and we also have the need for a position, those conditions aren't always there all the time. But when it looks like we could project and forecast that, then we have had multiple people at our business teaching at UNC. So we've had the ability to cherry pick some of the students that have come through there to be interactive developers and media producers. And then, of course, with my BVIS connections, we've hired several students out of the BVIS program. So slow and steady is the name of our game, conservative growth, and we're still a small company, but every other year or so, we'll add another body to the company. And it's not a real glamorous answer, Christine. That's kind of our approach. We're not going to go and try to get a lot of big financing and burn out in a year or two. And it's been a method that's worked. They've been around for 20 years now. So
I actually think that the majority of medical illustration-based businesses are somewhat conservative, and I think the risk management of risk has been very, very important. Even though we're aligned with medicine and discovery science, and I don't think we'll ever not have the availability of work. I think we do have generally a very conservative mindset in business, where I think we're very, very careful. And I have another question for Annie. How challenging has it been to change your company name and your identity? I know you've gone through an evolution in your identity, and I think branding is very, very hard. It takes a long time, and it takes an enormous amount of time to find that sweet spot. And you've just gone through that as you've expanded your company. So I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about those challenges too.
Yeah, I don't know if people will be pleased to hear, but this was done out of panic because we were applying for a competition and we needed to upload a logo. So we kind of just created the logo in one day and went, is it done? Okay, it looks good. Everybody okay with this? Let's do it. And then sent it out. But for like a year beforehand, we kept with the old company name, but we had style sheets, mood boards, iterations of logos. We played about with names and everything. So there was like method to the madness that just happened to be sped up within that one day. But I think our motto right now is just get it done, get it out there. If you can refine later, let's do it. But if we're all comfortable and we all are aligned, and I think that we all work with very like-minded people, and if it doesn't work, we're not afraid to say it doesn't work. So that's basically it, and then you can always go back and adjust as things go on. We had to let go of perfectionism basically because of our timelines and the clients that we work with.
Yeah. So Michael Havernack, how did you come up with Amicus as your company name and your identity and your evolution?
Yes, so it was a long process for us. We I think, identified that branding the company is going to be something important from the beginning. And we put a lot of thought into everything that we did. And I think a lot of that included a lot of struggles along the way. It took us quite a while to come up with something that we agreed on. And even then, I don't know if it's 100%, everybody was in agreement on it. But for one thing, we were looking for a name, and we went through a whole bunch of different names. And we did find amicus as, by definition, I believe it means friend of the court. So it's something that's appropriate to what we do. But we added visual solutions on there, and we didn't want to just be labeled as like a medical legal company. We want to be labeled, number one, as people who provide solutions, who can solve problems. We're not just illustrators. And we're not just trying to make us only about medical legal. We want it to be just visual solution providers in general, so that in the future, we were thinking ahead into the future so that we can expand the company and we wouldn't have to rebrand. If we can, you never know kind of 10, 20 years from now where the field is going to go. And if you keep a name that sort of doesn't pigeonhole you into just one specific nuance of the field, then you can, over the years, you can kind of drive it one way or the other and be able to do other things. And we also looked into the colors. We figured black, white, and red was there were colors of sort of dominance, and it's something that we want to present ourselves as in the courtroom, having more of a dominant presence. I think some other colors that we looked at, or the blues, purples, and greens, they're a little bit more medical and something you might see in the hospitals or pharmaceutical. But we really needed something that showed that we were aggressive, and that has to do with the field that we were getting into. So we put a lot of thought into a lot of it. I don't want to give you a long answer, but that's just to let you know, it wasn't easy, and it required a lot of back and forth and trying to figure out exactly what we wanted.
It's I think it's a wonderfully successful identity, and I agree that having that flexibility to be in kind of diverse and not a name that's very, very specific. I think it's interesting. And I think, Scott Dixon, I know that Swarm is a fabulous name. So who came up with Swarm in the company?
I believe the credit for that goes to our Chief Creative Officer. Again, he was in the newspaper industry. And I believe that was just some random fascination of his. And he creates all of our logos and branding and so forth. And at the time, they were just looking at creating their own little multimedia offshoot, right? And they didn't know what they would be going into. The first few jobs were medical, and they just continued to be medical over time, right? So there's lots of Swarm logos hanging up in different iterations around our office and so on. And yeah, so there's been some confusion, I guess, over time as we've gone more medical and created our product. And our product is now sort of our front-facing identity. So our product is Biomedical, and that's kind of the basket of all of our services. So you don't really see Swarm Interactive anywhere on our website now. If you go to about the company, at some point as you dig down, it'll say Swarm Interactive is the publisher of Biomedical. So that's just kind of been pushed in the background, like the placeholder name. And we're all about promoting our product that sustains us now.
Yeah. So in some senses, Swarm has been a whole evolution of identities from the general to the very, very specific in the way in which you've branded the company. Yeah.
Yes, and I think going back to one of the earlier questions, definitely you can see the evolution of the company over time and adapting to new changes in technology. So as far as getting into this area, I think you have to be willing to look for changes in technology and not be afraid of those. Those are opportunities that come along, not very often. So it's always to my chagrin that how did this company find their way into our turf as having their origins in the newspaper industry? You know, that should have been one of us adopting and getting those clients, us being, you know, our niche profession. And they had the right skills and were on top of the macro trends of the tech changes at the time. And they took that, so now we're gradually assimilating them over into, medical illustrators and so on, but I'm taking them over. Yeah.
So, Michael Moran, you had a partnership in coming to Newt Studios as your identity. And so when you and Alexi, how did you come together on that identity? And I mean, I certainly watched Dragon evolve and over time on Instagram. So how did you and come to this together? Was it an instant light bulb moment, or was it something that evolved over time?
Yeah, it was definitely an evolution. Alexa and I, we have a cool, creative connection, and we're able to bounce ideas off each other back and forth, and it's a fun process. And we're forming, from the beginning, it feels like it's your baby in a way. It's your business. So you need to grow, and you need to nurture it, and that starts from your identity. So we were fun about it, but we were also very thoughtful and careful. And we had an idea in mind for our target audience and who we want to reach. But we had I think a similar vision for what we wanted out of the company, and very from the beginning we knew we wanted something kind of in the name and identity, something nature-based and something scientific and medical feeling, but not too heavy. We don't want to I think we have at least 100 names we went through back and forth, and it probably took a few weeks. So, but I think because it's a partnership, it allowed us to get to something that was better than one of us was going to come up with on our own. And it wasn't just our name, like our last name, or it's a new being that's being put out there in the world.
Yeah, so I certainly invite anybody to write a question into the chat window. I'm not seeing any yet. So I'm going to keep on asking questions because I always have lots of questions. And I think this is actually one of them for everybody is how do you spend your downtime to relax and de-stress from deadlines? And Annie, I know that you have, I'm sure, a wonderful answer for this, but I think all of us have to cultivate things specifically to reduce stress because, I don't know, I think a lot of business stress needs to be compensated for, and I'm wondering what ideas you have. And I think there are ideas that can be used in graduate school as well as in business lifelong. So, Annie Campbell, what do you think?
Right now, I play a lot of Fortnite because I can't meditate. I am not that type of person. So for me to shut off, I play a lot of computer games. I have Fortnite with my friends, which means that I'm able to catch up with them. That or Animal Crossing or anything that allows me to shoot with aggression or something. I'm really a very happy person. I think I just need to zone off a little bit. But sometimes I'll get that itch up for creativity. And I think Learn Medical Art has been a great side thing of doing work that maybe my full-time job doesn't allow me to do. So I can play about in that space there as well, try out new things without that much consequence. It's a low risk kind of avenue as well. But for now, unwinding, no emails after 5 because I don't want to be dreaming about emailing people, making sure I sleep and eat and exercise as well. I'm all for ergonomics as well. Those Instagrammable chairs are lovely for a photo and Pinterest, but if it's not got armrests or anything, then oh boy, that's going to be potentially years of back pain for you. So just make sure you take care of your bodies as well.
Excellent, I agree. So Scott Dixon, how do you de-stress and relax from deadlines? And
well, thankfully we're really our own clients. You know, we kind of look at the market and see like what new changes are coming in healthcare or how procedures are changing over time. And we find these elements to grow more videos. We make a list, we put them in our queue, and we start working on them. So as far as having an outside client, putting a due date on us, we don't deal with that. Like occasionally we'll have someone ask us to do a custom animation. We draw up the cost it would take to offset our production time for our own product. And we don't sweat it if we don't get that job. In a way, we're kind of relieved. So we're our own bosses as a small company. So, you know, kind of the standard work day. And when I check out, I hate to say it, but I don't really follow a lot of the profession at large as far as social media and stuff. I need that separation time for me. Being a dad of 2 and having other responsibilities. This past weekend, I was watching baseball games. My son was playing all weekend. So I have my at work time where I'm crunching through animations, and I may do 2 or 3 a week, or I may do 1 every 2 weeks. It's just whatever comes through the queue. So that keeps things fresh and interesting. I'm working hard on that for a block of the day, and then I don't want to bring it home. There's a time for that when you're young and you're getting started. Like, so as you know, when I graduated, I was teaching at UIC for 5-6 years afterwards. I'd be up till 2 or 3 a.m. doing freelance jobs just because I wanted to. I wanted to grow personally, and I'd be answering emails on the side, you know, related to school projects. So there was a time where I could burn bright, and you have to in a way to build yourself up. But there's a time and place to pull back too.
Yeah. So I actually see in some of the chats there's some questions. I think the first one, there's a question from Angela Gao. As the owner, how do you balance between your personal time and time dedicated to running the business? And I think actually maybe Michael Havernack would be a great person to answer that. I think having a family is a challenge as a business owner. I certainly had to balance a travel hockey a child with a travel volleyball child with a business all at the same time. So maybe, Michael, you want to talk about that balance?
Sure, Christina, I'd love to. I think one unique thing about the business that I'm in, medical legal, is it tends to be very stressful and very high demand. You're working for attorneys, there's deadlines, there are multi-million dollars on stake, and it gets very stressful. And I see a lot of the questions that are coming in, so I'm going to try to hit as many of these as I can, kind of. Managing your time becomes very important. I think as the company grows, you need to figure out ways that you can manage the time and make to-do lists and whatever you can do to help. But time management becomes more and more crucial as your business grows and as the demands get more stressful. I think having a family helps in a lot of ways, because I think having a support group really helps me get through a lot of it. Christine mentioned that there are more challenges because you have to balance both your work life and your home life, and it's definitely not easy. I mean, it's a lot of people that I talk to, even trial consultants that we work with. It seems like every other day we're talking each other off the ledge, and there's so much going on and so much pressure to get everything done and to get it done correctly. And unfortunately, a lot of that you kind of either you bring home with you, or you're not there for your family because there's so many deadlines and so many things that are needed of you at work. So trying to find a way to balance that is very important. I think if you have a support group or a family that can help with that and just kind of remind you that you need to also focus on your personal life, you need to focus on your personal self, I think that helps. If you have pets at home or kids at home, I think they help kind of divert your attention back to what's really important in life. So I think in a lot of ways, they're helpful for bringing you out of that whole work zone. But it's definitely not something easy. I'm looking at some of these other questions. Developing the life outside of business. I try to get exercise. I think exercise is very important. but a lot of times you feel like there's just so much work and so many deadlines that you don't have time for exercise. So I think joining some sort of a league or something helps, so that every Wednesday at 8 o'clock you have to go play volleyball or something for an hour. I think that helps get you out of the office. It helps get you social again, where you're meeting people, so you're not just stuck in front of a computer all the time. I think reconnecting with nature is good. I don't do it as much as I should, but again, if the kids have soccer practice or something, just being able to spend a few hours out in the sunshine helps, because I found after a while I was just basically sitting behind a computer in a dark office all the time, and it's not healthy. So I will admit it's a challenge to find that work-life balance, and I think having people around you that can help support that is helpful. And then just while you're at the office, finding ways to manage your time better, to keep track of everything that's going on, I think lifts a lot of the stress that you might have if you come home. I know it's a quick answer, and I can talk for a long time on these topics, but I just wanted to kind of give you something quick.
Yeah, so I thank you, Michael. I think Kate Zumak has a really interesting question. What was an unexpected strength you didn't realize you had until you started building your company? And I actually want to ask this for Michael Moran. I want to know what that secret ingredient was when you started Newt.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I'm going to introspect for a second. So I think, resilience maybe is one of the things that I really have to tap into, and Alexei too. Unfortunately, we went through a downsizing at our previous company, but that allowed us to come together. And, the day after we were let go, Alexei approaches me and asks me if I want to form a company. And that was, my gut was like, yes, definitely. But I knew how much is going to have to go into, forming an entity. And, like everyone here, we touch on things like family, boundaries, and, I already started thinking through all that, and there's just so many unknowns. So forming your own company, and going through those unknowns, you have to tap into, I guess I would just put it as, resilience, like, first week, second week, third week, you don't always see, where's that light? What's next? Where's that project? When am I going to get paid? You have to just kind of work through a lot. And even, first year, second year, you're always working through something to kind of get through the next stage. Hopefully there's it's fun along the way, and there's wins, but I think there's a lot that you just have to, as an artist, we all have really interesting backgrounds. And I think everyone would probably be surprised how resilient you can be if you're forced with certain decisions. But hopefully, you're driven by whatever you're choosing to do. And that's at the end of the day, I was passionate about forming New. Alexei was too, and we just trusted that passion.
Awesome. I think I guess I want to, in some senses, kind of summarize and wrap up the kind of some important features about being able to share your professional lives. In some senses, the questions I'm asking are very personal to the businesses that you have, and I think the diversity of businesses that our BVIS graduates have created is just absolutely amazing. And I think in some senses, I kind of laugh to myself because I didn't teach business to each of you. I think each of you had a business faculty member before me. And I think in some senses, it speaks to the challenge of changing and being able to be resilient and to be future thinking about what's going to happen in the world. And I think that's one of the most challenging things that I know I've looked at over 40 years of freelancing and having my own businesses, and realizing the dynamics of our lives are dependent upon things like politics and pandemics, and realizing that technology changes drastically over time and we have to think forward. And I also think it's dependent upon our reliance on our professional association to provide those resources to us. And I know that I've depended on the AMI and my mentors to be able to make a difference. And I'm sorry if we haven't gotten to all the questions. I know that the faculty members or the panelists would, I'm sure, be willing to answer questions offline in the future, but I know my time's up. Our time's up, but thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. I've known all of you guys for a long time, and it's been an honor to be able to have you reveal your transparent lives. It's been great. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks,
Thank you
Christine.
so much.
Yeah.
It is my pleasure to introduce the next session of 5 speakers this afternoon. They will discuss new and growing technologies and working in the current field of biomedical visualization. I would like to introduce the first speaker, my good friend and colleague, Sam Bond. Sam is the Associate Program Director for Undergraduate Education and Biomedical Visualization at UIC.
Thank you so much, Leah, for that introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm Sam Bond. I am one of the faculty members here in the graduate program in biomedical visualization. I'm also the Associate Program Director for our undergraduate minor in life science visualization. But today, we're going to be focusing a little bit more on research in our master's program. Now, in the BVIS program, I primarily teach interactive courses, and this pertains to serious video games, board games, tabletop games, but it also pertains to clinical applications, patient education tools, clinician tools, tablet apps, virtual reality, you name it. If it's interactive, I am probably involved in teaching it. But one of the questions I get asked most often is, what are our students researching right now? Well, we don't exactly have a traditional research lab like you would think of in a lot of academics. So what I'm going to be going over today is a handful of the BVIS research projects in interactive development specifically that really span the breadth of our program. Now, as a small disclaimer, this does not by any means represent all of the incredible research or the best of research in the BVIS program, but it does represent kind of the variety of projects and the most interesting results and topics that we've looked at in recent years. So what we're going to be looking at today, as a brief outline, are 2 of the major types of interactive research that we see. The first type being in user experience design. This really pertains to the efficacy and the usability of an interactive learning tool. So how does the tool actually impact a learner? Is it relevant? Is it usable? Is it user-friendly? And how does the design impact the user experience overall? We're also looking more than just at how current learning theories apply to new tools and how effective they are. We're looking at how current existing technologies could be leveraged for visualizing medical content in the first place. What existing tools can be leveraged for healthcare, like virtual reality? More than that, though, what new tools could be created to visualize medical content? This is where our program is starting to teeter a little bit more into engineering with every project. The first one we're going to talk about, pertaining more to user experience design, is by Danielle Robinson from 2020. Danny was really looking at how anatomy is really being stripped out of a lot of medical programs. Now, all of us know that even though anatomy is not necessarily able to have the time that it should be allotted in a lot of medical programs, just due to the quantity that these students have to learn, but it is still an incredibly important topic. And many students do use plenty of interactive apps already to teach themselves anatomy and learn this content. But a lot of these programs, while teaching anatomy, utilize learning theories that we're not really fully understanding or utilizing in interactive research. So for example, if we think about the learning theory team-based learning, which is often used in the anatomy lab, even though this is a really interesting learning theory, it's not necessarily utilized in apps like it could be. So Danny wanted to look at, could we create an interactive lab guide using something like TBL or using other very anatomy-driven learning theories to teach cardiac anatomy to first-year med students? And so what Danny ended up creating was kind of this overall Unity application on web to teach the different anatomy, the different pieces of anatomy, the different chambers of the heart. And she wanted to break it into a team experience and an individual experience. Now, first, Danny surveyed 25 students to get an initial gauge of what they find the most difficult and their preferences for learning tools like this. You're going to see this kind of iterative design where we start out by interviewing or surveying the end user. You're going to see that really often in our research. And by the end, hopefully you'll understand why that kind of iterative surveying is so important for this process. Now, about half of the students surveyed initially were already familiar with team-based learning. Not only that, but they also felt that it would be an interesting or somewhat beneficial addition to an interactive application for anatomy. Now, 14 students were surveyed in the second phase of the application, but what's really interesting is that even though so many students agreed that team-based learning could be an amazing addition to an application, only 2 students actually brought the app into the anatomy lab. So what this really tells us is just how important initial user surveying is to the final project, and the fact that practicality will often matter significantly more than how usable something is. The next one we're going to look at is from Kelly Nguyen and Ushma Patel in the same year. They were looking at kind of an adjacent topic in anatomy, the autonomic nervous system. Now, this is a really challenging topic to learn. I'm sure many of you remember how challenging the ANS is to learn. And there are current learning theories on teaching this topic. But a lot of these learning theories aren't necessarily applied to e-learning for the ANS in particular. So Kelly and Ushma wanted to kind of break down how e-learning could leverage these different learning theories and different kind of cognitive approaches to better the entire e-learning experience and really impact the final deliverable. Now, they surveyed 25 medical students as well. What they wanted to ask is, how do you currently learn the ANS? What are your learning preferences? As a population, is there anything that we need to know when designing this? One of the interesting things, probably my favorite part of this final application, was how they were able to utilize cognitive theories like emotional design theory. They were able to incorporate Guillermo the Ganglion, this little pedagogical agent or a character that can guide you through the process. So this is just one example of the way they were able to utilize current learning theories for their final application. The next one, looking at UX design, was by Jerwen Ang, and Jer was looking at tumor pseudoprogression. Now, this big word is essentially a concept very prevalent in radiology, in which there's an increase or a perceived increase in the size of a tumor after chemotherapy. But the tumor has not truly grown. It just appears to have grown, and then it reduces in size, right? I'm sure you can imagine how important as a concept this is for diagnostics, right? Understanding whether a tumor has actually grown or shrunk. So what Jer wanted to look at was how we could combine interactive learning theories with something like case-based learning theories or radiology teaching learning theories that already exist, so that we could teach these concepts like pseudoprogression to other biomedical researchers totally outside of radiology. So what she was really asking was, can we present pseudoprogression in case-based learning and non-case-based learning, one of these theories, and see which one is more effective in the end? So what Jer ended up creating is 2 different web-based interactive e-learning tools. The first one kind of going over the general basics of pseudoprogression, the definitions, the terms, the important things you need to know to understand it. However, in the experimental group application, Jer also added a case study in which the users are able to look at specific data from this user, or not this user, but the patient example. They're able to look at the MRI stacks, and they're able to look at the specific biomarker data. So they're not just learning it from a general perspective, they're learning it from a case study, and they're able to understand the concepts in context of this case study as well. What's interesting is that this case study group did end up learning more than the non-case study group. So this really starts to give us some insight into how we can utilize these kinds of learning theories for the development of e-learning applications. Now, the last of the user experience ones, this was actually a project done by one of our newest faculty members, Kelly Cloninger, an alum of the program. Kelly and her colleague Riley, who are students together, were trying to approach the problem of dental students needing to understand these pathways of infection. Now, these are large 3D spaces in the head and neck anatomy that are very complicated to understand. There are resources out there for teaching this, but most of them are just 2D illustrations. And with complicated 3D anatomy, that can be very, very difficult to understand. The significance of this is that these are pathways of infection in the head and neck, and this is vital for dental students to understand. There are potentially life-threatening consequences to not understanding this anatomy. So what Kelly and Riley wanted to look at is, again, how do we leverage UI/UX research that exists into our field, into biomedical visualization, to better understand the overall craniofacial region for students? Now, unfortunately, what they ended up figuring out was that there wasn't really enough data for statistical analysis in this case. They couldn't necessarily say, did students learn from start to finish from this application? But the reason we're finishing on this one was because this was one of the first UI/UX research projects in our program that really established conventions for centralizing information, for creating tutorials in biomedical visualization apps, and for utilizing pre-existing UI research to better the final visualization. Now, again, this is certainly not the first research project that did this, but this is one of the first ones that research has been built on since then. One of the many research projects that have kind of built on this is a project from 2020 by Morgan Marshall. And Morgan wanted to take Kelly and Riley's project and build on some of these concepts. We know that dental and medical students need to learn this really, really complicated anatomy, but we don't necessarily know what types of media could actually be used to teach this. What if we could take this project and deliver it in a different medium that's more engaging, more novel, like virtual reality, for example? So Morgan was essentially taking some of these principles established by Kelly and Riley's project and applying them to virtual reality. In the end, comparing the overall experiences between a desktop version of this app and a virtual reality version of the app. Now, you'll notice in this image here that the virtual reality version of this application is very different looking than Kelly and Riley's final application. One of the most important notes here being that really, in virtual reality, you have to optimize everything. So it is going to look different than a final desktop version. Which is why Morgan did have to actually create a desktop version that was separate from the original project by Kelly and Riley so that she could compare the desktop version and the VR version as similarly as possible. Now, 19 students were surveyed in this. They were sorted into either the desktop application or the experimental group, the VR application. The fascinating thing here is that there was no statistically significant improvement in the desktop app, but there was statistically significant improvement in the VR application. Now, for those of you thinking that doesn't necessarily mean that VR is more powerful, I could not agree more. But what it does indicate is that there's a lot of room for embracing and taking advantage of the novelty of virtual reality. Right? So there's so much educational content that we could be essentially promoting in a better way for students. Now, the last one we're going to talk about today in emerging media is by Suen Wang from this most recent year. And Suen was looking at how radiology is an incredibly complicated subject to teach, but not just for budding radiologists, for high school students even. How could we better teach concepts like radiology to younger audiences or to novice learners to expand the field of radiology in the first place? What this really means when we break it down is that there are a lot of ways to teach radiology, and there are tons of simulators that exist for radiology. However, very few of these are low cost. So what Suen wanted to do was to actually look at how we could use.
Thanks so much, Sam. Hi, everyone. I'm Trisha Hazel-Krybik, the Director of Operations at 21 Grams Rad Science. Later in this session, Angela Gao from the Rad Science team will be talking to you about biomedical visualization in the pharmaceutical industry, and we'll show some of the work that the team has done. Since she is going to share a lot of great insights from a project workflow perspective, I thought it would be best to talk to you about what drives technology and innovation at a company. It's people, and how a company can support them. To give you some background, when I was at UIC 16 years ago, I never thought that I would be working in operations. At first, I thought I was going to work in anaplastology, and by the end of my 2 years, I thought I would be in website and app development as a production artist. I won't go into the backstory about how I got here, but I can tell you that I'm glad that I found my way into operations. It's been very rewarding, and it can be beneficial to have someone who is trained in production in this department. For those who may not be familiar with operations, in both large and small organizations, it involves managing the inner workings of a business so it runs as efficiently as possible. Operations involves a variety of responsibilities, including, but not limited to, strategizing to improve process and workflow systems, team development, setting training standards, and managing quality assurance. Sounds really exciting, right? Well, it actually can be, and it's essential to maintaining and improving the quality, productivity, and efficiency of a business. It also plays a role in supporting and retaining talented team members and recruiting new talent. All of this together helps to grow a business, but also to fuel creativity and innovation within a team. This last year and a half brought new operational challenges. For the health and safety of all team members during the pandemic, the leaders at Rad Science decided that the team would work remotely from their homes. Fortunately, we were able to grow during the pandemic, but we had to learn how best to integrate new team members that we had never met in person and support a fully remote team. The pandemic required us to rely on technology more than ever, but there were a lot of other heavy things going on in the world as well. Combined, these challenges reinforced how much we rely on each other as people and to not lose sight of the human element of a business. During this time, there were 3 core values that were reinforced more than ever. But these do not just apply to remote teams. They are valuable for all companies in this field, remote, in-person, or hybrid. The first is that process is key. The more a team and its business grow, the more process is critical to its survival and success. Process is needed in training and onboarding, scope and estimate development, and all the many components that make up a project workflow. It should serve a purpose and be allowed to be revised when feedback from real-life experience demonstrates that it needs adjustment. When process is working well, teams do not feel burdened or slowed down by it. It is there to serve and support them and make things easier for the team so they can focus on other things like brainstorming amazing concepts and executing refined visualizations. There are a lot of great work management systems and communication platforms out there to help. Office 365, Workfront, Harvest, and many others. Some are robust powerhouses striving to manage all of your needs, but sometimes can lack in user experience. And others are more specialized with great attention to detail, but you need to collect a few other tools to round out what your team and your business needs. The solution that works best for one team may not be right for another, and small businesses don't necessarily need the same systems as large corporations. It's also okay to reevaluate a team's needs as a company grows, but be mindful that switching to any new system will require proper training as well as time and flexibility for your team to adapt. When selecting a new system, do not invest in a system that you can't play around in a demo on your own. You want to select one thinking, this is really going to help the team. I can't wait to use it. Not, okay, fingers crossed, let's hope for the best. And next, no matter what you pick, it's important to establish process and best practices so that teams are using it properly and consistently. When everyone is doing their own thing in a system, time can be wasted searching for resources and information, making the workflow inefficient. Examples of establishing process and guidelines within these tools can be using clear and consistent naming and organization when developing timelines, aligning on channel organization and posting conventions when using communication platforms for projects, and establishing routing workflows for internal review of deliverables for both ideal and accelerated timelines. Good operations managers and teams don't establish and refine process alone, but instead reach out to other departments to develop and collaborate on what will work best for all. All team members' feedback is valuable because each role is affected by process in different ways, and those perspectives need to be considered. The second core value is to invest in growth and development. When teams are focused solely on cranking out project work, innovation and creativity can stagnate. Encouraging and financially supporting when possible, team members attending classes, workshops, and conferences can help. But there are other ways that companies can nurture their team's development and creative spark. The first is establishing a support structure. We have team members from the biomedical visualization programs across different departments of the company. In account management, project management, art and creative direction, and production. We restructured our org chart to have additional levels of support instead of a few individuals supervising many team members. We also gave careful consideration to the supervisor assignment for each team member to best support them and what they are passionate about in their respective roles. Each team member has a dedicated leader, helping them along the way, checking in regularly, and working with them on their goals and career development. The next is recognize and encourage internal leaders. When team members show potential by going above and beyond in their work, developing efficiencies in process and workflow, and supporting team members, it's important to recognize and reward that extra effort. Encourage senior leaders who are an expert in a particular skill set, let's say, for example, motion graphics. Encourage them to share their knowledge and train junior team members. This not only expands the bandwidth of the team for that skill, but it fosters an exchange of ideas between these two groups that can carry into new ways of executing project work. Also, encourage experimentation and collaboration. During the pandemic, we launched tech teams, one for computer graphics and another for experience-based tech. Through dedicated Microsoft Teams channels, these tech teams discuss new ideas, inspiration, and share what they've been experimenting with between projects or production reviews. Companies can also encourage and support any team member who has attended a workshop or a conference, or simply starting to explore a new program to present their learnings with the team. Instead of demanding that all hours be dedicated to project-based work, that investment in the team's development is seen with the same value. And while there are varying opinions on competition within a company, at Rad Science, we preach collaboration over competition. Our view is, if team members feel that they need to be competitive with their peers, this can stifle growth of team members, and it breeds an unhealthy and negative work environment. When teams feel comfortable sharing and building off each other's ideas, you get amazing work like this, and what Angela will show in her presentation. The third core value is to remember that teams are made up of humans, not robots. We work in a highly digital and technology-driven industry, and for most of our day, we're sitting in front of a computer screen. Now more than ever, though, we need to not lose touch with the people on our team. For us, this centered around maintaining the same strong team dynamic we had pre-pandemic, but in a remote setting, and supporting the unique needs of our team as they navigated this new way of life. For maintaining the team dynamic, we know that working relationships can more easily become transactional when we're in a remote working environment. Shared coffee breaks, lunches in the kitchen, passing each other in the hall, and simply walking by each other's desk. We can lose those critical moments of social interaction between team members that help solidify a team bond. How do companies overcome this? By leadership seeing the value in team building and allowing opportunities for these interactions to occur. A strong team bond is important because it encourages people to share ideas, improves communication, and strengthens teamwork and resolve to overcome challenges together. To help the team maintain this, we formed a culture committee, which consists of volunteer team members who meet twice a month to set up virtual events and local activities for team members who are closer together. Twice a month, we'll have some kind of mix of virtual breakfast break, lunch break, or happy hour. After hours, there'll be virtual hangs or local meetups where team members can do a virtual game night, book club, or local hike. And there's other activities that allow team members to get to know each other as people, not just coworkers. These can be enjoyed by those who want to be actively involved, as well as those who would prefer to passively observe. For supporting team members' unique needs, the wellness of our team has always been important to Rad Science. We think of team members holistically, not just as workers. When companies prioritize wellness and teams feel supported, they are more likely to stay with a company, go above and beyond, and will rise to a challenge to support the team and business. Companies can offer the support to their team by being flexible. Some examples are allow flexibility in work schedules so parents can get their kids to and from school or after school care, not requiring people to be on video for Zoom calls. This can also be applied to client calls. We all know they are also feeling Zoom fatigue. And encourage downtime. When our minds are not stressed out and we're rested and nourished, we are more productive and creative. Suggest blocking time to eat lunch, feed kids, walk the dog, or just get some fresh air and stretch. And encourage people to use their PTO and work with them to plan coverage. Next is to set realistic billability expectations. Analyze the time that your team spends on non-billable tasks in order to get an accurate understanding of that demand. This can be used to either find efficiencies for that work or set realistic expectations for the amount of time that should be dedicated to project-based work for each role. And finally, encourage honest feedback. Empower team members to be honest about how they're feeling and if they need help, are stretched too thin, or burned out. Be mindful how external factors in the world may have an impact on your team. This can be more complex to navigate if there are sensitive topics like social injustice or political division, but it is still possible to provide support. Teams become comfortable doing so when leaders set the example and listen and offer support, rather than encourage an environment of toxic positivity. Those three core values of process, investing in growth and development, and seeing our team as people will continue to guide us and hopefully other companies, because the heart and the health of a business and its innovation comes down to its people. You can have all the best tech at your fingertips, But if you don't have a solid foundation and a well-supported team, there is usually a shelf life on success. As we evolve with new developments in technology, we must also remember to evolve with our team and listen and support them so that they can continue to bring exciting biomedical visualizations to the world, advance this field, and support the next generations who will carry the torch on for another 100 years. Thank you all for your time. It is now my sincere pleasure to introduce one of my former BVIS professors, Scott Barrows.
Thanks, Tricia. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Scott Barrows, and I am director of the Innovation Design Lab at OSF Healthcare and the University of Illinois College of Medicine in Peoria, Illinois. And I'm going to talk about technology as being a journey. I view technology as just a piece of the toolkit that we use every day. And in my past, technology was the airbrush. We didn't use the computer. It didn't really exist. And so my career was based pretty much in what you'd say traditional techniques and the technology of airbrush. We'd advanced it quite a bit, but mostly working with straightforward medical illustration and different kinds of clients and applications, showing how drugs work or how cells interact. And I didn't really start using digital media until a student in BVIS taught me a little bit about Photoshop. That's the image in the upper right, and he did most of the work. But it was not something that I took to very easily. I did struggle with it. It took some time. In terms of innovation, Frank Armitage and Frank Netter both were inspirations, but I was always inspired by the Disney palette and certainly by the creativity of Frank Armitage and the way that he would immerse people into environments. And it was such a great honor to introduce Frank and Marty Sklar when we became or introduced the Armitage Lecture Series. And this is something that inspiration and motivation is such a big part of what the technology, how it's created. Another aspect in my career has been working with human factors, that is forensic anthropology, how the face grows, how it changes. And much of this work was while I was at the University of Texas and learning from Betty Pat-Gatliff, the technology of putting a clay face onto the skull of an unidentified person. I learned this, and the most important part of this is learning about growth data and how this is applied to human structure. This was better completed by Ray Evenhouse of the BVIS faculty. But for me, it was an introduction and led to the development of a technology that started with pencil and paper to age photographs of missing children. And my co-developer, co-PI on this project was Louis Sadler, who also was a BVIS director. And we've had a lot of success with this. It was eventually computerized, mostly by the work of Mary Rasmussen at UIC, and it led to a national center that we created to age-progressed photographs of missing children. The greatest impact in terms of technology came through the BVIS program and the introduction of virtual reality, immersive environments, haptics, geo-walls. All of this was new, and a lot of the early innovations came from UIC and BVIS. One of the studies I was involved with was with EVL on East Campus, and that is to develop the OR of the future with Dr. Jason Lee, also working with surgical laser technology. This research project did get awarded a rather substantial grant of $12.7 million from the Air Force and NIH. And it led to a lot of new kinds of explorations. One was with Stanford and Dr. Paul Brown, who became a good friend and also was an Armitage lecturer, but with the development of the anatomage table. And that inspiration actually came from UIC when Dr. Brown was visiting Chicago, and this is used now at several medical schools in the state. Another big part of innovation came from the use of CT data and 3D data, DICOM data that could be put into programs where we can manipulate these 3D images and look inside. And this is one program called FOVIA out of Palo Alto, California. And of interest is Shay Kilby, one of our graduates, is a vice president at FOVIA. And this has served to help us quite a bit in a lot of our future innovations that we're now working on. Another experience that was kind of fun was getting an email from Steve Jobs, and he had an idea of putting medical school in your pocket. At the time, only the iPod was out, and the phrase was put 1,000 songs in your pocket. Well, Steve wanted to put medical school in your pocket. So I worked on several concepts, and I will be honest, unfortunately, he didn't find any of them terribly appealing, and the project wasn't continued. However, with the iPad, a lot of other developers have moved forward with that. Complex storytelling, that is telling how drugs work, how medical science and the human body works and interacts with drugs and healthcare is a complex problem and challenge, but it's also a fun one. And one of the projects we worked on, and we meaning I was in a lab on the West Coast and worked with 6 BVIS grads out there, and we created visual storytelling that told how plaque is formed in atherosclerosis, but more specifically, how specific biomarkers that are not well understood are measured and can be used to predict future disease. And this was difficult because a lot of this was new technology, but it was also a very fulfilling project. Another related project was the development of wearable technology. And these are mostly like watches and anything that you put on the body or have on the body that will gather your data, whether it's heart data or breathing patterns. And we used a lot of this in some of the COVID work I'll show shortly. But we applied this with behavior change, with a model of how do you use feedback of someone's health inside that the biosensors will pick up. And working with behavior change models, how can we help people to eat better, to eat less, to exercise? And this was really an innovation that we're still working on in the lab that I have in Peoria, which brings me to where I'm at right now. I have a lab at OSF Healthcare at the headquarters in Peoria, Illinois. It's a river city in central Illinois. And the lab is affiliated with the University of Illinois College of Medicine. It's on the largest medical center in Illinois outside of the Chicago area. I have the Jump building where we're located, indicated by the red box at the top, and the medical schools at the bottom of the photo. But this is an innovation center. It was donated by a generous benefactor who recognized how important innovation and research design is to the future of healthcare. And this is the inside of the Jump Center in Peoria. And we do have a more traditional medical visualization unit. And this is the artwork of a BVIS grad at Eric O. And we work closely together, but I am not actually part of medical visualization. I have my own lab, but we work closely together. Some of the things we develop are simple games for medical students and nurses to identify challenges that are in the hospital. One of the better apps that was designed is using augmented reality to introduce nurses and doctors, medical students, nursing students, to a pediatric crash cart. And it's one of the better ways of using augmented reality, and it's interactive. And there's so many benefits to this because a lot of this is these crash carts are limited. It provides access. It's portable. They can do this at home. So we are just getting into, I would say, the last 3 or 4 years into virtual reality and augmented reality. Another lab that we is part of our center is our virtual reality lab. And this software was developed at JUMP and the University of Illinois in Urbana. It now goes by the commercial name of Induvo, and it provides a lot of different inputs into how people learn. One of the earliest apps that we created for augmented reality is for venous thrombosis. And this was an interactive developed for nursing students. And what you see in the background are targets. Those are sticky notes that would be posted onto, like, say, a classmate's knee or shoulder. And then when holding a smartphone against it, it launches this 3D animation that demonstrate how a thrombus forms and how it can be potentially life-threatening and also interactive with a lot of information. What's very satisfying for me is to be able to also work with STEAM classes with children in the communities and to have them experience some of the technology. And it's not just the technology we create, but also technologies that are used in medical school. And I think this is as STEAM continues to develop, a lot of our courses now are virtual. The packets come in the mail, and students can do this at home, especially over this last year. That's been very important. But this is really something that I love. It's great working with students and young minds. The lab that I have is only about a year old, and it is a human-centered design lab. And we basically take on any challenge in healthcare that needs to be solved with innovative thinking, creative thinking, and collaborative work. And if you know human-centered design, the first step is empathy. It is, how do you empathize or relate to who you're trying to reach? And this is the model of human-centered design that we basically use. It was created at Stanford and used by a number of organizations. It's been around for a while. And then how do we break down the needs? This is an app we developed for heart failure patients. But we developed a lot of ways that patients and families can learn about heart failure at home. It's a very scary illness or disease to have, and the name is even terrifying. So we tried to create a lot of different interfaces and experiences with this, and this was supported by a University of Illinois /OSF grant. And this was our final layout of the mood board. The app is now available. It's was just released, or will be released actually in a few weeks, but we're anxious to hear the feedback on it. Another app that we've developed with the university is to teach new ways of identifying skin lesions. This is an area of medical school that is often not taught extensively. And also for us living in central Illinois, we tend to have a lot of melanoma from farmers being out in the sunlight. This is a model that we created that uses celastomer or celastic materials that replicate skin tumors, because a lot of the tumors are identified by touch as well as vision, but that elastomer is then put over an iPad where light comes through, and it's a new way of learning. It's something we just decided recently to maybe expand to using augmented reality, where various lesions could be broken out and manipulated in 3D. So there's a lot of exploration and learning in medical school. In this last year, the challenge of COVID has had dramatic impact on healthcare, and OSF is no exception. When the pandemic first hit, I redeployed, so to speak, to Chicago, to the south side, to our hospital in Evergreen Park, and became part of a pandemic health worker program that was very well received in the state of Illinois and actually used by the state to treat patients at home, those who were suspected of having COVID infection or those who were being treated at home. And this provided them with telemedicine resources so we could monitor their health and keep them out of the hospital or the emergency departments, which were overrun. Some of the prototypes created, none of these were taken to a final state. COVID treatment changed, and the whole disease continues to change. So a lot of these things are developed, and the next day they need to be revised. It's kind of a difficult proposition, but a big part of what we tried to do is working with communities that were underserved on the south side of Chicago and in areas that basically had a lack of trust in the healthcare system. So we've been working the last year with UIC and the Innovation Center to create better ways to reaching communities that are underserved and create links, connections, involvement to listen to the community. And another project that involves some of the technology in our lab is putting iPads into shelters, homeless shelters that are on kiosk stands, so the homeless can have access to the same telemedicine resources as anyone at home. They can talk to a doctor or a nurse this way, and we have nurses that go into the shelters and help them. This project didn't have a lot of financial help initially, so some of our early work was done with Illinois State University and Bradley University. And the students created apps for the iPads, as well as some of the technology, the programming. We then went to shelters. We provided mobile care by use of a van, and even treat patients where they are in street medicine. The photograph on the right is Dr. Mary Staple, and that's an underpass of Illinois 74. It's an expressway. So we're trying to reach patients and work with everything we develop with that focus on empathy. These are some of the apps that the Bradley students designed, a lot of resources that can be accessed for foot care and just general wellness. In the last few months, with the challenges of vaccination, we received 2 grants. One is to increase the access and portability for pediatric vaccinations for children who are not getting their routine immunization. This is a problem across the country, not only from COVID, but the numbers have been dropping, so kids are very susceptible to diseases we thought that were once cured. So the grant we have is to reach out into the community. We are working with Urbana, with Illinois State, and we're creating heat maps that will predict pockets or areas where there are lower levels of vaccination. And we're also creating a mobile app that will be interactive, that will use heat mapping, guidance, contain resources, management of vaccine. This also is with the University of Illinois, Urbana, and Illinois State. And then finally, the idea across the state of Illinois that was initiated by the University of Illinois is the creation of innovation hubs. And every state university in Illinois has an innovation hub. Some are not really developed at all. Others are very well developed. And some of the projects listed on this slide are funding sources, grants, awards that our design lab has received in the last year. and it's highly collaborative. I think this is such an important point of technology and how we can best serve the people of Illinois. And finally, I'll leave you with this. Working at OSF, our mission has always been to serve with the greatest care and love. And in my long career, to what started, in the art studio is now going out into the community. And it's very fulfilling to see the things we develop and how they can best be presented and used by those who need us the most. So thank you for your time in viewing this, and I would like to introduce Tara Anderson, who will be speaking with the next presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, my name is Tara Anderson, and I am a Senior Group Digital Director at Healthcare Consultancy Group, which is a medical communications agency located in New York City. Now, you may be wondering, what the heck is a digital director, and how did I end up in this role after getting a master's in biomedical visualization? So during this talk, I will be discussing just that. How did I get here and the road that I took? I'll share some of the more exciting projects that I've gotten to work on and what's next. So first off, what is a digital director anyway? Well, I mentioned I worked in medical communications, and medical communications is the communication of scientific information to healthcare providers that help them make important decisions in treating their patients. And digital plays a vital role in that communication and education because I get involved anywhere from the omni-channel communication planning through to the tactical ideation, creation, and development. Digital is an exciting space because it is constantly evolving and changing. So as a digital director, I work at the intersection of creative, technology, strategy, and production. The exciting project types that I've gotten to work on range from more traditional digital tactics such as websites, iPad apps, interactive touchscreens, animations, videos, banner ads, and emails, through to more complex immersive experiences such as virtual reality, augmented reality, multi-touch experiences, and gamification and 4D theater animations. And although I don't physically work on the projects, I get to strategize with a multidisciplinary team consisting of medical experts, user experience designers, technical solution specialists, biomedical visualizers, art directors, producers, animators, and developers, all to actualize ideas into reality. So how did I go from being a medical illustrator to working at a digital ad agency? Well, the path that I took wasn't that direct, and where I had started wasn't exactly where I thought I would end up. When I started out in my career, I thought it would look more like this. It would be a fairly straight path, and I initially had the goal of running an animation studio. What I thought would be actually looked more like this. It was not that direct and had a lot of interesting turns that literally took me all over the US and even the UK. I followed my interest and my gut along the way, and with each direction I took, I learned a new skill that I never realized I was good at, and slowly grew to understand what I was really passionate about. I found the journey to be the most interesting, and the path ahead is still exciting and open-ended. So like many of you, I have a lot of interests, and for me, it's centered around art, science, and even architecture, which is really what led me to BVIS. So while in the program, I did recognize I was a little different than my classmates in the fact that I loved art and creating art, but I think I always knew that I wasn't going to be an illustrator for the rest of my life. I had other business-related interests like leading a team or running a company. I didn't ignore these passions, and instead I listened to them throughout my career. Now, just one side note about myself. My father was and still is in business. He's a very successful managing director. So I grew up with him, always traveling and going to business meetings. He would tell me to go be a doctor or go into business. So when I decided to be a medical illustrator, he was not thrilled, but I felt like a rebel. And while in Chicago, he happened to travel there a lot and would often take me out to his business dinners with his team, which is partly how I recognized my ability to network. So I leaned into this skill. And in between semesters, I'd be setting up calls or meetings with local businesses that did some medical animation or illustrations. And this is how I ended up getting an internship at a small company called Medicine, which is now Indogene, which was located in Los Angeles, California. So California, I went. And at Medicine, I got to work on illustrations, flash animations, and some 3D animations. It was exactly what I thought I would be doing when I entered graduate school. And after the internship ended, I did move back home to New Jersey, where I freelanced and then also ended up getting a job working full-time at the Medicine New Jersey office. It was in that office that I was surrounded by client services, project management, and business development leads. I was brought on all kinds of meetings and pitches and really enjoyed participating in those business meetings. I found it exciting to strategize and prepare for the pitch and to present in front of clients, and I was good at it. So after 2 years at Medicine, I decided I needed a change. So I took a chance at a project management job at IOmedia. Now, IOmedia was exactly where I belonged. It had both healthcare and architecture business divisions. Who knew that my crazy combination of interests actually all lived in one place? I joined the healthcare department under Christine Armstrong. At the time, IOmedia had been evolving from a production studio to a full-service digital creative agency. We did everything from 3D animation and interactive touchscreens to video production that included live action and post-production. We did website development, and we also did campaign development and multi-channel strategy. Everything we did was digital in nature. So throughout my 4 years there, I got to wear so many hats. I was a storyboard artist, a 3D illustrator, a retoucher, video and animation producer, content strategist, digital project manager, and client service director. I even ran a Google ad campaign. It was a fantastic experience, and I learned so much, not only how to produce a lot of different tactics, but also about the pharmaceutical industry and business. Working under Christine, I helped to grow the business from 80% working with other agencies to 80% working directly with pharmaceutical clients. The skills I developed while there laid the foundation for the rest of my career. I learned of skills in me that I didn't even realize I had or even liked. So after IOmedia, I moved to a bunch of different agencies straddling client services, project management, and strategy, always in the digital space. So I've worked for Razorfish, which is another digital creative agency, BGB, which is medcoms, but also did advertising, Triple Threat, which is also an advertising agency, and now at HCG. I've also gotten to partner with some of the premier studios and production houses, such as Isoform, Tipping Point Media, and Hybrid. Along my journey, I realized my passions for digital, visual storytelling, strategy, client relationship building, and presenting. So now that you know of my journey, let me share of some of the projects that I've had the pleasure to work on. For me, the most exciting tactics are the large pharmaceutical exhibit booths at congresses. And this is what I will show you. I specifically love developing truly immersive and memorable experiences. The role I played for all the projects is essentially of an executive producer. I'm not just a project manager. I have influence on the story and the end product. I work with the team to strategize on the concepts and bring it to life, from inception through to execution. So this first tactic I will show you is Mission Movantic. It was executed in 2015 for use at global congresses. I worked on this while at BGB in partnership with the great guys at Isoform. The client wanted to create a fun way to educate on the mechanism of action of their drug. So we came up with this virtual game that was executed on iPads where the user has to shoot the drug to bind to the receptors in order to bind to the receptor before other molecules get there. The activity first took you through a few key learnings of the MOA, and then you entered the game. It was virtual because while you're playing, you need to move your iPad around in order to get to all of the possible receptor targets. It felt immersive, even though you're just on an iPad, because you're able to feel like you're moving around in space where the iPad becomes your window into this virtual world. And of course, it ended with a leaderboard because HCPs really love a good competition. It was a huge success and so much fun to work on. Next is the 4D Multisensory Theater. This was executed at the 2017 ATS Congress and then again at CHEST, and these are respiratory congresses. I worked on this while at Triple Threat and partnered with Hybrid Animation Studios and Trio Tech, who is the vendor who developed the Multisensory Theater. You may be familiar with them if you have kids and you go to arcades. The Multisensory Theater truly engages participants in a unique, immersive experience that involves visual, audio, motion, and touch. It takes place in a theater setting where participants view a 3D stereoscopic animation in seats that move with the video. There were even seat belts to keep you safe and also wind to make you feel like you're moving fast. This was one of the most exciting tactics I've ever gotten to execute. Now, besides producing this experience, I also produced the entire respiratory booth for this client, where working with my team, we designed all of the booth banners, as well as developed all the unique digital experiences throughout the booth that included videos, interactive touchscreens, and a virtual reality app. We also worked on what I call the surround sound and created all the multi-channel sponsorship drivers that appeared before, during, and after the Congress. Working in the booth space truly combines all of my passions: architecture, strategy, design, medical visualization, technology, and production. This next project, still to this day, is my favorite project I've ever gotten the chance to work on. This was a custom-built, large-scale installation that was executed initially for ASH in 2018 and was used at ACR and ASCO in 2019, which are oncology congresses. This was developed by HCG in partnership with KIN, which is an interaction design production company based in London. The client wanted to build a booth attractor that would be seen from afar, educate on the mechanism of action and versatility of the technology, and was interactive where the audience would get to be that technology and actively participate in the mechanism of action. The brainstorming process was a lot of fun, and we ended up netting out on developing what essentially was a giant interactive puzzle. Working with KIN, we custom built this booth experience that included two large cellular structures, a T cell and a malignant cell, an instructions panel that walks the participants through the activity, and progress is tracked using RFID chips. There was also a separate interactive MOA panel. Now, after completing the puzzle, you win by effectively enabling the T cell to bind to the malignant cell and cause apoptosis. It was a huge success, and we were up for an award. Lastly, this is the hype box. We used it to reveal an exciting new target pocket. We used it to reveal an exciting new targetable pocket at ASCO in 2019. And it was developed by HCG in partnership with KIN again. The Hypebox is a 3D box with a transparent LCD screen. So you place a physical model within the box and overlay interactions over the model using the screen. The client really wanted to make a huge splash at ASCO to announce the identification of a new binding pocket that could be targeted in the treatment of cancer. The real excitement was that up until this point, there had been no approved therapies that had targeted this specific mutation. So we set out to educate on the mutation and the potential MOA of the drug in development, utilizing a mixture of animation, audio, and interactive quizzes. Using the Hypebox technology, we were able to physically and digitally reveal this new binding pocket. It was highly successful activity, drawing in crowds anywhere from 2 to 14 people at a time. It was also the most utilized interactive for this client because we were able to execute it as a height box, but also as a touch screen. And therefore, it was very portable and used around the world. It's been in Asia, South America, Mexico, Europe, and the US at over 7 different events and has over 1,500 active sessions. Now, where do I go from here? Obviously, with COVID, live events have not been happening. So being a forward-thinking digital agency within HCG, we're focused on providing omni-channel experiences to educate HCPs, which involves social and web-based engagements. I'm happy where I am because I'm constantly learning and I look forward to the future. I just want to leave you with this. Whatever you set out to do, eventually it will become work and just a job. But I do truly believe if you love what you do, it becomes a career and you never feel like you're working. Continue to be curious, follow your instincts and passions, and never be afraid of the unknown, because the unbeaten path may actually lead to something really exciting. Thank you so much for your time. It is now my pleasure to introduce Angela Gao.
Okay, thank you, Tara, for the introduction. Hello, my name is Angela Gao. I am a medical illustrator. I graduated from the Biomedical Visualization program in 2018, and right now I'm somehow working as an art director at a company called 21 Grams Rad Science. And if you're familiar with companies that were started by medical illustrators, we used to be called BVIS Digital Science. But 21 Grams Rad Science is an agency in the pharmaceutical communications space. So today I will be talking a little bit about what it's like to be a medical illustrator in pharmaceutical communications. I have a small disclaimer before I start. This is a pretty big industry, so I can't speak for all medical illustrators who are working here, but I will definitely be sharing things that I have personally seen and experienced. So in this talk, I will be attempting to answer 3 questions. The first is, what even is pharmaceutical communications? Second is, what does a medical illustrator do in this industry? And third is, what kind of projects are there? So let's do number 1. What is pharmaceutical communications? You might have also heard it called healthcare communications, healthcare marketing, or advertising. And I made this little scenario to help illustrate what this actually means. So first, everything starts with a pharmaceutical client. That's somebody who works for a company that makes medicine, and they have a problem that they need to be solved. For example, it might be related to brand promotion or consumer marketing, healthcare, professional education, or something else. But this problem, it's pretty much always a communications conundrum where they need something very specific communicated to their target audience. And so they're looking for somebody to help them achieve that goal. A lot of the times, it's a communications agency that specializes in healthcare that can help them achieve that goal. But I mean, an agency is like made up of a lot of different types of people. So for example, creative people who can do art, who can do film or writing. There's people who know the science and medicine really well, people who know finance and business, people who can plan projects and manage timelines, and also people who are really familiar with the legal and regulatory boundaries of what you can and can't say. So there's a lot of different types of people and roles in an agency, but in here, you might also find a medical illustrator. So this is the space that I currently reside. Let's talk about what the role of the medical illustrator is here. The short answer to this question is it depends a lot, but let's talk about the long answer. So you might already be familiar with some of the things that a medical illustrator does. So for example, sketching and illustration, concept design, UI, UX, and interaction design, storyboarding, some 3D modeling and animation, maybe some graphic design too. At Rad Science, all of these things are something that a production artist would be responsible for. But there's more to it than that. Other people who are medical illustrators have other roles outside of being a production artist. For example, some people are really good at doing research or analyzing scientific content, so they're defining the narratives of projects and they might act as a content expert. Other people are art directors, so they know the content really well. They're able to speak the language of the production artists, and they drive the look and feel of a piece, and they make sure everybody on the team has what they need to actually turn an idea into a final product. On the other side, we have medical illustrators who are project managers. So that means they understand what the project needs are. They make sure that it's staffed properly and that the project can be completed on time and realistically. And then we have other medical illustrators who are in account management, which means that they're responsible for managing the client relationship. They translate the client's wants and needs into real actionable items, and they do a lot of communications with people both internally and externally. And they're responsible also for making sure that the final deliverable is compliant with all the legal and regulatory rules. So that's like a lot of different roles and responsibilities for somebody who could be called a medical illustrator. But regardless of what role they actually play, the common thread is still that everybody has a really good baseline knowledge of the science that we're working with, and they're able to translate that understanding into their work. So it informs their approach when solving problems and proposing solutions. All right. And finally, let's talk about what kind of projects there are. I'm going to go through a couple of them pretty quickly just to kind of give an overview of like different types of projects, and then I'll like do a deeper dive into one of them. So the first one is Mission CML. This is an interactive web experience, and the purpose is to educate an HCP about a disease called CML. And in this experience, you're a little spaceship and you zoom through space visiting planets and collecting these little cards that tell you about CML. And when you're on a planet, you get to use them, and it triggers like a quiz mechanism where you can answer these questions. And by the end of it, you reach a treasure chest and you get rewarded for doing the activity. Here's a kind of a different project. It's called the HRD app, and it's an AR app for Android and iOS, where it was intended originally to be used at conferences, so somebody could summon these chromosomes into their own space, and you can touch them and they wiggle around. But the purpose is to teach HCPs about a condition called homologous recombination deficiency. So this is a lot of like kind of heavy genetics information, and you're able to zoom in on these chromosomes, get in really close, and like observe how they act under these conditions. Another project is the cell installation that was featured at the American Society for Hematology Annual Conference in 2019. And this is a bunch of cells that light up. They're suspended from midair, and you can touch them and interact with them. And when you do that, it drives content on a screen, and you get to learn about MDS and AML. And finally, this is the TIM3 graphic novel. It's a comic that lives on the web. It teaches HCPs about mechanisms related to MDS and AML as well, and also talks about current research that's going on to combat this disease. So you might be wondering how a project like this actually gets done, and let's talk about process a little bit. So the process for this graphic novel began with the ask from the client. Basically, they needed something that explained to healthcare professionals what MDS and AML are. It needed to also talk about the research behind an investigational compound that might be able to fight against MDS and AML. And whatever it ended up looking like, it needed to be pretty unique and also a digital web experience, because this project came to us in 2020. Everybody was working at home, and it was the pandemic, and it's still the pandemic. So there's a lot of digital stuff happening at this time. The cast of characters for this project included a bunch of production artists, an art director, the account and project management team, and a creative director. And a project like this pretty much always starts with the research and concepting phase, where we're going through and brainstorming ideas and really trying to get a grasp on what the content is. That eventually turns into concept sketches that we want to present ideas to the client with. So this is a sketch of an idea for a video game about MDS and AML. And another proposal that we had was the comic, which eventually this was the one that got chosen. Excuse me. All right, in this phase, in addition to doing sketches, excuse me, we also did a lot of research into style and look and feel. So for example, we thought about questions like, should this comic be black and white, or what kind of colors should be used? What kind of style lends itself well to being educational? So using those questions, we kind of developed and fleshed out better illustrations for it, and also determined the boundaries of the content that we wanted to present. And the client was okay with it. So they're like, okay, please make this. So the actual production process began. We started writing and thumbnailing. At the same time, we were developing style for characters and figuring out what some of the key artwork was going to look like. At the same time, the account and project management team was constantly going back and forth with the client. They were asking if they were okay with how the direction was going and making sure if things were strategically and scientifically correct. Comic production itself, starting with the thumbnails, went into a penciling phase, which eventually got inked, and then after that got colored. And this turned into a series of about 30 pages of content, but it didn't end there because what we were creating was a digital web experience. So that meant we had to create a website, design the website, figure out how it was all gonna work together. And in this case, we were working with an external developer. So we also had to prototype this thing and make sure that the developers knew exactly how everything linked together. And additionally, we wanted things to animate. So we also created things like a mock-up to show the developers how we wanted all of the pieces to animate and work. But it also meant we had to do really weird minutia things like breaking up all of the art assets into individual pieces and figuring out what the XY positions were on screen so that we could tell the developers exactly where things needed to end up on screen. And at the end, there's a big handoff or multiple handoffs, and we gave all of our assets over to the developers, and they were able to build the website, which eventually got finalized, reviewed, and approved. And that was the end of the production process. Everybody got to go home and take a nap. And I've also reached the end of this presentation. So hope it was useful and interesting and maybe a little bit entertaining. Thank you for your attention. And I believe after this, we will be taking a break and everybody will be back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from your break. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the day. I think we're the last session, and I hope you've enjoyed everything that's come before us. My name is Christine Armstrong. I'm the Director of Patient and NHL Marketing for Imbruvica. I work for a company called Pharmacyclics, which is under the AbbVie umbrella. I am a BVIS grad. I think we determined from 1992, so it's been a minute. Out in the marketplace. Some of you know me. I saw a few familiar faces out there, but spent most of my career running agencies, animation firms, and trajected into kind of full service communication agencies. And just 3 years ago, I made the big leap to client side into pharma, and now run a brand, with a marketing budget of about $70 million. So very, very interesting position to be here. I am also an instructor in the BVIS program in advanced graphic design. So hopefully a lot of the students are out there today. I'm thrilled to kind of close the day talking about the future, our future, future of our industry, future that is changing very rapidly around us. And I think you'll hear that theme today. And talking to my co-panelists here, I think that was the thing that was most omnipresent in our prep call. But before we get into the meat of this conversation, I wanted to have everybody spend a few minutes introducing themselves. Marcelo, you want to take it away?
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining our webinar today. I'm Marcelo Oliver. Some of you might know me because I am also on the board of the AMI and also treasurer of the AMI this year. But before I got all the way to here, I graduated from the University of Michigan in 1992. Started my career as a medical illustrator at Anatomical Chart Company, and I did that for about 7 years. And then I moved into the medical device industry, working for a medical device company for a few years as a marketing manager. Very little illustration work, but had to use my illustration and design and medical background for that. Founded Body Scientific in 2005 because I wanted to get back to doing traditional medical illustration, which is primarily what we did since 2005 even to today. Primarily, we do illustrations for textbooks and patient education designs for pharmaceutical industry. Although most of our work is illustration, we also design and manufacture anatomical models for patient education. We also do product designs for distribution through some of our distribution chains. We do international business as well. One thing with Body Scientific, I put international on the end because I always wanted to travel and do international work. So we have a network of distributors around the world and also do some manufacturing and overseas as well. And that's a little bit about myself.
Let's hand it over to David.
Hey, thank you, Christine. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. It's been a rewarding day, and there's been a lot of sharing, and I look forward to contributing as well. My name is David Ellard. I am the co-founder and director of science storytelling at Cognition Studio. We're a strategic communications agency for life sciences. I'm also a BVIS class of 97. I'm left-handed and a Gemini. Back in 2001, Christine and I had a vision. Christine Johnson. Doesn't confuse anything. There's two Christines on this, so I'll clarify. Christine Johnson and I had a vision that the work we do today will have global impact tomorrow. Fast forward 20 years, we're still at it, loving what we do. We have an amazing collection of team members, clients, and partners that we get to co-create with. I have the distinct pleasure of leading an award-winning team of passionate and incredibly gifted science storytellers hailing from each of the accredited programs for medical illustration. Each member of the Sci Story team is either a certified medical illustrator or actively pursuing their CMI. Additionally, as a collective, we're visualizing complexity and trying to get to clarity for a very broad audience. Our solutions are 2D and 3D, static motion, environment. We do mechanism of action, mechanism of disease, from organ to tissue to subcellular to molecular. We work in upstream innovation and pride ourselves in telling branded science stories that resonate and invite deeper dialogues. It's gratifying, truly, knowing that our methodical approach to problem solving resonates with our science-minded clients and the audiences that they want to connect with. But what's also super exciting to me is that the Sci Story team is but 1/4 of the Cognition team. Thus, within Cognition, we get to co-create with uber smart PhD science writers, award-winning designers, wizard-like developers, and a rock star program management team. And we're not all in Seattle, Washington. We currently have we have team members in Oregon, California, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois, Pennsylvania, and New York. So thanks for allowing me to provide a brief intro to who I am and who Cognition is.
Thanks, David. I think we'll hand it over to Christine, your counterpart.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and good evening, depending on where you're at. It's hard to go after Dave, so I'll do my best. My name is Christine Johnson. I'm the co-founder and the chief design strategist at Cognition. I'm also a 1998 BVIS graduate. At Cognition, I lead and work with designers, writers, technologists, and we focus on many things from complex information access challenges for global health, to societal behavior change through storytelling, to the knowledge translation of novel scientific advancements. We first support first-to-market disruptive technologies through clear understanding of product use and its value. And finally, we enable biotech leadership teams in communicating the value of the mission of their company.
Great. Thanks, Christine. I appreciate that. Jackie, why don't you take us home in regards to introductions?
Sure. Well, thank you. My name's Jackie. I am a recent grad, 2017. So I'm truly honored to be a part of this panel and presenting alongside of all of you. And it's been an honor to see all of these wonderful presentations so far today. I'm currently a 3D organic artist at Ozo VR. When I started with Ozo in mid-2019, we were about 25 people. And since then, we've scaled to, I think, around 130 people or so at this point. And so we focus exclusively on creating high-fidelity virtual reality surgical training, with our primary clients being medical device companies. And so something that I learned when I joined the surgical training and simulation field is there's really a dearth in solid continuing education for surgeons. Often medical device companies spend a copious amounts of money to fly folks out to a giant conference. A surgeon might practice a new procedure on a cadaver once or twice, and then they fly back, and then the next thing they're performing it on a patient. And so this can lead to maybe less than ideal patient outcomes. So really the goals of Ozo VR are to create repeatable, quality, experiential surgical training so that surgeons can practice over and over again to achieve the mastery of new and safer procedures before they even have to touch a patient. And so I started the company working more at the high-level design, instructional design side of things. And in the past year, had the opportunity to make the choice to switch to the art team and get back to kind of my core dream that I had as an undergrad, which was working as a medical artist. So now I'm on the art team, helping with the development of real-time 3D models and visuals.
Great, thanks, Jackie. I think everybody in the audience can see that the diversity of this team is well primed for this conversation about the future. Marcelo, I'm going to kind of throw the first question to you because I think you even said the word, I'm going to say traditionalist in regards to medical illustration. And in our conversations, you kind of brought up that this topic is top of mind for you. So I'd love to kind of get your take on what you're thinking about your near-term, long-term future for the art of traditional medical illustration, or however your kind of team defines it.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, it's something that's just on my mind all the time. Maybe in the beginning it wasn't as much, and when I started out working in 1992, traditional meant I had an airbrush machine that pushed air through it, and I sprayed paint across a board, and I actually did it, I think, pretty well. And in the course of about the first 6-7 years of my beginning my career as a medical illustrator, all of a sudden I had to draw with a mouse in Photoshop instead of my airbrush tool. I mean, this was the first evolution of being, me coming into this world as a medical illustrator right out of school. So I went from airbrush to drawing with the mouse to eventually drawing with a Wacom. And that was one evolution that I just had to do. But for my work, I always stayed with illustration. And I think being a medical illustrator that our team draws every single day. We do thousands of drawings per year. What else is there? Sometimes I think, how many times do I have to draw a heart before the heart drawing isn't needed anymore? So one thing I kept my eye on was, and I know all of us talk about a lot, is retaining your copyrights whenever you can. So we've retained not all of the copyrights of work that we've done, but we've retained quite a bit. And so we have thousands of medical illustrations in-house in our assets. So now I'm always looking with the technology as it's just racing forward. I mean, in the first 10 years of my career, it was rather slow as far as technology. And then all of a sudden the internet came in the late 90s. And now you have, it seems like every other day there's something new and evolving. How do I get my traditional assets and what we do with textbook publishing, and how does it fit inside of social media and the way people communicate, and how can I help healthcare companies visualize things just with what I'm doing, which is 2D illustration. And that's something I'm always trying to kind of evolve with and look at. I was when the iPad first came out, I had an app within the first month. I couldn't tell you it was overly successful because, it's everything you have to just try. So I see myself evolving in my business, still trying to evolve. How do I keep moving forward with illustration? I think medical illustration is always going to be needed and here in some form. How you deliver it is something, whether it's going to be AR or like Jackie was talking about, VR, which is very important and very big right now. Or doing all that storytelling to improve what you do, and with healthcare professionals, with these like you said, these amazing scientists that just can do the research, but they can't convey the message, and that's where we fit in. So I think it's just always evolving. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, that seems like the evergreen part of our business. At the end of the day, that core root of communication. And you and I actually graduated around the same time. So I made that leap too. My first job out of BVIS was working with a classmate of yours, airbrushing, I think, 1,000 plates in a short amount of time. And yes, went on to the Wacom tablet. But David and Christine, we talked about communication and, again, that evergreen thread for all of us. And then, you really both touched upon global communications, innovation, and that rapid evolution. You guys definitely seem to be more on the bringing new ideas into market, if I may say market. But I'd love to kind of get your take on what are the contributing factors playing into, rapid evolution right now. Christine, you want to take the first stab at that one?
I can, for sure. I think David and I will have, I think, very differing experiences and perspectives. But I think from the design and communication perspective, we really find ourselves more and more working in larger cross-functional teams that are really comprised of visual communicators, science and medical writers, principal investigators, analysts, a lot of business analysts, designers, data scientists, technologists, and HCPs, a big variety of HCPs that are all really coming together to synthesize real-world data and information in partnership with business executives or regional research teams to help bring complex context that gets lost when you're working in isolation. So really working with such broad teams requires a deeper understanding of how each team member is going to contribute, when and how they're going to use information in their role so that we can activate solutions in harmony. It's messy, and despite clear use of design methods and processes, ensuring cohesion in real time, especially across the globe, is really a daily challenge. And even really before COVID, we were working collaboratively and using cloud-based ideation tools and building knowledge hubs and sharing data in real time as part of our work processes. And as visual communicators, our biggest impact can be seen in the field research we're doing that enables user feedback aimed to test, learn, iterate on our work at the pace that we're doing the work. Which is neck-breaking sometimes. But this really allows us to create tools and media and information from long-format documents, information visualizations to social media campaigns that are teaching new ideas and motivating change almost in real time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that multifaceted, multi-stakeholder, real time, I mean, and look at what COVID has done to us. I think all, I don't know if singularity was brought up today, but we are on that, the long arm of that hockey stick right now, in which everything is rapidly changing, and the expectation is that we keep up with it. Dave, I wanted to see if you wanted to add anything on, that theme of speed to, to innovate.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I mean, first and foremost, the rate of scientific discovery is indeed at a breakneck speed. No doubt about it. This is exciting. And with that, the amount of data produced with it is intense, particularly in upstream innovation, where we have pretty much created our niche. And it's only getting faster and more complex. Fortunately, we love science and we love data. And we're in the business of consuming enough information to invite a deeper dialogue with the subject matter experts and the key stakeholders. So what does that mean? That means that they're giving us just enough so that we can go out and go get more information. So we consume research papers, we dive into online news sources such as Stat, Biospace, Fierce Biotech, basically to stay in tune with what's making headlines in science and tech, so that we can be sensitive to what needs to be happening in the project that we're going to be embarking upon. So by knowing the landscape as it applies to the unmet needs our clients are trying to address enables us to be their strategic visual communication partner. In so doing, we invite the client to join us on the visualization journey. We're going to co-create their science stories that's going to reach their intended audience. So basically, in our experience, if we can get the client to feel like an active participant, that they look forward to the working session, they actually say that over the course of the project, that's a win. And additionally, when possible, we strive to leverage that immense amount of data to help tell their stories and bring their research to life. Basically, the desired net effect is creating clarity from complexity for knowledge translation. And that's something, again, that we love doing.
I think that's fantastic. Two things that kind of you both hit upon. You guys seem to be really at the crux of creating competitive edge in a rapidly evolving scientific space. So I think the idea of competition and what you bring to that equation for industry, science industries trying to compete, and then consensus, with these stakeholders. So two skills, I think, need to get woven into, our training and understanding to really understand your place in business, today, and how we play a critical value-driven role. And Jackie, as a recent grad, we talked a little bit about this in our prep session of like, what's your take on the role of the BViz grad coming into new markets? The rest of us have kind of, I think we've probably been shaping our own ways and understanding the white spaces that we can occupy. But I'd love your take as a more recent grad on where you bring value and how others can bring value immediately out of the gate.
Yeah, so I'm just going to speak maybe exclusively on what I've seen in terms of private sector companies focused exclusively on real-time interactive development. So that's kind of a specific subset of where grads might choose to go after graduating. And what I'm seeing, a lot of these companies are starting to pop up, and they're structuring themselves around really a hybridized game production environment that you might see in a AAA game studio. And if you think about the medical illustrator's role in the production of a traditional surgical illustration, the illustrator really has ownership of that entire process, from interfacing with the client, breaking down that complex surgical procedure into discrete and targeted steps, and producing the visuals, and then ultimately delivering the final piece. That, of course, is not possible when you're creating a complex surgical simulation. It requires a really multidisciplinary team of engineers, QA professionals, client services, designers, level designers, instructional designers, and of course, art team. And so what I'm finding is in this space, there's really a bifurcation of where folks from BVIS can contribute. And it's kind of a choice that I think has to be made while still in school in terms of where you want to focus your energy. I think it's very clear that medical illustrators, we can contribute to the 3D interactive space at a high level. We're really good at visual problem solving. We add a lot of value in kind of understanding the holistic nature of designing an educationally sound experience, whether that be VR or delivered on mobile or through some sort of static presentation. I don't think we will run into issues proving ourselves in that sense. However, I think there's a bit more work that needs to be done if we want to be competitive in creating real-time 3D graphics. There's an incredible amount of talent that's coming from the game industry. And I truly think that the strength that we can have moving forward is partnering with those folks from industry. I think our team at OZO, the art team, is strong because we have a solid mix of talented people who have worked on AAA games and people who have medical illustration backgrounds. And so I think students, if they want to work in the space in the private sector, would need to consider, do they want to have ownership more at a high level, managing a project, but you're not going to be creating visual artifacts per se? Or do you want to be in a production environment where you're digging in and you're really creating 3D anatomical art? It's kind of a decision that will really change the trajectory of your career and really how you present your portfolio and how you present to these companies.
Yeah, I might just have you add on a little bit, because I think in our earlier conversation, you talked about competition, and what does that really look like? And some of the time you spent, I think for the benefit of more of the current students and recent grads, like, what does good look like in a portfolio in your market right now?
Yeah, so I think it's important as this space continues to grow that we hold ourselves to the same level of fidelity that you would see in a game art portfolio. So again, I think partnering more with folks who are coming out of the entertainment industry, looking at their production models, understanding the technology that they use, understanding how you create a visually stunning piece of real-time artifacts, that's going to be really critical to allowing medical illustrators to enter this space at the same level as folks coming out of that industry.
Great. I think what I've gotten from all of you is there's in the future, near future and long-term future, there's opportunity for all, for however you want to manifest your skill set and bring it into early stage career, late stage career, evolve within, small companies, large companies. It's there. I've got two more questions. I know our time is ticking away, but speaking of opportunity for all, I do want to broach upon, what representation means within your own workspace. And when I mean representation, I mean, what's the, diversity, inclusion, equity role. I'll just say, for my marketing role, we think about who we represent. We have to match it to the prevalence and the right demographic of any specific disease state and make sure that they are seen and heard. But it even trickles down to where clinical trials start. Were we inclusive from the beginning? And then that also spreads into our employing practices of, are we bringing the right voices to the table to make sure our patient at the end of the day, our North Star within our organization, is properly represented. So I'd love to kind of ask all of you to take on the topic in however you feel it's meaningful to the work you do or the business you're building. Marcelo, you want to start? I'll go full circle.
Sure, I'll be happy to start. It's been very interesting to us because in the textbook industry, there generally has not been a lot of diversity. When you look at textbooks that were made, prior to maybe 10 years ago, it was not very diverse. So in that regard, I know when I travel internationally, we do international work. I think maybe 10 years ago, that's when it for us, it became a little more clear. It's like, we can't just have people that look American in a overseas product that we're making. And so we knew that we had to make things for Asia, make things with Asian appearance, or Middle Eastern appearance, so on. Even European is a little different. Brazilian is a little different. Colors are different. And so we had to add this diversity into our products. We fast forward all the way today, it's very hypersensitive. Not just your workplace, which our workplace, I feel, has always been fairly diverse in one manner or another. It seems like we've had all walks of life go through. But definitely our customers now, the difference is before, I think we recognize that there needs to be some diversity in our work. Now our customers are requesting the diversity, which is really refreshing with the textbook companies. So
I would agree. I think the request for that consideration is higher. How's Cognition taking that on? David, Christine, either one.
Yeah, I can go and then see if Dave has anything to add. I think, Christine, we're in similar spaces, and so it's definitely like how you brought the topic is really where we think about it as well. When we look at the global health work, some of the things that we see is really thinking about capacity training in country. So making sure that we're doing skills training for teams in country to be able to continue to do the work that we may start, to make sure that we're documenting it thoroughly, providing knowledge and tools back into the country. So as global teams, research teams and information teams pull out, the work can continue behind us and beyond us. And we're really making sure that we're leaving the right footprint behind. And when we think about patient campaigns and capturing authentic patient stories, it's not just going directly to the patient, but if the patient is of a specific demographic and we're talking about a sensitive subject, making sure we're building the team that actually is representative of that patient. Recently, we were able to do a great feature story on uterine fibroids and its prevalence heavily in Black women, especially young African-American populations. So we made sure that our photographer was a Black woman. We made sure the writer went to the location and really captured the story from the correct voice, and really making sure that we enable the right teams to do the work to speak to that demographic.
That's great. David, you want to add or?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's a wonderful question. At Cognition, we believe in being human first. And the best way that we can support our team To be DEI enlightened is by inviting dialogues via learn-ins and also having outside consultants and guest presenters to deepen our understanding and to deepen our sensitivity through working sessions and lunch and learns. Ultimately, we hope that these learning opportunities translates to how we receive, how we appreciate, and how we value each other, as well as our clients and our partners and future team members. This sensitivity translates to an emotional IQ and a mindfulness that we believe translates to how we approach visualizations such as medical illustrations or photo styling.
That's great. Jackie, if you don't mind, I'm going to switch it up a little bit, because I started earlier in my career, I was running a team that was more tech driven, and I was the only woman leader in the company for many, many years. I'm curious, from a gender perspective, you being in such a heavy tech space, and I'm located in Silicon Valley, the conversation comes up all the time. Where are the women? Where are the opportunities, et cetera? What's been your experience? And does your company do anything to seek out more gender parity?
I think that the nature, our medical illustration team, the MedTech team at OZOVR, is exclusively medical illustrators. And so it subsequently reflects kind of the demographics that are naturally inherent to our field. So that team of 20 plus people is almost exclusively women. And so our director of medical visualization, Dan, he is very intentional about promoting and making sure people have equal opportunity across the board. So all of our MedTech leads are all women who started very early on with OZOVR and have just grown in their careers. So I feel that OZOVR has a deep intention without, it's just part of the culture of making sure that there is equal opportunity and equal representation. Even in our art team, our art director set the precedent that we were going to have equal representation in our patient library. So the patients that we use in our surgical procedures, we only have two right now. We have an Asian male and an African-American female patient. And the goal is to create a larger library from there. But the intention was set that we're going to be diverse from the start, and that's just how we're going to proceed forward in terms of how we're producing our content.
Great. I love the multifaceted way your companies are addressing, I think, that really important topic. At the end of the day, I think, again, science as a whole needs to be more representative, and I think you are all addressing it to it, that people can cognitively take it in, whether it's visually or dimensionally or, conversationally, or in how you kind of ideate around the benefit of diversity. So I really applaud you all kind of taking on this topic in the ways you do. I know our time is running out here, and we want to leave a little time for questions, I believe. So I've got one last question, and you get to kind of choose which one you want to talk about. One is, what's your prediction for the future for us for BVIS itself, for our industry, and maybe that kind of is tied in together. And one, or the other question, or if you're on the fly enough, you can kind of weave them both in. I think in all of our companies, the seat at the table we get is based upon the value we bring. I have found the pharma industry very difficult to earn your seat at the table, but once you've got it, it's there. I've actually had times where clients have asked me to remove people from a seat at the table because they weren't bringing enough value. I've never found that with a BVIS graduate, by the way. They're the ones who bring great value. How are you, what do you think the value proposition for the BVIS graduate is, in the near future and future forward, to continue to drive, our opportunity to be at the table to change and innovate for science sake?
Well, I guess I'll start the circle.
Go ahead, yeah.
For me, just doing a lot of traveling over the years, I was telling the group in our session yesterday that in 2019, I flew 200,000 miles. And that's a lot of flying. And I basically just traveled the world. I actually went around the world twice on some of my flights. And what I find is there is so much potential business out there for medical illustrators. And a lot of the business out there is at companies and places that don't even understand the value that we bring. So my thing to BVIS grads and students that are going to graduate soon, and even students that are, what is your interest? What is your passion with what you're doing? And when you find it, follow it. Don't be scared. And if you have to open up that door, open it, because some doors are just closed because they don't know they should be opened yet. If you love to illustrate, you're going to find lots of work for illustrators. You're going to like to animate, you're going to find work for animation. But if you like business and you want to change it up or something, there's a door. You just have to, go. You have a huge amount of value as a medical illustrator. The only unfortunate part, you have to go out there and convince certain areas that you bring value, like you're saying, to the table.
Jackie, I see you head nodding. I'm going to go with you.
Yeah, no, I think it's, I think for the VR space, at least, I think Sam Bond really illustrated the value that medical illustrators can bring to this space in terms of our ability to conceptualize at a high level what these experiences can look like and what they should look like and how they add educational value and how you can design a seamless, impactful user experience in the VR space. So if that's your passion and that's where you want to be, there's plenty of opportunities, emerging opportunities in the interactive space to play that role. And of course, I think there's still more growth to happen in terms of the production side of actually creating the art. But certainly those opportunities exist, and I think it's just going to continue to grow.
Christine, Dave, do you want to wrap it up with, I'll give you one of you get the chance.
All right. You want to go, Chris?
No, you go.
Okay. I'll speak quickly because I want you to get yours in too. So it's a great question. And I'm going to take that value in the future perspective. I perceive what is valued by clients and target audiences today will continue to evolve and match the pace of science and technology. So a fundamental truth is that every story we create is an opportunity to inform, to invite, connect, and engage. So if the profession remains at the forefront of telling scientifically accurate, scientifically credible stories, then the future value of the biomedical visualization program and what we do is incredibly bright. I'll just leave it there.
Christine, want to take us home?
Yeah, I'll pick up on that thread of time. I think it's an interesting concept as applied to what we do. A lot of communications is time for the past, and we're trying to communicate something that happened or occurred. And I think as we look to the future of what is biomedical visualization or the skills that we bring, we have this ability to actually get ahead through future predictive problems and using instead of trying to kind of solve today's problems through communication, it's really to use communication for future predictive problems and to create behavior change in real time in a way that we're not doing now, and so using information in a completely new way.
That's great. And I'm going to pile on my own answer. Just again, I mentioned the amount of marketing budget I manage, not to brag. It's not a bragging point. I just want to illustrate the size of the market behind what is out there and, what your clients have to invest in changing the science, changing a mindset, being representative properly, being competitive. I think it's a kind of a Malcolm Gladwell thing. Get your 10,000 plus hours in as quickly as possible so you all can make the impact that you want to make every single day. I've never met a dispassionate medical animator, visualizer, storyteller. We're all incredibly passionate people. So I think invest in your own future to get as much experience. And I think just take it forward to make that impact, demand you knock on that door, put your foot in, the door so it doesn't close on you, to get that opportunity to make change and pick up as many experiences as possible. I know the clock is winding down. I can't tell who's running the show, but do we have any opportunity for questions? I'm not sure who's going to tell me that.
Yes, we do.
Awesome. Are there any questions there for anybody in the audience or on the panel?
There are currently no questions in the chat.
All right. Well, I think you guys said it so well that we've just stymied everybody with the vision of the future, and hopefully everybody embraces it and takes it forward. Thank you all for your time and your perspective and your expertise and your dedication to the program. It's been great getting to meet you. And John, we've got a lot of ideas for future panels, so come a-calling. We're here to talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone participating in that Futures panel. That was a thought-provoking and stimulating discussion. I want to thank all of our speakers today for your time and generosity in sharing your thoughts and reflections and helping us celebrate 100 years. I have to take a minute to thank the members of our planning committee for making this celebration possible. BVIS faculty members Leah Leibowitz, Sam Bond, Christine Young, Isabel Romero-Calvo, and Kelly Cloninger. Past and present student members of our committee include Signe Eger, Emmy Frahn, Laurel Moore, and Eliza Steerl. From the College of Applied Health Sciences Dean's Office, Erica Chavez, Heidi Schleling, and Kristen Kepnick have also made significant contributions. Kristen has actually been meeting with us every week since January, so thank you so much, Kristen. For me, it's been one of life's greatest blessings to be associated with biomedical visualization for 33 and a half years, fully 1/3 of the history of our program. The students and faculty with whom I have crossed paths are too numerous to mention by name, but I'm grateful to each and every one of you for helping make biomedical visualization the premier program that it is today. After reflecting on the past 100 years of our wonderful program, some of our current students also wanted to share what they envision for the future of biomedical visualization.
Medical illustration excites me because of its endless potential. Just think how much the program has changed since Tom Jones founded it. At the time, his Chicago style of illustration was revolutionary, but he would be blown away by the modernization of our career, from pen and ink to pen and tablet. I have always loved both science and art, and I hope to share my excitement with people. Medical illustrators are constantly learning, exploring, and taking on the challenge of showing scientific knowledge to others. I'm ready to continue using that tradition and making art to help people understand the beautiful intricacies of science and medicine. Our programs produce so many notable alumni, like Charlotte Holt, Jane Hurd, and Dan Higgins, who recently developed the novel coronavirus model.
Going forward, I know that BVIS students will always be on the forefront of scientific innovation and discovery.
As a member of the Centennial class, we are truly proud. We are thrilled to push the boundaries of visualization and scientific understanding. Here's to the next 100 years of our program.
Here's to the next